It's been 20 years since I left Earth for another world. Today, I will destroy the monster and save the world. Right at this moment, the flames burst fiercely into life. Suddenly, a surge of power exploded as a blinding light swallowed the space, overflowing with an overwhelming aura. Out of the darkness emerged a beastly silhouette with glowing red eyes. A violent magic beast appeared, its voice echoing. Still alive? You really are a hero, aren't you? It sneered, though it seems your comrades are barely holding on. Hearing this, Hyun-suk replied with disdain, "Looks like you aren't doing much better yourself." The violent magic beast roared, "I will shatter that shield." Hyun-suk showed no fear whatsoever. He swung his staff forcefully, unleashing a powerful strike that shattered the surrounding rocks into pieces. Hyun-suk's comrades were working together to form a barrier to withstand the beast's relentless attacks. Menacing purple sparks flashed brightly all around the magic beast. "If you do not submit, I will crush you." It unleashed a wave of purple energy forward. "This land is a kingdom built by my fangs and claws." The surges of purple energy grew denser, charging straight toward Hyun-suk. Yet his expression remained stern, his sharp eyes devoid of any fear. Hyun-suk swung his staff in response, casting off a blinding radiance. Both of his hands gripped the shaft tightly as fierce flames erupted around it. He said in a deep voice, "Let's end this." A blinding burst of energy flared up as intense orange-yellow light spread wildly. The violent magic beast glared in rage, growling as it resisted the explosive light right before its eyes. A beam of dazzling golden energy shot forth, tearing through space with immense power. Hyun-suk activated his flame magic, causing towering fire to roar and sending wild billows of smoke into the air. Hyun-suk landed heavily, tearing the ground apart. Stomping his foot down hard, a white streak flashed into view, and a spark shot straight into the earth, shattering the rubble. Two pairs of fierce eyes locked onto each other. Massive rocks all around were smashed to pieces. The violent magic beast lunged to attack Hyun-suk. Raising its clawed hand high, it slashed down viciously. But Hyun-suk quickly blocked the strike. The sheer pressure forced him to step back briefly. The violent beast let out a cruel laugh. "That weak strike didn't leave a single scratch on me." Hyun-suk raised his hand as a red aura enveloped him, asking, "Weak, you say?" He swung his staff, unleashing majestic surges of energy that rushed directly at the beast. Hyun-suk said in a low voice, "That's more than enough to chop down your arrogance." Enveloped in flames, the violent beast struggled. As the crown on its head fell to the ground with a metallic clatter, half-burned, it collapsed, its voice still echoing. "To think there's someone in this world who dares stand against me like this." Hyun-suk stated firmly, "I am not from this world." The violent beast raised its voice, "You keep spouting nonsense. Fine then, I may fall now, but my body will be absorbed by the earth. Someday." Stopping mid-sentence, it suddenly froze, unable to believe its eyes. "Am I fading away?" Hyun-suk chuckled. "What's wrong?" "Can't resurrect anymore." He explained, "The fire burning you is my special ability, reversal flame. Unlike ordinary fire, it burns away abstract things like will, reason, and memories. You love resurrecting across centuries, don't you? Well, it ends now, because what's burning away is your very existence." Hearing this, the violent beast was stunned with horror. "You mean my time is up? Even if I disappear from this place, you won't be remembered as a savior hero either." It emphasized, "Those people you call comrades actually just want you dead right here." Hyun-suk calmly replied, "I know." The violent beast panicked. "You know." Suddenly, the saintess interjected, "Lord Hero, do not listen to the monster's words." Hyun-suk evaluated her, starting from the saintess. Although she confessed her feelings, she actually loathes an outsider like me to the bone. "Every single action of hers has been calculated," he stated. "Once the battle is over, they will purge the hero." Hyun-suk asked back, "Saintess, am I wrong about anything?" Upon hearing that, the saintess's expression shifted, her lips pressed tightly, and her eyes turned dark. Hyun-suk's voice kept ringing out, "The other two are the same. The knight received a treasure from the emperor to kill me, a monster slayer. That cowardly king is simply terrified of losing his throne. The knight clenched his teeth tightly and hissed. How dare you? Hyun-suk continued. The mage loves experimenting on humans and hates me because I oppose slavery. In other words, I've known since last year that they would kill me after you died. Hearing all this, the violent beast spoke up. How baffling, hero. With the power to drive me to the brink, you have more than enough power to destroy this world. Hyun-suk's eyes flickered with a hint of sorrow. Because I want to go home. Slowly fading away, the violent beast asked in confusion. Go home. Hyun-suk's memories began flooding back. 20 years ago, in the year 2005 on Earth, I was a 30-year-old office worker brought to this world by someone claiming to be a goddess. Sir, chosen hero, please save the world from the monsters. This kind of thing is common in web novels. Ordinary people being transported to another world. But in the place I arrived at, a voice cried out back then, please save us. And that was the very incarnation of disaster. I tried every possible way to return, but the goddess's voice appeared. You have only one choice. Slay the monsters and save the world. So for 20 years, I trained myself to fight. Back then, Hyun-suk was stopped by 2 gatekeepers. Even if you are the hero, you cannot leave as you please. Holding a baby in his arms, Hyun-suk pleaded earnestly. I rescued this child from the village. Let us in. But one gatekeeper shouted angrily, it's about to die anyway. Just leave it. Don't waste medicine. Right then, Hyun-suk realized how cruel this world was for abandoning the weak. The bigger problem was a person screaming in agony and despair. A person wearing a white hat ordered, hold him tight. Cut off his leg before infection sets in. Hyun-suk judged that medical care here was as backward as the Middle Ages. A minor infection called for amputation. All the mages were off at war, so there was no one to heal. Suddenly, a voice called from up ahead. Lord Hero, a high priest asked. That child was captured by monsters. How did you find it? But even more horrific, a woman sneered tauntingly. It must be demon-possessed to have survived. We'll perform an exorcism. We're already exorcising a few others right now. The woman asked back. You wouldn't dare defy heaven's will, would you? Right at that moment, Hyun-suk realized this disgusting world had no concept of human rights. If you want to save anyone, discard your useless kindness. After enduring for 20 years, I finally destroyed the monsters and saved this miserable world. Hyun-suk lowered his head, feeling a sense of satisfaction inside. It's over. Just then, a sword was drawn and a voice sounded, better to be exposed now. We can't let you live. Hyun-suk turned around and answered, you know what? I hate this world. The knight frowned, cursing internally. Damn it. Hyun-suk thought bitterly to himself. I should have breathed my last from injuries so severe I couldn't move, let alone attack. Did I slay monsters only to become a monster myself? Afterward, he opened his mouth, exhaling trails of smoke. Hyun-suk shouted furiously. I have completed my mission. Now fulfill your promise to me. Suddenly, cracks formed across the crimson sky, revealing rays of light. A massive stream of light shone down with dazzling intensity. The goddess appeared and said with a smile, You've worked hard, hero. You have finally slain a monster. Hyun-suk pointed upward. Hey, goddess, do you remember? You said that if I killed a monster, all my memories, experiences, and even my soul would be returned intact to Earth. The goddess spoke with a veiled threat. Do you truly dislike this world so much? Even if you have the power to threaten me, every single achievement of Hyun-suk will vanish. Hearing this, Hyun-suk gave a helpless smile. He yelled out, Stop acting. You can rest easy because I am leaving. The goddess said in a deep voice, There are no more monsters in this world now. She joined her hands together. Will you not regret this? Hyun-suk immediately dropped the staff in his hand. I only want one thing, to go back to the world I know. The staff fell to the ground with a clatter. That's all. Hearing that request, the goddess made her decision. Very well. Hyun-suk's hands began to slowly fade away. Good riddance to this disgusting world. Right then, a massive beam of light shone directly down onto Hyun-suk as the goddess's voice resounded. Your physical body on Earth has already decomposed. I will place your soul into a new body. Hyun-suk asked groggily, Whose body? The goddess replied, I cannot give details, but it is a body near death. Still, you'll be able to survive. Hyun-suk's body gradually vanished completely. As long as I can return to Earth, even a dying body is fine. No matter how harsh fate is, it's far happier than the memories of this place. Returning to Earth, dim lights illuminated the room. A man lying on a large bed asked aloud, "Am I back?" Year 2025, Earth. The hero Hyun-suk's soul had possessed the body of the civilian Yu-chan. Sitting up right away, Yu-chan grumbled, "Those otherworldly bastards. I won't ever have to look at those traitors' faces again." He looked into the mirror, a flash of astonishment in his eyes. "I'm an Earthling now." Clutching the mirror, Yu-chan felt overwhelmingly joyful inside. "I really made it back." Earth. Turning on the tap, he chuckled with pure delight. Clean, unpolluted water. Now, this is real magic. Get lost, mages. After that, Yu-chan turned on the gas stove. With just a click of a button, there was fire, so he wouldn't have to chop wood to kindle fires anymore. Suddenly, he was captivated by the aroma coming from a cardboard box. "I miss everything so much." Yu-chan looked at the box of fried chicken, drooling. "This is fried chicken, right?" He gently picked up a piece of fried chicken in his hand, his eyes glittering as he sat down, digging ravenously into the pile of fried chicken. His entire body trembled, shouting in sheer ecstasy, "It's so delicious I could cry." Now, this is real food. Tears suddenly welled up and streamed down Yu-chan's face. "I've missed this so much." Everything was finally beginning to transition back to a normal life. First off, I need to adapt. What? The year 2025? Time flows parallel to that other world? Well, whatever. No matter how tough things get, it can't be as dreadful as that world. Inside the bathroom, water poured down from the shower head. Yu-chan stood under the stream, soaking it in. Hot water gushed out instantly, and with just a push of a button, cool air blew in. The sky was clear blue without a single cloud. He pressed his hand against the glass window and looked down. This was the real deal, a world apart from that foul-smelling place. As Yu-chan was talking to himself, a monstrous face suddenly appeared. Is it really 2025 already? Where should I even start? Maybe I should play some StarCraft first. Turning around to look, he jumped out his skin and let out a loud shout. Yu-chan raised his head, staring as he asked, "What in the world is this?" A mechanical voice sounded, announcing to all the residents, "An invasion rift is currently appearing in the residential area." He turned his head to look behind him. "Huh? What on earth is an invasion rift?" The voice continued to broadcast, "All residents, please evacuate to the shelter immediately." Repeating the message. Yu-chan was utterly bewildered, his face pale with panic. What the hell is going on? What is all this stuff? His eyes scanned outside the window until they slammed into something vile. Hordes of terrifying, grotesque monsters were clinging to the window glass. Their sharp claws pressed hard against the pane until it couldn't withstand the pressure and shattered. Outside in the dark, quiet hallway, the door was suddenly flung wide open by Yu-chan as he burst outside at full speed. He kept glancing back over his shoulder while running. What in the world is all this? The horde surged madly toward Yu-chan. What on earth has Earth suddenly turned into? He ducked out onto a window ledge, hiding as the monsters walked past up the stairs, completely oblivious to his presence. The moment they vanished from sight, Yu-chan climbed back up from the window ledge. Poking his head out to look around, he let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness I managed to escape. Yu-chan spotted a young kid wandering nearby. Seeing him, the kid named Sunga piped up, "Oh, you're alive?" Yu-chan walked over anxiously and said, "It's way too dangerous here. Hurry down to the shelter." Ignoring him, the kid looked around frantically. "Did you see any monsters around here, mister?" "Huh," Sunga casually continued. "I'm planning to kill one. Want to come along?" Disbelieving, Yu-chan asked with a furrowed brow, "What did you say?" "I heard Earth has been like this for about 13 years now, man. I'm screwed." The kid stubbornly refused to go down to the shelter, and Yu-chan couldn't bring himself to abandon him. There are invasion rifts even older than your age. So he had no choice but to drag the kid along. Yu-chan spoke up first. "If what you're saying is true, then that invasion rift is a monster portal. Does nobody know when, where, or how it appeared?" Sunga quickly answered, "Yep, that's right." Yu-chan's expression instantly darkened. "I went through literal hell just to get back to Earth. Who would have thought Earth turned into hell too? Are you kidding me? You sly, Treacherous goddess. Surprised, the kid looked over and asked, "Wait, how come you don't know anything at all?" Startled, he scrambled for an excuse. Well, it's because I was living in the U.S. and just got back. That made Sung even more skeptical. Why? Didn't YouTube say the U.S. president was once impeached for trying to send his daughter to Korea and that it's impossible to return to Korea? What? What on earth was he talking about? Realizing things were getting uncomfortable, Yuchan quickly steered the conversation away. Actually, by the way, are you a hunter? What was her name again? The kid grinned brightly and answered enthusiastically. Lee Se-eun. She belongs to Guild Janabi, globally ranked. Main weapon is a longsword, currently clearing an invasion rift at. Yuchan let out a quiet sigh of relief, glad he had dodged the question. But normal humans fighting monsters? Just like in that otherworldly realm? How is that even possible? Sung A's voice cut in, leaving Yuchan stunned. That longsword in particular is super sick. As the kid kept talking, Yuchan slapped a hand over his mouth. I bet a super cool Lee Se-eun clip on YouTube. Want to watch it? Hiding in a corner, Yuchan thought to himself. Damn it, outside right now. Monsters are lurking around looking for prey. There are monsters and quite a few of them. 5 to be exact. 6 if I don't count the one hiding. Luckily, this body has above average muscle mass, and I'm used to fighting multiple enemies, so it's fine. But what should I do with this kid? Leaving him alone will definitely end badly. Where did all your determination to slay monsters go? While Yuchan was lost in thought, a streak of light radiated out of nowhere. What am I supposed to do without a proper weapon? Below his feet, an expanding band of light vibrated widely. Hold on, this air is brimming with magic power. No doubt about it. It's identical to what I saw in that other world. Just then, a dark wisp of aura flew over and touched the face of a nearby monster. It immediately began corroding, causing the beast to howl in agony. He thrust his hand forward, a bright light encapsulating Yuchan's hand. Even though his 20 years of accumulated magic power had vanished, he sneered, thinking to himself, as long as there's magic in the air, using the reversal flame carved into my soul means I can still use it. The fire's weaker than before. Its head fell to the ground, gradually disintegrating, but this was more than enough. Standing beside him, Sung cheered loudly in admiration. "Mister, you are so freaking awesome." The kid's eyes sparkled. "I thought you didn't know anything, so I was kind of suspicious, but who knew you had a unique attribute?" Yuchan scratched his head awkwardly with a chuckle. Just glad nobody got hurt. They call this a unique attribute. Sung is suddenly charged toward the monsters. Oh right, I gotta check the Hunter Academy's official YouTube channel. Running after him, Yuchan yelled, "Be careful." Before Yuchan could finish his words, the reversal flame, a monster suddenly burst out from the black smoke. The flame wouldn't go out until the target was completely dead. A surge of crimson blood squirted out, staining everything around them red. Sung A's whole body trembled, tears welling up in his eyes. Kit, his hands grabbed onto the monster covered in blood. Even though he didn't know what Dub was, Yuchan stepped up to shield him in front. "You've got a gentle face, but you really should stop watching those things." He spoke up again to ask, "Can I borrow that stick?" Only then did Sung snap back to his senses from the shock. The kid obediently handed the stick over to Yuchan. The monsters that hadn't been fully incinerated immediately pounced from all directions, surrounding the two of them. His eyes swept over them with a cold gaze. Relentless strikes were whipped out repeatedly as blood splattered everywhere. Yuchan glided past all the monsters. Everywhere he passed by was instantly drenched in deep red blood. Sung A's eyes widened as if witnessing an unbelievable sight. The kid stammered out, "Holy crap, are you actually a hunter in disguise?" He didn't answer, just stood there catching his breath. "Man, even after returning to Earth, I still have to smell the stench of blood. I just wanted to get some peaceful rest after all that suffering. Who would have thought this world wouldn't be any different from that other one?" Inside the shelter, a large crowd gathered together, chatting animatedly. The heavy door slowly creaked open, a dry noise echoing through the space. Yuchan walked in from outside, grumbling nonstop. "So now, instead of calling you a brat, I'm supposed to call you kiddo." Holding his stick, Sung A followed, right behind. You're discriminating against elementary schoolers. Spotting the two of them, a woman gasped aloud. Yoon Sung-ae. With an anxious look on her face, she hugged the kid tight and asked, "Did you bring Yoon Sung-ae back?" "Thank you so much. You must have had a tough time with this stubborn child." "Mom, he doesn't know anything." Yuchan scratched his head and replied, "Ah, yes." Noticing the designer earrings and expensive clothes on Sung-ae's mother, he thought to himself, turns out he's a rich young master. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the ground, sending everyone present into a panic. A giant hand punched straight through the shelter door, caving it in. A loud crashing sound echoed out. People looked outside in absolute terror. The monster opened its mouth wide, roaring in its own language. The terrified crowd scattered in chaos. The shelter had collapsed. People ran for their lives. Feeling a bit scared, Sung-ae turned his head toward Yuchan. "Mister, let's run this time. There's no way we can fight that." His face darkened as he pondered. "I wasn't asking for much." Yuchan's arm trembled. "All I wanted was to return to the world I knew, to my beloved homeland." He clenched his fist so hard his palm bled. Was that dream really too much to ask? Yuchan spoke in a low voice. Kiddo Sung countered in annoyance. "I told you stop calling me that." Ignoring him, Yuchan went on. "You're from a rich family. Why do you even want to be a hunter? Couldn't you just stay somewhere safe? You don't have to fight." The kid quietly listened to everything Yuchan had to say. "I lost my dad to monsters, and an invasion rift appeared right inside a shelter, a place that was supposed to be safe. That's when I realized there's no safe place in this world. So even if I'm not strong like you yet, and even if I'm still scared of monsters, I'm going to become the strongest hunter." Sung suddenly shouted at the top of his lungs, "Wipe out every invasion rift and save this world." To him, it was probably just a foolish dream. Yuchan suddenly smiled. "Kiddo, you're going to become an outstanding hunter." After saying that, he stepped forward. "Even if I can't save the world." She stood beside the kid and pulled him back. Yoon Sung-ae, "No, let's go." But Sung refused, trying to break free and run toward Yuchan. "Wait, mister." A sudden cold gust of wind swept in, causing both of them in their tug-of-war to freeze in their tracks. Sung quickly turned around to look behind him, his eyes widening in complete shock. Right before him, Yuchan was placing his hand directly onto the giant monster, because doing this was his job after all. Sung-ae's eyes sparkled as he looked at him. "Save the world, huh?" Yuchan tilted his head with a gentle smile. "Since I've already done it once, I'm definitely going to do a better job than you." After 20 years of slaying monsters in another world and finally returning to Earth, before I could even enjoy my freedom, I was already dragged right into an invasion rift. Luckily, thanks to my past life's experience, I survived. And after promising the kid I'd save the world, Yuchan sat in front of a computer screen, biting down on a water bottle. I didn't do a damn thing. He was playing a computer game. The victory screen popped up. Yuchan pulled the water bottle out, his eyes still glued to the screen. "So that's how it is. Piece of cake." He reached out and grabbed an ice-cold can of soda. "Anyone who's saved the world before plays games better." What on earth is this? Even though I made such a passionate declaration in front of everyone, my intention to save the world didn't last very long. Back in that other world, I used to dream about games, delicious food, and a high-tech system where everything only takes a single touch. Besides, saving the world is already taken care of by the hunters anyway, so whatever. Yuchan picked up his phone and pondered. Should I just order some food? Welfare benefits? That's all. The original owner of this body, Yuchan, used to be a logistics company employee, but he lost his job because of the invasion rifts. Now that his welfare benefits have run out, while I was looking for a new job, he slouched his face low onto the desk, as if normal recruitment even existed anymore. Yuchan slumped lazily over the desk. Invasion rifts kept popping up constantly, driving most companies into bankruptcy. Well, it makes sense. To survive in modern society, you need a job. Companies only hire people with experience. Lying next to his phone screen that was still lit up, but it's not like I don't have experience either. At the Hunter Association area stood a towering skyscraper, with people constantly bustling in and out. Oh man, I'm finally becoming a hunter. It's just an entrance exam, but why am I so hyped? These entrance exams are just a formality nowadays. As long as you show off your unique attribute, you'll pass. A pair of indifferent eyes scanned past. They were all just cookie-cutter idiots. As an imposing figure walked boldly into the middle of the crowd. What if I become too famous? Anyway, our batch is definitely gonna... Before he could finish his sentence, he gasped in shock at the person right ahead of him. Who the hell is that? Look, it's Lee Se-eun. Lee Se-eun from Janabi. Walking in the center was Lee Se-eun, a global top 100 ranker hunter and a member of Janabi. The onlookers quickly started gossiping. I thought she wanted to clear an invasion rift over there. Is Janabi sending people here to scout recruits? Who are they here to see? Holding her phone, she flipped through each person's profile. Academy graduate Han sang awakened ability, electric shock. Lee Se-eun rested her cheek on her hand and asked casually, "Guess she can charge phone batteries?" The guard beside her quickly waved his hands and replied, "She's not a power generator. She's a hunter candidate. Her ability control seems pretty good. She'll probably be useful." Her response left him stunned. Could be, or cannot be, right? A sudden shout rang out, startling the guard half to death. "If you want to hunt invasion rift monsters, you need real combat." Whoa, scared the crap out of me. The other guard said with an excited face, "Even if they stand out at the academy, plenty of people don't perform well in real combat." Satisfied, Lee Se-eun pulled out a candy and handed it to him. "That's exactly my point. Come on, let me hunt." "Thanks for the compliment. Lee Se-eun Bandev. Training is a world apart from real combat. Can these kids who are only used to safe practice actually handle a real battlefield?" Even Han Sang will need a long time to adapt. Sitting up in the stands, she looked down below. The team leader knows that, so even if I'm absent for a whole week. The announcer's voice echoed, "Ladies and gentlemen, hunters, let us begin the very first match right now." Watching below with a hint of amusement. Either way, I just have to complete the assigned task, raising my own value, so they'll want to recruit me. The announcer adjusted his mic. "Oh ho, now this candidate is interesting. He's a civilian, not a graduate from the academy. There's never been a precedent like this. What is he relying on to stand on this arena floor?" Candidate Yu-chan stepped out, looking a bit confused. "I'm still not used to this new name." The MC's voice boomed across the arena. "I will now announce the match rules. No personal weapons outside of the association's equipment allowed. Severe injury or life-threatening harm is strictly prohibited." Yu-chan looked at his opponent with a serious expression. "Since I've decided to be a hunter, first of all, number 1, save this world that's about to go down the drain." While he was lost in thought, his opponent spoke up first. "Number 2, live a comfortable and wealthy life." How absurd. Yu-chan paid it no mind and sank deeper into his thoughts. "To do that, I need to get good results in this tournament first." The announcer shouted, "Both candidates, take your positions." He raised his hand high, opened his mouth wide, and took a deep breath. The moment his hand dropped, the opponent charged forward instantly. The battle began. He gave a sly smirk and said, "Am I really fighting someone who hasn't accumulated a shred of magic power?" Facing that blazing momentum, Yu-chan remained standing still, completely unfazed. "You should consider it an honor to lose to me." His opponent's face was full of smug triumph and malice. Flames suddenly burst forth around the guy's body. "I am the undefeated spear master of the academy." No matter how fierce the aura was, his eyes remained indifferent without a flicker of emotion. As the spear tip slammed heavily into the ground, the sound of metal clashing against the floor echoing with a sharp clatter. Just as he pointed the spear tip forward, he froze. What is this?" His face showed sheer disbelief. He vanished. Suddenly, a voice whispered right beside his ear, "Hey," as Yu-chan rushed in from his right. "Your spear technique is ridiculously sloppy," as he threw a punch straight into his opponent's stomach, leaving him no time to block. Yu-chan's foot stomped down hard on the opponent's foot, and then he threw an uppercut straight to his face. The relentless barrage of strikes was too much for his opponent to handle, his momentum sending him crashing to the ground. Yu-chan looked bewildered and quickly called out, "Hey, wait, is it already over? I thought using a spear could easily cause severe injuries, so I used my bare hands instead." Truly, his skill level was astoundingly amateurish. Hopefully, this isn't the average standard of hunters around here. Lee Se-eun's eyes instantly lit up as she stared at him. "Who is that guy?" She immediately reopened his profile to check again. I heard he used to be a logistics worker. The guard beside her leaned close to her ear and whispered, "There's almost no magic power inside his body, milady. To achieve that kind of strength, it usually takes a long time of accumulation, but this result proves he's just lucky." Lee Se-eun tossed a candy into his hand, telling him to chew on it and shut his mouth. She thought seriously for a moment and then spoke up. "Anyone can tell just by looking. It's actually not like that at all. He intentionally refrained from using magic power. Got it?" Yu-chan rubbed the back of his neck with doubt. "How could that be? Even though I held back, it should be enough to prove my abilities. Maybe I should wrap things up a bit more decisively." The guy sat on the floor, holding his face in his hands. "How could you?" Raising his fist, Yu-chan reassured him, "Don't worry, it's not a fatal injury." The guy immediately threw his hands up in terror to shield himself. A loud thud rang out in the noisy arena as he laid flat on the ground. His eyes rolled back and unfocused. Murmurs began to spread through the crowd. "What? The winner is candidate Yu-chan." Lee Se-eun glanced subtly off to the side. The crowd kept whispering back and forth. After thinking for a moment, she stood up abruptly and said, "While those guys are clicking away on their computers, I need to take action. I want to see his true strength." The guard turned back to look and asked, "Where are you going?" Lee Se-eun smiled and replied, "I need to meet the association president." In the following matches, Yu-chan fought while thinking to himself, "So weak. Even if they're rookie hunters, how can they be this weak?" The more he fought, the more average everyone seemed. He needed only a single strike to take down armed opponents. What on earth are they teaching at that academy? Even after going through multiple rounds, Yu-chan showed not the slightest hint of fatigue. Is there really no one decent here? White hair fluttered softly in the air. The spectators above gasped again. "Wow, so pretty. We finally get to see her." A girl stepped out carrying a sword. "Ansanga, here comes the finalist candidate. Will she be able to stop the advance of this mysterious rookie?" Yu-chan tilted his head, about to say something. "Oh, at least you." Before he could finish, she cut him off with a disdainful sigh. "You're the one who accumulated the most magic power today, huh?" Han Sang spoke up in response. "Meanwhile, you have nothing. You only got this far by pure luck. You won't be going any further." He scratched his head and said calmly, "Did the academy teach you those cliché lines too?" Only then did Yu-chan draw his weapon. Seeing him use his bare hands, she assumed he didn't have a unique attribute. A flash of electricity flickered in her eyes. "I won't pull any punches, though." His expression looked immensely amused. Thanks. A unique attribute? I do have one, but if I actually used it, you guys would end up hurt." The moment the signal was given, Han Sang took a deep breath to brace herself. As the signal echoed out, blinding sparks of electricity flared around her, ready for battle. Han Sang-a's hand gripping the hilt of her sword was enveloped in light and electric currents. Only then did Yu-chan's eyes widen, as if he had finally met a worthy opponent. With her eyes turned completely white, Han Sang kicked hard against the air, launching herself forward. As she charged ahead, she suddenly faltered for a split second, and before her slash could even be unleashed, he somersaulted through the air to dodge it. Stunned, she thought to herself, he dodged it? He actually leaped right over my electric shock? Interesting. Using magnetism on the sheath and blade to create a railgun-like propulsion when drawing the sword. Landing on the ground, he placed one hand on the floor to balance himself. "Well, yeah, you're the strongest here, but you missed a crucial detail." Confused, Han Sang asked back, "What?" Yu-chan explained in detail, "Your thought process during attacks is way too focused on speed." Han Sang-a's mistake was creating a magnetic runway in midair to accelerate her sword as she drew it. He sneered and continued, "No matter how fast and strong you are, who's going to stand still and take a hit when they can see the trajectory so clearly?" She was rendered speechless, unable to say another word. "Don't you dare!" Han Sang shouted in frustration. "Even without using that skill, I'm still gonna win." Yu-chan charged forward with a playful tone. "Are you stupid? I dodged your fastest attack already." Ignoring him, she continued to pour all her strength into her attack. This time, the slash was unleashed with tremendous force, yet he calmly dodged right past it. "I'm overexerting myself. I'm pushing my magic power too hard. If I keep this up, my body will break." Unscathed, Yu-chan stood right in front of Han, saying, "Pretty impressive, but let's end this here." He let out a smile, but his words cut like a knife. "If it hurts, raise your left hand, okay?" Without a moment's hesitation, Yu-chan punched her hard in the stomach. Unable to block in time, Han Sang was struck so hard she spat out saliva. Pulling his arm back from her stomach, he took a stance, preparing for the next strike. A barrage of relentless punches rained down, leaving her unable to defend as she took the full brunt of the assault. Yu-chan raised his arm high, preparing to unleash the final blow. The strike was so powerful that even the surrounding dust and debris were blown into the air by the wind. Han Sang-a's face was completely dazed from the beating, blood gushing from her nose. She collapsed limply onto the arena floor. Before the eyes of the entire crowd, the onlookers stood there with bewildered faces. No way. Han Sang-a, the top graduate of the academy, was completely overwhelmed. Where the hell did this guy pop out from? Turning around, Yu-chan nonchalantly massaged his shoulder. Even though she's far superior to the others, collapsing at this level probably means she relies way too much on magic power and slackers on physical training. Exhaling deeply, he glanced back over his shoulder. Planning to keep going, Han Sang-a's hand slowly rose high into the air, her arm trembling uncontrollably, yet she still forced it up. His previous words echoed in Yu-chan's mind. "If it hurts, raise your left hand." He smiled and thought to himself, she actually raised her hand for real? Out of nowhere, someone suddenly ran toward the MC. Confused, the announcer asked aloud, "What is it?" Whatever that person whispered made him bold up and announce, "Attention, there's been a change in the match schedule. Champion Yu-chan, please take a short break." Hearing that, he questioned in confusion, "A break? We're not done yet." The announcer continued, "Following this will be a special match between Champion Yu-chan and an active hunter." What? This has been granted under special authorization by the association president. Audience, please give a round of enthusiastic applause. Hearing this, the guards broke into a heavy sweat. So she still went ahead and decided to do it. Standing below, Yu-chan looked up. The opponent's name was already displayed on the screen. The crowd's reaction clearly indicated this was a hunter of serious caliber. "A special match, huh? Want to test my capabilities?" Every world is the exact same. The sound of a sword dragging along the floor echoed out. Yu-chan, right? Long hair fluttered softly in the wind as Lee Se-un walked forward. "Sorry for popping up out of nowhere, but this was the only way to check your true strength." Holding her massive sword, she introduced herself. "I'm Lee Se-un from Janabi." The arena earlier seemed a bit too cramped. "How about a match with me, Yu-chan? If it's too difficult, you can decline." I understand how sudden this is. He was also slightly taken aback, thinking to himself, Lee Se-un, a global high-ranked hunter. Furthermore, her current presence and composure are no bluff. This is peak strength. Even if I had a weapon, it'd be tough to match her with my current body. Regaining his composure, Yu-chan smiled, but he suddenly spoke up. "Sure, let me fight you right now." The announcer gasped upon hearing that. "Right now?" Yu-chan explained, "Honestly, I haven't used much strength up until now, so maybe now I could show you something worth seeing." Lee Se-un let out a subtle smirk, teasingly. "You really eager for a beating, huh?" He didn't reply right away, but pondered to himself. "I have to fight anyway, so meeting her head-on is actually pretty nice. I'll harvest the absolute best results from this tournament. She's the absolute perfect opponent for me to pull that off. Let's see here." Holding a spear, Yu-chan said, "Should I raise my market value a bit?" Right at that moment, everyone turned their eyes forward in utter shock. The commentator's expressions also looked extremely grim. Gripping her weapon tightly in her palm, Lee Se-un lunged forward. Yu-chan Suk immediately used his blade to block her attack. He gritted his teeth. How can a woman's body possess such terrifying power? Snapping out of his thoughts, Yu-chan Suk's arm struck back in a counterattack. Losing her momentum, Lee Se-un quickly retreated back to her original position. Her eyes locked onto the man opposite her with a sharp glare. Compared to the beginning, his speed had dropped significantly. Gasping heavily for air, Yu-chan Suk thought to himself, "It's not that she doesn't have openings, but my current physical stamina isn't enough to exploit those gaps." Suddenly, Lee Se-un chuckled and spoke up. I thought I'd get to stretch my legs after so many days. But who knew you were already completely exhausted? Still, you did great. I thought you'd only hold out for 5 minutes. With those words, her feet slowly sidestepped, and she instantly charged forward with her weapon, having surprisingly dragged this out for a full 30 minutes. Now then, take a rest. Gripping his weapon tightly in his palm, Yu-chan-suk stepped back. I've accumulated quite a bit, but the amount of magic power in the air is low. Lowering his head while breathing heavily with rapid gasps in his chest, Yu-chan-suk thought to himself, even though I didn't want to resort to it, I guess I have to make a move. Snapping out his thoughts, he regained his composure. Reversal flame. Mid-air leap, Lee Se-un suddenly froze. Without a single moment of hesitation, she slammed her weapon directly onto the ground. Yu-chan-suk quickly leaped out from the middle of the dense cloud of smoke. Smirking, Lee Se-un thought, that was definitely a fatal blow. How on earth did he dodge it? Yu-chan-suk suddenly stood, dazed with his clothes in tattered rags. What in the world was that? His face slowly lifted as a gloomy aura enveloped him. Reversal flame is a special skill I used non-stop before returning to Earth, and it's my most reliable power. Unlike ordinary fire, as you can tell by my clothes staying intact, this flame doesn't burn physical matter. Instead, each flame utilizes abstract concepts I specify as fuel. At my current output, I can't burn things with high ignition points like will, memories, or reason. Charging forward on bare feet, the thing I'm going to burn right now is maintaining her cold demeanor. Lee Se-un backed away. You got faster, huh? In an instant, the blade attacked with its powerful innate property, fatigue. Startled, Lee Se-un gritted her teeth and glared. Did you recover? Finishing her sentence, she immediately launched a relentless barrage of counterattacks against Yu-chan-suk. Lee Se-un thought to herself, what is this? The magic density in the air keeps fluctuating wildly, but the arena settings haven't changed at all. Then could it be? On the other side, Yu-chan-suk looked forward in dazed realization. Just as ordinary fire emits heat when burning matter, reversal flame releases magic power when burning abstract concepts. Using magic power to sustain the reversal flame, and then the reversal flame burns my fatigue to generate magic power. Immediately, his feet dashed forward. It really is an endless cycle. Lee Se-un's entire body leaped high into the air, her eyes shining brightly. In other words, my skill is actually her weapon. In a flash, a thick cloud of smoke swirled all around them. With resolute eyes, Lee Se-un spoke up. You still want to keep going? But Yu-chan-suk showed no intention of giving up right now. His strategy was to cling on to the very end. Tilting his head slowly, he let out a smirk. You still have plenty of energy to keep playing. By the way, do you happen to like guys who stick to you like a leech? Agitated, Lee Se-un hastily snapped back. I absolutely loathe them. A stream of thoughts flashed through Yu-chan-suk's mind. When you burn wood, it leaves behind ash, and once it's fully burnt, it can't burn anymore. Reversal flame leaves behind the same kind of residue. If everything is burned to ash, the reversal flame will disappear. Slowly raising her watch face, Lee Se-un called out loudly. 3 hours and 17 minutes. She looked down below. You really held out for a long time. You still want to go? Holding his face, Yu-chan-suk groaned. No more. Please have mercy on me. Immediately, an announcement echoed out. Candidate Yu-chan-suk forfeits. Kanter Lee Se-un wins. Right after the announcement, Lee Se-un slowly pulled a piece of candy out from inside her coat. Everyone in the stands cheered with high excitement. The hunter won. Lee Se-un smiled radiantly and said, All right, great job. Here's a treat for you, plus my business card. Yu-chan-suk glanced down at the business card in his hand. Janabi Team 3 Partner Hunter. Lee Se-un chuckled and waved her hand. We'll talk details later. Just give me a call first. The final announcement rang out. We hereby declare the conclusion of the hunter selection. Will the winner, Yu-chan-suk, please step up to the podium to receive his award? Down below, he was still contemplating. Janabi is a hunter organization. Huh? Right at this moment, Yu-chan-suk was trying to savor the piece of candy from Lee Se-un. He stared intently at his phone screen. Does this phone come with a hunter license? Look at this technology. Did I really just get a license? Hunter community, second-hand market for monster loot, emergency association broadcasts, satellite military messaging, and calls. He slowly lifted his face. Every single thing in the world is on here. Suddenly, a voice cut in. You're Hunter Yuchan-suk, right? Looking at it in person is even more impressive than through a camera. Yuchan-suk politely extended his hand. The man was truly tall, easily over 2 meters. Yes, but are you Yoon Sung-hyun? In a deep voice, he offered, here's my business card. He muttered under his breath. Taebeek partner Hunter Yoon Sung-hyun. The man interrupted him. To be exact, I'm the partner hunter of the Taebeek run team. Yoon Sung-hyun said bluntly, forget all that, just join Taebeek, specifically my team. Gain enough experience under me, and you'll shine. Yuchan-suk continued to search Yoon Sung-hyun's face intently. It didn't seem like scam. Suddenly, he remembered Lee Se-eun's words. Here's my number, call me. Yuchan-suk felt awkward. Someone else invited me first, so I can't make a promise right now. I need to think it over before deciding. Yoon Sung-hyun let out a loud laugh. Did you think I was going to force you into an answer right now? Suddenly, his hand rested on Yuchan-suk's shoulder, but Yoon Sung-hyun slowly leaned in close and whispered, you'd better consider it carefully. He quickly turned to leave. See you around. Yuchan-suk stared blankly at Yoon Sung-hyun's receding back. Guess I'm skipping Taebeek. Lee Se-eun spoke politely over the phone. Yes, Lee Se-eun speaking. The person on the other end quickly replied, this is Yuchan-suk. Where should I head? She continued, second floor of the Sky Pavilion Association building. Let me send you the address. Before long, he had quickly arrived at the Sky Pavilion Association. The staff member gave a bright smile. Welcome to Sky Pavilion. Lee Se-eun turned around and waved. You got here fast. Come, take a seat. Yuchan-suk slowly approached. That's a strange name for a cafe. She asked, how did things go? He quickly sat down across from her. Someone came to recruit me into a guild, a huge guy. Yuchan-suk emphasized. It was Yoon Sung-hyun from Taebeek. Lee Se-eun smiled and replied. Since Yoon Sung-hyun came to scout you in person, other guilds definitely won't dare invite. He lowered his head with a smirk. Does that apply to Janabi too? She said in a low voice. Huh? I never had any intention of recruiting you, though. Yuchan-suk was surprised. What? Then why? Lee Se-eun continued. How about operating independently without joining a guild? Like a freelancer. Resting his chin on his hand, he thought to himself, is it really okay to go through life without joining a guild? She said softly, Yoon Sung-hyun was planning to recruit you as a junior. Yuchan-suk paused. A junior? What's a junior position? And what does a partner hunter mean? Lee Se-eun nadif. All right, you didn't graduate from the academy, did you? Guild hunters are usually divided into 3 tiers. Juniors, seniors, and partners. Juniors and seniors belong to teams led by hardcore partners, essentially functioning as salaried employees. Partner hunters don't draw a salary. Instead, they hold equity in the guild, acting almost like small business owners. They split the profits generated by the guild. Yuchan-suk understood a bit better now. Sounded a lot like a law firm. Lee Se-eun nadif. Exactly. Word has it the hunter who founded the first guild took inspiration from law firms. You don't necessarily have to join a guild. Start as a junior, advance to a senior, and then work your way up to partner. He smirked. I get it. If you're famous and have an impressive track record, they'll naturally come looking for you. Lee Se-eun said excitedly. Spot on. Yuchan-suk frowned in confusion. Why does everyone keep pushing me to go hunting? But without connections or experience, it's hard to get decent rates. Lee Se-eun cut in with a low voice. I'll act as your bridge, completely free of charge. Yuchan-suk grimaced. I don't get why you're helping me out so much. She slowly leaned back. In the future, when you're famous enough for guilds, and hey, Janabi included, to scout you, just think of it that way, all right? He added, like an investment in the future. Immediately, an envelope was placed on the table. Read this. The choice is yours. Yuchan-suk quickly opened the envelope. What's this? Lee Se-eun explained, it's a raid request from Incheon City, at a place called Jiadong. 2 years ago, they failed to clear an rift, so it became a hazard zone. He followed up, so I just need to go there and clear the rift? She shook her head. You'll have to patrol Jiadong Island to scout, and if any new rifts spawn, eliminate them. Yu Chan-suk stared intently at the papers, starting in 1 month, a 500 deposit, and an additional 1,500 upon completion. Considering it was a life-threatening job, the pay wasn't particularly high. Lee Se-eun looked up with a smirk. If you're unsatisfied, get stronger and make a name for yourself. The money will naturally pour into your pockets then. She emphasized in a low tone. So, what's your answer? Yu Chan-suk's lips parted slightly, hesitating. 2 expensive cars were speeding down the road. He agreed. What's he like? Lee Se-eun answered softly. Yeah. The person on the phone expressed surprise. Yu Chan-suk is just a commoner. Yet beating a weapon-wielding opponent with his bare hands in the tournament is pretty impressive. She smirked. Pretty impressive is an understatement. Give him a little taste and see what he can do. He went toe-to-toe with me for 4 whole hours. The caller was shocked. Is that so? That's probably because you held back your strength. Lee Se-eun complained. Team leader, I'm a hunter with 10 years of experience. 10 years of grinding through the absolute worst hellholes. Normally, I just toy with them, but he lasted 4 hours. It's unbelievable. Even if they were reborn, a monster like that rarely comes along. The voice on the phone grew serious. Even if you hold him in high regard. The Jiadong assignment specifically recruits experienced hunters. No matter how good he is it really fine to let him operate among veterans? Lee Se-eun's palm gripped the hilt of her sword tightly. Don't worry about that, team leader. I've attached someone reliable to him. The caller hesitated. Yeah, the Janabi strategy is your call. What if he reaches your level, though? Lee Se-eun chuckled and said, this might rub you the wrong way, but if Yu Chan-suk reaches my level, he might just be able to take you down too. Team leader, 1 month ago, at Yu Chan's apartment, a delivery worker was struggling to haul a heavy package on his back. Unit 1506. Is it 1506? His finger quickly pressed the doorbell. What on earth is in this thing that makes it heavy enough to kill someone? The delivery worker fumbled outside the door for a moment, wondering which unit was next. Right then, Yu Chan quickly took the delivery package and slammed the door shut. It arrived. With arms crossed, he stared at the item before him. Pretty modern, huh? The button on the package was finally pressed, opening slowly. Instantly, Yu Chan's gaze froze in slight astonishment, looking down at his hands with considerable excitement. This spear will do for now, and here's the elixir. Elixirs are emergency medicine commonly used by hunters, containing concentrated mana. Useful when an urgent surge of energy is needed. Standard mana usage is like drinking water from a purifier. Control the mana in the air, store it in the body, and draw on it when needed. Elixirs shorten this process, but my mana usage differs from ordinary people. I skip the storage phase and absorb it directly from the air. The advantage is an infinite supply, since I draw from atmospheric mana. Furthermore, as the meridians process and release mana, they gradually strengthen, allowing them to hold far more energy. The only drawback is the low output when the meridians aren't fully developed, making it hard to generate immense power in a short time. Right now, there's no time to wait and gradually accumulate it. So if I train hard for a month, I'll definitely reach the required level. On a crisp morning with fresh air at Jiadong Island in Incheon, everyone was standing in a massive, crowded line. Right away, a phone with a lit screen was pulled out, tilted his head, and spoke. ID verified for Team 8 Hunter Yu Chan-suk. A piece of paper marked with the team number was firmly pinned to the post, as noisy chatter began to fill the air. This month pays pretty well. When are we moving out? I am terrified. So sleepy. Number 8. Is this Sector 8? Suddenly, Han Sang called out loudly from out of nowhere. Yu Chan-suk. He replied in a low voice. You seem surprisingly calm. Han Sang held the hilt of her sword tightly. I'm always like this. Last time was just static electricity. Anyway, it's great we're on the same team. Let's work together on this mission. Yu Chan turned back coldly. Why should I? Han Sang slowly followed behind him. You're stronger than me, so I want to learn from you. Yu Chan started complaining. Man, my shoulder feels like it's about to fall off. Feeling awkward, she grimaced. Did you dislocate it? Habitual dislocations are dangerous. Using a spear like that will get you killed. You need to take care of your health. Yu Chan frowned, thinking back to the tournament. She really doesn't know how to take a joke at all. Immediately, someone made an announcement. Attention, everyone, please assemble. Teammate, Since all members are present, I will now brief you on the mission details. Since we have new members, I'll explain the terminology, so please bear with us. Invasion rifts are classified into Tier 1, 2, 3, and unranked. The closer to Tier 1, the more dangerous it is. Additionally, if it's the first rift to appear in an area, Alpha is added to its name. Currently, the location of the Alpha Rift in Jiadong is the church north of Insuri. Although it is currently an unranked rift, given its nature, the invasion rift will grow stronger over time. Everyone, please refrain from approaching it under any circumstances. Our mission is to patrol around Yupni-ri and Jiadong Mayan and locate and clear any secondary invasion rifts. Min Jae looked up in surprise. Assigning a clearance mission to a team with rookies? Murmurs started spreading through the crowd. We've arrived. This is Jiadong Island. The cold air reaches all the way here. It feels like my blood is freezing solid. Yu-chan stared blankly as he heard those words echoing around him. Talk about an exaggeration. By now, both he and Han Sang were in position and ready. And in just a brief moment, the sound of a signal whistle blasted out, causing everyone to turn their gaze forward. The situation on the island will be reported from the mobile command station. If you need support, please contact the command room. The final words were emphasized with extreme care. Good luck, hunters, Min Jae slowly explained. All right, first off, the plan. Yu-chan stared intently at his phone screen. Patrolling 2 sectors in 1 week should be fine. Suddenly, Min Jae stopped talking and turned around. Yu-chan pointed at the map and spoke up. Setting up camp at Weigi Temple and moving around that area would be best. Min Jae slowly adjusted his glasses. Who are you? First time seeing this rookie's face. Yodu was surprised and chimed in. Wait, why go to Weigi Temple? Yu-chan explained in a low voice. Weigi Temple overlooks Yupni-ri, and from the peak of Weigi Mountain, you get a clear view of Jiadong Mine. Plus, there's the old temple building to use as shelter. So naturally, coming here makes the most sense. Yodu said, somewhat agitated. There are tons of places to stay around here. Min Jae chimed in. What if we climb the mountain and get surrounded? Yu-chan replied nonchalantly. It's not like we're fighting 1,000 people. Why are you so scared of getting surrounded on a mountain? They seemed to be vehemently objecting. There was no way they were going to follow an inexperienced hunter's orders. Yu-chan thought to himself, I guess every world has its share of ignorant fools. Finally, he spoke up. In that case, feel free to act on your own. Right at that moment, something was moving through the deep forest at blinding speed. Yu-chan, Han Sang-ae, and Min Jae were running forward together. Yu-chan glanced sideways, expecting Han Sang-ae to be trailing behind. But who was this person? Their mana was slightly higher than Han Sang-ae's. It's Kim Min Jae, right? I'm curious. Why are you following us? He quickly replied. It's both of your first times participating, right? I was worried about letting 2 rookies operate on their own. Yu-chan smirked. Thanks for the concern. At least there's one decent guy around. Just as he cut off his train of thought, Yu-chan abruptly froze in his tracks, realizing the danger right in front of them. Without a moment's hesitation, his feet came to a sudden halt. Yu-chan immediately raised his hand, signaling to those behind him, hold on. Min Jae spoke nervously. Mr. Yu-chan Suk. Yu-chan instantly brought a finger to his lips, quiet down and looked behind that boulder. He gasped in surprise, Immediately, Min Jae quietly hid behind him, observing the view ahead. More and more monsters were appearing all at once. Min Jae grimaced and spoke up. We should take a detour. There are way too many. At least 50 of them. Yu-chan whispered calmly. Mr. Kim Min Jae, what's your unique trait? He gritted his teeth. Are you seriously planning to fight them? With murderous intent in his eyes, Yu-chan continued. Hunters fighting invaders is only natural, isn't it? He asked again. What's your unique trait? Min Jae stammered in response. Flame. He pressed further. And your most proficient skill? He hesitated slightly. Fireball. Yu-chan nodded quickly. Good. Why give the signal? Please strike first. Min Jae gasped. What? Han Sang-ae, standing beside them, interrupted. And what about me? Min Jae's eyes widened in shock. Even you, Ms. Han Sang-ae? This is insane. The 3 of us taking on 50 monsters? Besides, isn't this your very first mission? He began to panic. We should contact the other hunters right away. Yuchan cut him off abruptly before he could even finish. Unlike us, who set out from Wegi Temple, the other hunters are searching along the coastline. There's no guarantee they'll make it in time, even if they hear the distress call. If we let this pack scatter, they'll end up threatening the other hunters too. Min-jae heard every single word of the explanation clearly, without missing a syllable. He was right. Even if there were hunters nearby, the previous conflicts might prevent them from rushing over immediately. Yuchan continued to explain, which means we have to deal with them right now, even in this disadvantageous situation. The only way is an ambush. We're short on time, so I'll keep it brief. Min-jae, use your fireball to strike the center of their formation. I'll hold off the flanks. He continued explaining his plan. Han sang, "Hey, you follow this plan." She nodded, "Got it." Min-jae still seemed completely dumbfounded. A surprisingly detailed tactic that accounts for every variable. It's as if he's already been through countless battles like this, isn't it? Streams of bewildering thoughts flooded his mind. Who on earth was this guy? Right at that moment, all the monsters turned to look in the same direction. In the blink of an eye, Min-jae was the first to strike. Instantly, the fireball unleashed its immense destructive force, blazing with roaring flames. The monsters were simultaneously being incinerated from the inside by the inferno. Min-jae spoke hurriedly. "I need time to prepare the next fireball." Yuchan smirked and nodded. "Got it. As soon as you're ready, blast them right away." Min-jae's eyes filled with confidence in his own power. "All right, copy that." In the blink of an eye, Yuchan built up momentum and leaped forward, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. "I prioritize combat efficiency above all else." Yuchan's body moved flawlessly. Dividing roles was the key factor. The monsters before them seemed to be losing all control. Yuchan thought to himself, "While waiting for the next fireball, I'll keep the rest of the pack from getting close to Kim Min-jae. Of course, stopping this entire horde completely on my own is impossible." The corners of his lips curled into a smirk. That's precisely why clear task delegation is necessary. Meanwhile, Han Seng-ae's hand was still tightly gripping the hilt of her sword, as she charged at the monsters without a single trace of fear. Surges of electricity crackled and coursed through Han Seng-ae's entire body. Suddenly, Min-jae shouted through the veil of fire, "Yuchan, the fireball is ready." He quickly turned his head and called back, "I can dodge it on my own, shoot." Min-jae immediately clasped his hands together to summon a fireball surging with raw, potent power. Yuchan's entire body swiftly leaped out of the fireball's blast radius, his palm still firmly gripping his blade. Yuchan's eyes turned terrifyingly cold as he roared, "Kill them all." The battle raged on fiercely in the deep woods, until finally, the sharp tip of a blade was driven straight into the ground, leaving a dense cloud of smoke behind that created a scene of pure chaos. Yuchan spoke in a low voice, "Great work, everyone." But at some point, Min-jae had pointed the barrel of a gun straight at him. Min-jae lowered the gun helplessly and waved his hand. "Can we rest for a bit?" Yuchan thought to himself, why is he suddenly making a move like that? The man pulled out a high-tech device. Yuchan asked curiously, "Is that a microchip implanter?" Min-jae replied, "Yeah. Once the mission is over and safety is secured, the scavengers I contracted with will come to collect." He found it baffling. Scavengers? Min-jae continued nonchalantly, "It's hard for us to harvest loot from monster corpses ourselves. It's bulky and heavy, so we tag them with chips like this. After the mission, the scavengers come around to pick up everything of value. They appraise and sell the loot, split the profits according to the contracted commission rate, and return the remainder to the hunter who tagged the body." Yuchan voiced his skepticism. "Can those guys really be trusted?" Min-jae chimed in cheerfully. "That's why finding a reliable scavenger to sign with is so important." Still, that was seriously insane. The three of us taking down 50 monsters. That's practically unthinkable. Suddenly, a monster appeared out of nowhere and stood silently behind them, startling them both. Yuchan immediately shielded Min-jae, his gaze sharp as a razor. He spoke up, his voice chillingly cold. "This isn't good." Min-jae growled through gritted teeth. "What is it this time?" The monster opened its jaws wide, exposing rows of razor-sharp teeth. Yuchan glanced toward it. lost in thought. Looks like it's a mid-tier boss or something. He gritted his teeth in anger as he stared at it. In his mind, the pack leader from earlier was nothing compared to this. The amount of mana radiating from it was on a completely different level than those small fry. He shouted at the others, "Leave it to me. Do not interfere, no matter what." Yuchan thought, if it comes after us, neither of them will be able to escape. Ansanga hesitated, Jo-chan. But Min-jae cut her off. "We should team up to buy time, then retreat and report the situation." Yuchan growled, emphasizing every single word in anger. "Just back off and go. Do you want to go home in a body bag?" Hearing those words, both of them were horrified, looks of complete disbelief on their faces. In Yuchan's mind, handling it alone was much easier. No need to worry about splash damage, leaving him free to unleash heavenly defying flames to finish it off as quickly as possible. He taunted, "Come at me, you toy." Clear blue skies stretched overhead, dotted with white clouds. Min-jae looked anxious. "Shouldn't we help him? It looks way too dangerous." Han Sang replied, "There's no need. It looks like Yuchan is being overwhelmed, but he hasn't taken a single hit yet. Not only that, attacks that I would have only avoided out of pure luck. He was able to dodge while counterattacking at the same time. Wherever his spear pierced, dark black flames burst forth. What on earth is that stuff? The more flames there are, the slower the monster gets." Yuchan seemed flustered at first, but now he's practically playing with it? Is he really just a rookie? How is that even possible? Yuchan charged forward, spinning in a circle, his hand gripping the sword tightly, before hurling it straight into the air. Han Sang-a's eyes widened in sheer shock. The spear. Did he just throw it away? Yuchan is in danger. However, the monster only lunged right in front of his face, baring its sharp teeth, without doing anything else. Then, it suddenly collapsed to the ground. The monster lay on the earth in agony, both of its eyes closed tight. Yuchan remarked calmly, "Exhausted all your energy and you can still move, huh? We need to finish this for good." Hearing that, the two of them panicked completely. Min-jae thought to himself, "No way. Yuchan was clearly being suppressed. So how is that monster down? What on earth just happened?" He spoke up. "Mr. Kim Min-jae." He quickly replied, "Ah, yes, I'm here. Is it normal for a monster like this to show up in Jiadong-do?" He answered, "I'm wondering the same thing. This is an invasion corps, after all. If this were a region with an invasion corps, a rank 3 classification would make sense. Invasion corps are divided into 4 ranks. According to the pre-mission report, the Alpha Invasion Corps in Jiadong-do is clearly unranked. So the Alpha Corps in Jiadong Mayan must have upgraded to rank 3. Han Sang spoke up, but the report said. He calmly cut her off. "If it's not rank 3, there's no other way to explain the current situation." Min-jae interjected, "Hold on. Unranked and rank 3 are worlds apart. If that's true, hardly any hunters will make it back alive. Yuchan, let's go rescue the other hunters. With your skill level, even if it's rank 3. Yuchan cut him off. "I refuse." What? He replied. "How am I supposed to rescue every wandering hunter on this island all by myself? I have my limits too. What I can't do, I can't do. Our mission isn't to rescue stranded hunters. It's to identify and destroy the emerging invasion corps. Besides, once you take on a job like this, you shouldn't expect everyone to walk away alive." Han Sang asked out of curiosity, "Yuchan, let me ask you this. If you were in that situation, what would you do? Would you also be helpless, resentful, and begging for your life? So of course we should take pity and help rescue them." He replied, "I'm not talking about whether I understand human emotions or not. I'm talking about results. There are deaths in life that are simply unavoidable. When facing that kind of death, no matter what you think or feel, you still die. So don't panic when faced with a hopeless situation. If you keep that mindset, you won't survive in this world." The door opened quietly, and someone walked in, speaking up. The building is still intact with no other signs of invasion. "Thank goodness." Yuchan raised his voice. "Do you see anything?" Min-jae replied, "It's too dark to see anything in particular. Luckily, thanks to the lights, I can spot the locations of the other hunters." Yuchan thought to himself that revealing locations with light like that was genuinely dangerous. If it were just small fry, getting spotted wouldn't matter. But if something like that monster from earlier showed up, he should at least send out a warning. This is Yu-chan from Squad 8. Considering the level of the monster we just faced, it's possible the Alpha invasion has upgraded to rank 3. Using lights carelessly could put you in danger, so keep it to a minimum. So, if we destroy the invasion core, will all the invaders disappear? Min Jae replied, right. Without energy from the invasion core, the invasion zone will collapse. Yu-chan pondered in his head. Then it's simple. We just have to destroy the invasion core. Han Sang calmly closed her eyes, as if deep in thought, while Min Jae also took the opportunity to catch a quick nap. Yu-chan thought, I heard this device sets off an alarm when monsters get close, so might as well relax. Luckily, I identified the location of the Alpha core in advance, so things should go smoothly from here. Suddenly, Yu-chan flinched, realizing why it had felt way too easy. A roaring voice echoed from the distance, and Yu-chan's voice faltered. You again? He turned around quietly and stared at it, muttering, that's an unfamiliar face. At the Hunter Association Command Center on Jiadong Island, a panicked voice echoed, reporting, signals from several members of Squad 5 have disappeared. They are suspected to be killed in action. Reports indicate that the monsters are operating systematically. One death confirmed in Squad 3. What on earth has been going on? It was supposed to be just an unranked invasion rift. State of emergency. We need reinforcements immediately. Activate the emergency communications network and send urgent support requests to nearby hunters in the area. Someone spoke up. Chief, someone is approaching the Alpha invasion rift. The chief yelled, contact him and tell him to stop right now. Who would dare be so reckless? The person heading toward the Alpha invasion core is Hunter Yu-chan from Squad 8, sir. Yu-chan was the first one to realize the invasion rift upgraded. He ordered, connect to his device immediately to confirm his survival status. He thought to himself that an invasion rift upgrading was unprecedented. In a situation like this, he was the first to grasp the situation and head straight for the Alpha rift. Maybe Yu-chan knew the answer. As soon as the connection was established, he heard cursing, faster than I thought. You guys said it was unranked, but I'm lucky I even dodged that. You guys don't go out hunting, so you didn't even bother investigating properly. Huh? Can you hear me loud and clear? Should I mute this? When I get back, I'm going to carve an invasion rift right onto each of your faces. Confirm that Yu-chan was alive. My current heavenly flame isn't strong enough to kill powerful entities. Against the strong ones, I can only use the flames to weaken them and finish them off with my spear. But that big guy over there won't even go down. He thought to himself that since he had used up too much Jiadong Island magic power during the day to fight the giant bat, his current strength was much weaker than usual. He couldn't leave Jiadong Island, so he had to find a place on the island where he could absorb magic power. Suddenly, he flinched as if he saw something. He saw a massive, ominous black pit. Found it. Without hesitating, he charged straight down into the black pit. Come follow me. There's something I need to check. The security officer's voice cracked in panic. Confirmed loss of GPS signal. The chief panicked. Hunter Yu-chan has entered the Alpha invasion rift. Yu-chan stepped inside and marveled. It's cleaner inside than I thought, huh? I heard unranked and rank 3 rifts aren't that spacious. So just how big are rank 1 and 2 rifts? Suddenly, footsteps echoed behind him, but he remained calm. Now that we're done touring the invasion rift, shall we end our relationship right here? I'm not really the type who likes being stalked. The monster opened its mouth wide as if it wanted to swallow Yu-chan whole. One of the biggest drawbacks of the heavenly flame was that it would cling to every living creature except himself, even if they were allies. If it exceeded his ability to control, he wouldn't be able to use it anymore. Yu-chan prepared to break away from the monster. A surge of purple light erupted from his spear. The monster roared frantically. He continued, but if I'm fighting alone, it's not a problem. What matters is from here on out. A source of blue light erupted from his body. The heart inside his chest had been completely dyed in a shade of blue. The magic power absorbed from the monster would spread throughout his entire body, expanding his blood vessels and toughening his physical frame. Yu-chan let out a heavy breath, feeling thrilled. The effect is better than expected. The monster seemed to lose control, its eyes rolling back white, its screech sounding as if it wanted to tear the sky apart. Yu-chan was ecstatic. Oh, let's see. He turned around to face the monsters. The giant monsters looked at him with greedy eyes. They called for backup. What a shame. Falling back like this would make it all meaningless. Yuchan stood in the middle of the massive black pit. Even though I'm several times stronger than when I started, I'm still far behind my time in the otherworldly realm. Where's the core of the invasion rift? According to Hunter Kim Min-jae, it's the strongest invasive creature in this space. Yuchan said in a low, raspy voice. Is it here? His eyes widened, his pupils shrinking drastically. A fierce battle was about to unfold. The monster slammed its sword hard onto the ground. Yuchan questioned it. You waited until the flames died down, didn't you? Look at you, you can even talk. Smart guy. A core really is on a whole different level. The monster threatened. You will die. Let's see, with my current skill level, I can pull off a fourfold strike. He leaped into the air to face the monster head-on. The spear quickly lunged forward, but the monster managed to block the attack in a flash. It looked at him with a glare full of contempt. Yuchan's eyes turned sharp. Twin spear. A surge of blue light burst from his body, leaving the monster terrified, unable to believe its own eyes. Twin spear was a technique that created a blue trail following the path of the strike, perfectly mimicking the initial attack and repeating it 4 times. If I jump into the blue trail and attack along with it, then it's just a simple move that repeats 4 strikes. But what if the blue trail attacks a beat late? Then it creates the inescapable rhythm of the wind twin spear. Faced with a coordinated attack that has a delay, the opponent is bound to make a mistake. A wild look entered his eyes. Let's finish this. He charged ahead and attacked the monster. The monster's body was riddled with holes, making it seem like it would simply fade away. But what in the world was popping out? A box? Yuchan slowly opened the box, and his eyes widened in surprise at what was inside. The staff member panicked. The invasion zone is expanding outward from the center of Jiadong Island. The department head yelled in anger. How are you guiding the hunters? Are you trying to get them all killed? We lost the signal from Team 9. Reinforcements ran into monsters and couldn't land on Jiadong Island due to interference. The department head thought to himself, is this really the end? Short of a miracle, all I could do is stand here and watch the hunters get wiped out. The staff member screamed in panic. Chief, we got a message from Hunter Yuchan. He's already inside the rift. What? What are you talking about? It's being projected on the main screen. To all units. As of right now, Alpha Rift on Jiadong Island has been cleared. Signal confirmed. Alpha Rift has disappeared. Threat cleared. Confirmed that all entities engaging the hunter have been eliminated. A miracle actually happened. How was that even possible? Yuchan sat on the grass, looking up at the sky. Man, the air is so fresh. The horde of monsters was blown backward by the slash. Covered in wounds from head to toe, Han Sang still forced herself to keep attacking. Her wrists were trembling so badly she could barely hold her weapon steady. Han Sang used her other hand to support it and lifted it high. She scanned her surroundings quickly and thought to herself, there are way more hits than during the day. Plus Yuchan Suk has vanished too. Min-jae, standing behind her, suddenly called out, Han Sang A. He asked her in a voice full of doubt, do you think we can actually make it out of here alive? Han Sang A didn't answer, thinking to herself, Kim Min-jae has hit his absolute limit, and I honestly don't know how much longer I can hang on either. A monster let out a roar with its mouth wide open. She stayed low to the ground, her face ice cold, when suddenly her body lost balance, and she collapsed, her legs completely out of strength. Seeing this, Min-jae cried out in panic, saying, "A." The monster kept its mouth wide open, displaying rows of sharp fangs, and his eyes bulged out in sheer terror. A massive roar echoed through the deep forest as the bright moonlight illuminated the pitch-black night below. Terrified, she squeezed her eyes shut tight. Feeling something was off, Han Sang slowly opened her eyes, only to see the surrounding monsters gradually vanishing into thin air. They were gone. At the Jiadong Island Hunter staging area, Yuchan Suk walked over with a somewhat dazed expression. Looks like quite a few people got hurt, huh? The invaders must have gone wild while everyone was split up. Two people in the group spotted him and gasped in shock. Huh? Yuchan Suk. Yuchan Suk. He ignored the chatter around him, keeping his head down in silence. Did he seriously clear a grade 3 invasion rift all by himself? Unbelievable. How on earth did he? Min-jae waved his hand and called out, Chan Suk. He looked toward the voice and saw the two of them resting. "Ah, there you guys are." He spoke up first. "I was totally blown away when I got the message. What made you decide to clear the rift all on your own?" Yu Chan-suk squatted down between the two of them and replied, "Maybe I wanted to protect the other hunters, so my heart took over instead of my brain." Hearing that, Han Sang tilted her head in utter disbelief. "What kind of logic is that? Just because things went smoothly, now you're acting all saintly." Yu Chan-suk continued, "If I knew it'd turn out like this, I should have set off before the contract ran out." Suddenly, someone stepped up from behind. "Hunter Yu Chan-suk, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Jong Tae from Byonyang, the Korean operating company, branch manager of North Incheon to Gyeonggi Branch 3. He glanced over his shoulder. "Ah, you're the one who requested me to come here." The man continued, "Do you mind giving me a moment of your time? The mayor wants to see you." Outside a massive building, the rain was pouring down heavily as Yu Chan-suk stepped out of the car. Issuing orders like "come see me," is that some kind of special perk for government officials, or what? Holding an umbrella against the rain, he looked inside the building. Ah, the contract didn't mention the payout rate. I wonder what it is for clearing a grade 3 rift. Since I'm here, might as well negotiate the price on the spot. A middle-aged man stepped out from inside. "A pleasure to meet you, Mr. Yu Chan-suk." Holding his umbrella, he flashed a trademark corporate smile. "I'm Lee Pil-jae, the coordinator for external relations." He led Yu Chan-suk inside. "The mayor is really looking forward to this meeting. I was shocked myself when I received the report on Jiadong Island early this morning. After reading it, the mayor canceled his entire morning schedule just to meet you." He sighed and replied, "Is that so? There was no need to rush. I didn't really do anything that grand." Lee Pil-jae put a hand up in polite refusal. "Don't say that. A rookie hunter clearing a grade 3 rift completely solo. A case like this hasn't happened since the era of the very first generation of hunters." Hearing that, he thought to himself, "Makes sense, I suppose. If I hadn't gone through real combat before, it would have been pretty tough for me to handle alone too. Though I heard there was a precedent. Wasn't that veteran guy a total monster?" While Yu Chan-suk was lost in thought, the man opened the door. "Mr. Mayor, Hunter Yu Chan-suk has arrived." Sitting at his desk, the mayor saw him and immediately greeted him. "Ah, thank you for coming all this way in such terrible weather. I am Park John, the mayor of Incheon. Forgive me for inviting you over on a day like this." He stood up from his chair to come welcome Yu Chan-suk. Come, please have a seat. Coordinator Lee Pil-jae, please bring us some coffee." Hearing the command, he quickly replied, "Yes, sir." The two sat down at the table and began to chat. "You really pulled off something massive for the country this time, Hunter Yu Chan-suk. From my perspective, as the mayor of Incheon, Jiadong Island was a really tough headache. I knew it had to be resolved, but with a limited budget, it was hard to go with an expensive option." Holding up his coffee cup, he answered cautiously, "It's fortunate that it was resolved this time at a relatively low cost, isn't it?" Park Jian agreed with Yu Chan-suk's words. "Precisely, though I heard this was your very first contract, Mr. Yu Chan-suk." He took a sip of coffee. "Yes, that's correct." Upon hearing that, he slammed his hand on the table and stood right up. "To think that the very first step of an outstanding figure like you started in Incheon, with the mayor of Incheon, I feel immensely proud. The Republic of Korea, the safest place in the world." Park John's sudden reaction left him completely bewildered. What on earth? So out of nowhere, Incheon is one of the key hub regions of South Korea. Thanks to our fantastic infrastructure with Incheon Airport, countless goods flow through here. On top of that, with the ongoing Free Economic Zone project, international cities like Songdo and Chongya have so many foreign investors eager to pour capital in that it's actually hard for me to choose. I will leverage the massive capital they pour into Incheon as well as the cargo moving through the airport to help smooth out the path ahead for you. Hunter Yu Chan-suk. Hearing that made him recall something from the past. "Yu Chan-suk, let me ask you something." While driving, Jong Tae from Byonyang asked, "Could you tell me what your goal is in pursuing the hunter profession?" Glancing at his phone, he answered in a rather crude manner. "If there's a toilet clogged full of crap, someone's got to jump into the dirty water to plunge it out, right?" The man tightened his grip on the steering wheel as if realizing something. "Ah, I see. You're going to become famous. Highly sought after, Talented hunters get invited to brand deals by top companies, and famous shows will invite you to appear. Yu Chan-suk smiled and asked back, "Sounds like you're worried I'll get ruined by fame?" Zhang Tae answered candidly, "Yes. Many promising hunters get drunk on success and forget their original mission. When you think about it, it's understandable. Just beyond the ceasefire line lies the invasion zone filled with dangerous monsters. South Korea is the only safe haven, hailed as the ultimate paradise on Earth. But even here, money runs the show. What you did this time, Mr. Yu Chan-suk, was extraordinary. Many people going through tough times will look up to you. I only hope you remain a symbol of hope for South Korea forever." Returning to the present, the dark clouds had begun to scatter. Hearing those words back then, I remember how thrilled I felt. Who would have thought he'd express it so bluntly like that? Too bad I've spent way too many years winning and experienced enough suffering that I no longer feel moved by meaningless fame or superficial rewards. Yu Chan-suk tilted his head and spoke up. "If I'm receiving this much support, I should probably do something in return." For instance, his next sentence made Park Ji-on freeze in his tracks. Like helping a mayor whose approval rating is currently plummeting stay in office. Sitting back down in his chair, he brought a hand to his mouth and cleared his throat. "You certainly catch on fast." Yu Chan-suk immediately explained, "Well, phones have everything on them these days. Your term ends early next year, and looking at the current situation, most people think re-election is going to be tough." Park Ji-on felt a wave of uneasiness wash over him. "Quite straightforward, aren't you? Actually, during the process of taking this contract, didn't you need approval from the Incheon office?" He stayed silent, thinking without adding anything further. Unlike the announcement, letting a rookie like me participate requires the consent of the mayor of Incheon, cleverly packaged as a talent discovered by Incheon. No, wait, a talent discovered by Park Ji-on to boost his public image, right? Basically tying me down and placing a spoon right at the ready-made dinner table. Waving his hands as if emphasizing what he just said, he continued, "Thanks to the infrastructure as the mayor of Incheon, I have connections with numerous domestic and international businesses." Park Ji-on slammed his hand down hard on the box sitting on the table. "Take this for example. This instant coffee brand contract with its current model is about to expire, and I could easily replace them with your face, Mr. Yu Chan-suk. Not only that, the future holds endless possibilities." He suddenly slammed his coffee cup onto the table. "Mr. Mayor," Yu Chan-suk added with unbelievably blunt candor, "it seems like you're underestimating me." Hearing this, the mayor was somewhat confused and flustered. "Huh." He immediately explained, "Looking at the news lately, the world needs a fresh face capable of changing this gloomy atmosphere. What I mean is, if I continue my path as a hunter like I am now." Yu Chan-suk leaned on his chair, his expression turns menacing. "Then everything Mayor Park Ji-on promised will naturally belong to me anyway." Park Ji-on panicked, waving his hands frantically. "I can carefully select safe and lucrative contracts just for you." Unbothered, he stood up, finding the offer not appealing in the slightest. Yu Chan-suk turned to leave. "Pass along my congratulations to the instant coffee model. She'll probably get her contract renewed after all." Beneath a bridge, the rain continued to pour heavily. Two figures, one standing and one kneeling, were talking to each other. "I see. So the Jiadong Island test failed." The kneeling man lowered his voice in apology. "My apologies, sir." The other remained calm. "It was bound to happen." The bodyguard raised his head and continued, "However, there's also good news." Curious, he asked, "What is it?" He hurriedly replied, pointing to a video clip from the association's hunter certification exam. Audio played from the video on the phone. "What is that flame?" "Candidate Yu Chan-suk." "That's incredible." Yu Chan-suk. The man holding the phone smirked and praised. "He's quite impressive, isn't he?" The streets were crowded with people bustling back and forth, yet everyone was glued to their phones. Inside a house, a young boy held up a device and called out, "Mom, look at this." In front of a TV, a group of youngsters watched and discussed. "Hey, who do you think will take first place this month?" "Who knows? I don't really care." All of this excitement was due to the shifting hunter rankings. The leaderboard hadn't seen any massive shifts. It was mostly just entertainment for the general public. At the hospital, Min Jae sat up excitedly to watch the news, but ultimately, in a meeting room, an employee walked in to report. Chairman, here is the global hunter ranking for September. At the same time, Lee Se-un also received the latest update, which contained a major change this time. Meanwhile, a young man ranked third was Yu Chan-suk. Just then, someone called his name, drawing his attention. Yu Chan-suk, a staff member poked his head in and enthusiastically announced, "Sorry to keep everyone waiting. You're clear to head out now." Hearing this, he calmly replied, "Got it." Opening a news app, he cheered happily as soon as he saw Yu Chan-suk's name. "Look, Yu Chan-suk made the rank." The staff member then offered an excited congratulations. "Congrats on setting the record for the fastest ranking rise." At this very moment, he became widely recognized and remembered by everyone. For a hunter with years of experience, clearing a Grade 3 invasion rift solo was a trivial feat often overlooked by the public. But it was a completely different story for a newly debuted rookie's very first mission. On the press stage, a barrage of interview questions poured over Yu Chan-suk. "Yu Chan-suk, what did you do before becoming a hunter? Did you receive help from other hunters while clearing the invasion rift? Did you predict the evolution of the invasion rift beforehand?" Seeing this circus, he sighed inwardly, feeling like a kid on a Prodigy Discovery show. Following that, Yu Chan-suk indifferently answered, "I have a busy schedule, so I'll only take one last question." Right away, a sharp young reporter spoke up. "Many people are likely curious about Hunter Yu Chan-suk's next steps. As a hunter, could you share a bit about your mindset or determination?" Yu Chan-suk calmly replied, "I will prove myself through my results." His face was full of utter seriousness as he spoke, far from the cliché, empty promises like "I'll do my best." A short while later, he had flown over to a ruined wasteland. This was where Gon Salik existed. As he looked down at the scenery, Yu Chan-suk listened to the guide's introduction. "A horrifying sight, isn't it? The situation overseas is pretty much all like this. After the invasion rifts appeared, most countries lost their ability to function." Beside him, the association chairman calmly narrated the nation's current state. "However, our South Korea not only protected its land, but also developed technology to become a power. The very helicopter we are riding in uses that tech, powered by mana, and completely soundproof." Listening to this, Yu Chan-suk asked, "So the countries that couldn't resist the invasion rifts ended up like this?" He answered affirmatively. "Correct. Many capital cities vanished after the rifts appeared." As the helicopter landed, he extended an invitation. "Want to step closer and take a look?" The chairman then led the way while explaining. "The 8 Greats are the 8 most dangerous invasion rifts in the world, and Gon Salik is one of them. 13 years ago, Gon Salik suddenly formed, spreading outward from the city center in a massive circle. Without a single warning sign, even those fortunate enough to survive found their space eroded. The catastrophe struck so suddenly back then that they were swept away before they could even react. Just a few days later, the entire city vanished without a trace." Looking at the scene outside the window, the chairman somberly noted that although global power dynamics hadn't changed drastically after the rifts appeared, central government authority had weakened significantly. Yet Yu Chan-suk felt little empathy, feeling only puzzled instead. "I'm glad to get this new information, but what does summoning me here have to do with any of it?" At that moment, he brought up a different topic. "A few days ago, Yoon Sung-hyun from Taibbi came to see me. He was annoyed that you didn't join Taibbi." Instantly, the face of Yoon Sung-hyun came to mind. "That big guy, huh?" At the same time, his words echoed in Yu Chan-suk's mind. "You should think it over carefully." Out of nowhere, the chairman dropped a line that hit like a thunderbolt. "Then he suddenly asked me about your address." Yu Chan-suk blurted out in shock, "What?" Luckily, he hadn't agreed to share it. "Naturally, as it's private information, I didn't reveal it, but Taibbi Guild's philosophy worships the strong. They might use force to make you submit." Yu Chan-suk crossed his arms, thinking annoyed. "Well, that's troublesome. Right now, it'd be tough for me to beat him through raw force." Having a decent grasp of his personality, the chairman asked directly, "Judging by your actions, you seem to prefer working solo rather than joining a guild, don't you?" Just as he predicted, Yu Chan-suk admitted, "Yeah, it depends." Hearing this, he made a proposal. "If you want to avoid being targeted by Taibbi, you should elevate your own status. For instance, by taking on major missions recommended directly by the association chairman. Seeing this, Yu Chan-suk immediately caught his drift. So you do have an agenda. He stated bluntly. You wouldn't offer this for nothing, would you? What do you want from me? The chairman's eyes turned stern as he spoke solemnly. All you need to remember is that I helped you out. Yu Chan-suk responded with suspicion. Is that all? That shouldn't be too hard. In his mind, he quickly calculated the benefits he would gain. It's not a bad deal for me either. Missions from the association chairman will help boost my standing. He then questioned further. So what exactly do I have to do? The chairman carefully answered. Escort a cargo ship from Busan to Nanjing. Currently, the eroded zones make transporting essential supplies extremely difficult. Reading through the details line by line, Yu Chan-suk evaluated calmly. Luxury ceramic watches, ginseng liquor, pu'er tea, modern luxury cars. The definition of essential supplies sure has changed after 20 years. Glancing at him, he casually said to someone, well, these are the essential supplies. I figured you'd understand. Yu Chan-suk gathered the papers and expressed his doubt. I really don't get why these things are needed when the central government has already collapsed. Hearing this, the chairman explained seriously. Even if many nations have fallen to the invasion rifts, international relations still matter. Even if many nations have fallen to the invasion rifts, international relations still matter. Realization struck him instantly. So this is just grease to keep relations running smoothly? Yu Chan-suk then rejected it outright. In that case, I decline. Seeing this, he hurriedly chimed in. Hold on. This is something the South Korean government takes extremely seriously. Yet he stood his ground. Even so, my mind won't change. Getting personally entangled in politics is a foolish move. His firmness left the chairman feeling utterly helpless. Hunter Yu Chan-suk, it might be rude to say this, but you're just a newly debuted rookie. It seems all this excessive attention is doing you more harm than good. Before he could even finish his sentence, Yu Chan-suk suddenly handed the papers back to him and tossed them down without hesitation. Hey, what on earth do you think you're doing? In response, Yu Chan-suk replied in a calm tone. Enjoy the helicopter ride. He casually added, I'll just swim my way back to Seoul. This statement left him shocked, blurting out, What? The next second, Yu Chan-suk nimbly jumped out. The wind whipped past his expressionless face. Seeing this, the chairman rushed to the door to look out, only to see that he had already fallen completely into the blue ocean. He couldn't help but complain. Kids these days. At the port of Incheon, rows of shipping containers were neatly stacked along the shore. Just then, a worker taking a break suddenly noticed something. Bubbles suddenly surfaced on the water, and right after, a hand reached out to grab onto the pier. Moments later, Yu Chan-suk pulled himself up and exhaled heavily. But when he opened his eyes and saw the person standing beside him, he was startled and cursed. I thought you were a pig or something who scares people like that. Looking at him, the worker calmly consoled him. Not sure what happened, but it looks like you've had a rough time. This reaction caught Yu Chan-suk off guard, and he replied dazedly, Thanks, man. A short while later, he was back on dry land, deeply immersed in thought. What I need to do right now is build up my strength, taking in the scenery while absent-mindedly mapping out a plan. My priority should be taking on the toughest, most miserable requests to become a formidable force. Remembering the chairman and the others, he made up his mind not to let anyone manipulate him. Yu Chan-suk pulled out his phone to browse for missions. This one looks good. A notification popped up on his screen. He carefully read through the mission details, then let out a sigh of relief and looked up at the horizon. Yu Chan-suk muttered under his breath, It's going to get pretty busy real soon. On September 3rd, fishermen from Jeongedo and Tongyeong headed out to sea to welcome the big mackerel season. But the sea was vastly different this time. The Tsushima Island invaders appeared, hunting down the fishermen like game and kidnapping them. According to a survivor who returned, the captured fishermen were still alive. The mission this time was to head to Tsushima Island, rescue the hostages, and eradicate the source of the erosion. Yu Chan-suk browsed the info on his phone, muttering, a bounty of 55 million won. What caught his eye was the clause stating that if he cleared it solo, he'd get the entire cut. His slender finger tapped the screen right away. This wasn't a small sum of money. and a successful run would bring him immense fame as well. Yu Chan-suk thought to himself, plus, it makes for a great story, definitely worth a shot. He closed his eyes and thought, worth trying. But I heard the erosion power tiers vary quite drastically. Grade 3 erosion packs destructive power equal to a tank. Grade 2 is equivalent to a natural disaster. And Grade 1 forces an entire nation to mobilize. Holding his head in both hands, Yu Chan-suk leaned down with a sigh. I used Fiendish Flame Reversal to wipe out a Grade 3 easily before, but can I really withstand a Grade 2? I need a crew with support capabilities to back me up. Yu Chan-suk was completely helpless, but those people didn't care about civil missions at all. He sighed once again. Is there really no one available, for crying out loud? Suddenly, Yu Chan-suk snapped to attention. Oh wait, there is. He suddenly remembered that person. Ocean waves pounded hard against the side of the ship where Yu Chan-suk was standing. Suddenly, someone called out, Yu Chan-suk. It was Han Sang-a. She came over to ask, how long does it take to get at Tsushima? He pulled out his phone to check and replied, probably about another hour. Yu Chan-suk added a reminder, take this time to rest. This fight is going to be tougher than last time. You listening? It turned out Sang had been quiet all this time because something else had caught her attention. Yu Chan-suk tapped his own shoulder. She immediately stepped closer and reached out to touch it. Is that the Iron Sarah shoulder gear? The limited edition with the aesthetic enhancement layer. How'd you manage to get your hands on this? Sang-a's unexpected reaction made Yu Chan-suk look at her in a new light. Was she always this talkative? Even so, he added, the second-hand shop gave it to me as a gift when I signed with them. She pouted. The place I partnered with didn't give me a single thing. A provocative smirk flickered across Yu Chan-suk's face. Well, of course, we're on different levels. I'm a rising star who cleared a Grade 3 invasion monster all by myself. You're just a rookie hunter whose only title is top academy student. Since his words were spot on, Sang could only scowl. If you're mad, then get stronger. A few days prior, Sang had been utterly stunned. What do you mean? She wiped away her sweat with her hand. You need a teammate? Yu Chan-suk on the other end of the line said, this time it's Grade 2. Hearing this, Sang froze completely. Is this really okay? We almost died against Grade 3, let alone Grade 2. A few seconds of silence hung in the air. Yu Chan-suk took a deep breath and said just one sentence that made her forget to breathe. Don't you want to get stronger? He reminded her again. I can learn because you're better than me. You used to say I could learn because you were better than me. Sang-a's breathing grew heavier with every single promise he made. If you still think so, then I guarantee it. As long as I teach you. As expected, Yu Chan-suk knew exactly what Sang craved most. She would become many times stronger than she was now. He repeated once more. So, what's your choice? Remembering that moment, Sang-a's shoulders trembled even more violently. I have a reason. I must become strong. Yu Chan-suk watched her turn away. Even if it's hell, even if a raging storm awaits us, I'll dive right in. At that moment, an alarm blared. Warning! Warning! Massive shadowy figures suddenly flickered within the dense fog. There was an unidentified object up ahead. Sang narrowed her eyes, peering into the distance. Are those ships? Yu Chan-suk nodded faintly. 5 of them in total. He picked up his weapon, but thought to himself, how do we get over there? It's crawling with civilians, so do we have to sneak in? Just as he was about to turn and ask for help, Yu Chan-suk fell silent when he saw the female swordsman floating slightly above the water surface. Han Sang-a, do you have a trick up your sleeve? He chuckled. You actually have an ability like this? Sang-a seemed just as surprised. You can't do this? Yu Chan-suk was completely rendered speechless this time, and she couldn't hold back an exclamation. Turns out, even though she tried to hide it, the corners of Sang-a's lips curled up in amusement. So there really is something you can't do, huh? Sang-a burst out laughing, while Yu Chan-suk's face grew even darker. You claimed it was easy, but you can't even pull it off. The ocean water parted to clear a path. Yu Chan-suk, being carried on his female swordsman friend's back, casually offered his input. Hey, be careful, all right? I can't run on water yet. Suddenly, something caught his eye. Right after, Yu Chan-suk whispered, Han Sang-a, head to the nearest ship. She scowled in confusion. Why? He was completely upfront about it. I can feel the energy getting stronger and more dangerous the deeper we go. Her hands released Yu Chan-suk's legs. A second later, Sanga looked up with full alertness, her eyes fixed on the ship looming through the fog. There are people. Yu Chan-suk immediately denied it as he crouched to build momentum. No, look closely, whoosh. They leapt straight onto the deck. Yu Chan-suk frowned when he clearly saw what was facing them. Those weren't human movements. The deck was packed with a horde of snarling zombies. Sanga landed heavily onto the ship. On the other side, Yu Chan-suk couldn't help but warn her. Landing like that is going to break your bones. Besides, it seemed way too late for him to say that. It was bound to grab their attention. Yu Chan-suk's foot kicked off the wooden floor, his eyes snapping open, and rays of light instantly pierced straight through the zombies' bodies. Seeing them visibly slow down, he let out a sigh of relief. Good. They're not the worst kind of high-tier grade 2 strength. An idea popped into Yu Chan-suk's head. So Han Sang, the moment he mentioned her name, a direct strike landed right beside him. Is that Han Sang-a's lightning? Jo Chan-suk shouted. An Sanga. He managed to dodge the attack while reminding her. You're consuming way too much mana. You're going to exhaust yourself at this rate. She bit her lip in frustration upon hearing Yu Chan-suk. Using just half is more than enough. That guarantee echoed in her ears once again. Han Sang-a, as long as I teach you, you can get many times stronger than you are now. The yells of Yu Chan-suk from the past and present seemed to ring out at the same time. Han Sang-a. She gritted her teeth and cursed out loud. Damn it. A bolt of lightning shot out as if blowing off steam. Damn it. Half of the zombie horde was instantly blown away. Yet, Sanga still got called out. Han Sang-a, you're still going way overboard. Another bolt of lightning struck. Yu Chan-suk was still not satisfied. Dial it down even more. The female swordsman's eyes seemed to hide deep thoughts. Inside Han Sang-a's mind. The life of the weak is a tragedy, terribly narrow and endlessly dark. I won't live as a weakling anymore. I have to become stronger. Yet another lightning bolt targeted a zombie. Just then, Yu Chan-suk suddenly called out loudly while looking ahead. Han Sang-a. A zombie was lunging forward with its mouth wide open. With a sharp slash, its entire body was sliced in half. I have a reason I must get stronger. Lightning seemed to flicker in Sang-a's eyes. Even if it's hell, I'll dive right in. An undead corpse fell onto the floor, and facing it was Sang-a, panting heavily from exhaustion after the battle. Just then, someone stepped onto the railing, approached, and asked, You done yet? Yu Chan-suk pointed behind him, calmly announcing, I've already taken care of those other ships. Hearing this, Sanga placed her sword on her elbow to wipe off the grime, while replying, I guess I was just being too rigid. Shortly after, she shyly expressed, Thanks for the advice. I learned a lot. He replied nonchalantly, Don't mention it. Most people don't usually listen to me anyway. Suddenly, Sanga spoke with a tinge of sadness. To be honest, I've never received advice before. While firing his weapon, Yu Chan-suk spoke up in confusion. What do you mean? Didn't you attend the academy? Didn't that place teach us and give us direction? Her tone carried a heavy sense of loneliness as she explained. Everyone said I was a hassle because I picked things up too fast. Finding it amusing, he made a guess. Don't tell me you actually believe that following my advice will help you become stronger than me later on? What answered him was Sang-a's firm voice. There hasn't been a single master I haven't surpassed. Yu Chan-suk was instantly rendered speechless, unable to utter a single word. Then he stood up to leave, not forgetting to assert, You won't be surpassing me, though. Don't worry. I guarantee you'll be looking up to me for the rest of your life. Seeing this, she commented discontentedly. That response is seriously annoying. A short while later, the ship docked at the shore, where 2 naval officers were already standing by, waiting. Catching sight of Yu Chan-suk and Sang-a, they shouted frantically, We'll be waiting at Jiajito Island. Good luck. Hearing that, he turned back to wave goodbye. Got it. Stay safe. Afterward, the two set off together, and, as they traveled, he pondered and analyzed the situation. According to the fisherman who returned, the hostages are likely at the shrine. Beside him, Sanga chimed in with her opinion. There are 2 shrines on this island, Gaijin Shrine and Wadazumi Shrine. Hearing that, Yu Chan-suk made a decisive choice. Gaijin Shrine is closer, so we'll head there first. She didn't object and instead calmly calculated the time. If we run straight there, it'll take a few hours. But another obstacle lay ahead for the two of them. The issue was that while there were only two of them now, they would have to lead a group back on the way return. Recalling the information, Yu Chan-suk felt a headache coming on. According to the witness, there are up to 15 hostages. If anyone is injured, the return trip will be even tougher. Not only that, but he could also sense another problem. Besides, I can feel several spine-chilling surges of magic power beyond the fog. All kinds of monsters will be chasing us all across the island. Yu Chan-suk quickly racked his brain for a solution. If we have to dodge monsters while protecting victims, on the way back we'll need at least, he muttered under his breath, a vehicle. Looking at a car by the side of the road, he asked seriously, "Hey, Sang-a, are you a good driver?" Though puzzled, Sang-a still replied, "Of course. Why do you ask?" A short while later, the white car was speeding down the road. Inside, Yu Chan-suk gripped the handrail tightly, his voice screaming in sheer terror. "You said you were a good driver." He criticized her in a mix of panic and horror. "The brake pedal isn't just for decoration, you know?" Sang-a fired back with a tone full of disdain. "If you're going to nag so much, then drive yourself." Unable to argue back, he had to accept it. "Fine, I'll shut up." Right after that, Yu Chan-suk hopped onto the roof of the car and grumbled, "Still better than someone who hasn't touched a steering wheel in 20 years. Facing the horde of undead, he confidently declared, "Besides, I'm way better at fighting." The next second, he raised his spear, and in an instant, it zipped through the air like a bolt of lightning, flying straight toward the undead. A monster was instantly wiped out. Seeing this, Yu Chan-suk reached out, grabbed the rope, and yanked hard. Using his strength, he pulled his weapon right back. Once done, Yu Chan-suk praised it with satisfaction. Sturdy and durable. Suddenly, he gasped in shock as he felt a sudden turn of events. The horde of undead was climbing up the trees and leaping down at them. He hastily shouted a warning. "Sang-a, on your left." Hearing Sang-a shouted back, "Let me handle it." Then, a second later, she swung the steering wheel. Noticing the direction the car was headed, Yu Chan-suk had a bad feeling and was about to speak up, "Wait, don't." But before he could finish his sentence, the car bolted like a wild horse, bursting right past the horde of undead. Inside the car, Sang-a laughed triumphantly. "Eat my dust, losers." Watching the whole thing unfold, a terrified Yu Chan-suk muttered under his breath, "Maybe I should just drive myself next time." After a while, the two arrived at a lush green mountain area. Along the bumpy forest path, the sudden roar of an engine echoed. As a single car sped into the area with thousands of undead charging right behind it. Spotting the entrance to the shrine, Yu Chan-suk gave a sharp order. "There it is, that shrine right there. Drive straight in." Sang-a asked with concern, "What about the monsters behind us?" Without a second thought, he replied firmly, "Leave them to me." Hearing that, she answered calmly, "Got it." Right after that, Yu Chan-suk opened the car door and nimbly jumped down. Sang-a called out seriously from inside the car, "See you later." Upon hitting the ground, Yu Chan-suk immediately dropped into a battle stance. Channeling his power, he muttered in annoyance, "If they keep chasing us like this." The next second, he unleashed an attack on the monsters, sending a wave of dark flames spreading wide across the entire path. Glancing at the horde of undead, Yu Chan-suk declared coldly, "I'll burn every last one of you to ashes." He stood there for a moment, watching the black flames blaze. Only after confirming that not a single monster remained alive did he turn to leave. Inside the shrine, a group of people were bound tightly. Suddenly, a voice called out in greeting, "Is everyone okay?" A man opened his eyes in sheer terror before her. Sang-a calmly introduced herself. "I am Han Sang-a, a hunter from the Hunter Association." However, the man wasn't overjoyed like she expected, but instead screamed at the top of his lungs. He thrashed around relentlessly, shouting in a panic. Seeing this unfold, Sang-a tried to explain frantically, "I'm here to save you. I'm not here to fight." Before she could even finish, the man shrieked and sprinted away on the spot. Sang-a stood there in complete shock. Why was a suit of armor suddenly materializing behind her, raising its blade to strike? At the critical moment, Yu Chan-suk rushed in just in time to block the attack. While holding back the suit of armor, he instructed her sternly, "Get the survivors into the car. I'll handle this guy. As the clash erupted, Yuchan-suk effortlessly deflected the samurai's attack. The samurai then raised its sword once more. But this time Yuchan-suk skillfully blocked it with his own blade. His eyes narrowed in intense focus, standing his ground firmly against the monster's terrifying strength. The samurai raised its sword high yet again, preparing to deliver another fatal strike. Right at that moment, with terrifying speed, Han Sang slammed the van straight into the monster, letting out a fierce roar. The decisive impact crushed the samurai's head, sending him crashing to the ground. Afterward, Yuchan-suk turned to look at her. Leaning out of the car, he warned, "When we get back, don't you dare touch the steering wheel ever again." She replied coldly, "Just get in the car." As they prepared to fall back, he confirmed with her that all the hostages were safely inside the vehicle. But she suddenly gasped in panic, looking straight ahead, and screamed to warn him to watch out ahead. His gaze had already been locked onto the threat. Standing before them was a massive, gaping pit, inside of which countless blood-red, ferocious eyes gleamed in the dark. Out from the abyss surged a horrifying army of undead monsters, roaring in a ravenous hunger. Strangely enough, he calmly noted that the samurai monster from earlier was surprisingly durable, actually surviving the van crash, and that he had already anticipated these overwhelming numbers. He turned to her and asked to borrow her sword. She fiercely objected, considering it a massive insult to a swordsman. Even as the undead horde surged closer and closer, he cut right through her pride, forcing her to choose between her honor and the lives of the hostages. In the end, she yielded, reluctantly tossing her sword over to him. Now holding both his own spear and her sword in hand, he prepared to face the impending storm, muttering, "I didn't think I'd have to use my trump card this early." His mind briefly drifted back to the Jiadong Rift, where he had acquired a mysterious glowing box, recalling his utter astonishment when he discovered what was inside. It was a single armored gauntlet emitting a faint blue glow. The moment he put on, he immediately realized this was no ordinary piece of armor. The gauntlet began absorbing mana from the surrounding air. He understood that while it might just be a basic mana support item for anyone else, for him, it was a completely different story. After calculating its maximum output, he determined it was essentially a mana battery that could store power for up to 5 minutes. And during those 5 minutes, he could unleash power grand enough to rival Lee Se-eun, the world's 10th ranked hunter. Back in the present, he leapt high into the air, wielding both weapons side by side. The mana-absorbing gauntlet activated, glowing brilliantly and surging through his entire body with a colossal wave of power. Instantly, he unleashed an earth-shattering strike, an enveloping net of energy that incinerated the entire undead army in the blink of an eye. From inside the car, Han Sang could only watch in stunned silence at such overwhelming power. Through the rearview mirror, she witnessed the aftermath, dumbfounded as he wiped out waves of monsters all at once. Once his temporary surge of power wore off, he calmly walked back to the car and told her, "Drive straight to the harbor, don't look back." The car sped off into the distance. Their van rocketed through the deserted streets toward the harbor. For a brief moment, she dared to hope they had made it out alive after defeating the final wave of attacks. But that hope quickly shattered as a new undead army swarmed in, surrounding the car completely. She wondered where on earth they kept coming from. As the car hit its absolute limit, she offered to step out and fight, but Yuchan-suk calmly told her to keep driving. She protested that the vehicle couldn't hold out any longer, right when a strange blue barrier began forming around them. The magical barrier crackled with raw energy, repelling the monsters that were clawing violently at the van. She stared in shock as the undead were flung backward by the invisible shield. Shielded by the barrier, the battered van kept barreling toward the docks. Looking back, she realized the pursuing army was being held back by an invisible force. Her eyes widened as the realization of what was happening began to sink in. Just then, she spotted a glowing magic symbol that he must have drawn on a nearby building earlier. He explained that this was the protective formation geometry technique. Dumbing it down for her, put simply, it's a talisman trick to ward off monsters. When she asked where he had learned it, he replied casually, "In another world." He added that it wasn't something she could learn anyway. Afterward, He couldn't help but brag about his ever-improving skills, ticking her off. She asked if his drawing could ward off all types of monsters, and he admitted it had its limits, gravely adding that it wouldn't work on the truly powerful ones. Right on cue, the ancient samurai monster walked straight through the barrier completely unscathed. The monster exuded a terrifying aura, snarling about its duty to protect something sacred. Han Sang suddenly felt a bone-chilling dread wash over her as she sensed its overwhelming power. However, Yu Chan-suk recognized the monster's ability as Mind's Eye and felt that the surrounding aura wasn't quite that terrifying. She suddenly recalled the definition of this legendary skill: a sixth sense capable of predicting an opponent's every move. She asked in a trembling voice how a mere corpse could wield a technique that even grandmasters struggled to master. But he calmly reassured her, telling her not to be afraid, and confidently dismissed legendary skills like Mind's Eye, calling them nothing more than cheap little tricks. With sharp, piercing eyes, he declared he would show her how to handle opponents like this. But the samurai monster let out a contemptuous snort and brandished its sword boastfully in front of Yu Chan-suk. As he calmly approached, the monster wildly swinging its weapon, he began his lesson on the true nature of Mind's Eye. He explained that it wasn't some mystical force, but simply reflexes forged through countless battles. These reflexes could be exploited by projecting pure killer instinct, overloading its senses and driving them into complete chaos. She whispered the names of other ultimate techniques like Heart Sword and State of Selflessness, but he dismissed them all, viewing them as mere illusions, empty and meaningless realms. He stepped forward at a relaxed pace, thrusting his spear before the monster could even react. With a single fluid spear strike, he completely shattered the armored samurai. As the monster crumbled into pieces behind him, he calmly asserted that those high-level techniques were actually nothing special. He warned that chasing after enlightenment was a trap that led martial artists to set false limits on their own potential. The monster that once possessed terrifying legendary skills was now reduced to a pile of scrap armor. Yu Chan-suk declared that he was more than qualified to make such claims. He had sacrificed countless times in his past life to escape that trap, so he earned the right. He pondered that even though the monster was strong enough to survive the van crash, its final technique was utterly pathetic in front of him. Han Sang questioned what she had done in this mission, feeling completely useless compared to him. Ultimately, she admitted that even though she thought she had given it her all, with newfound determination, she realized she couldn't keep pursuing her goal with a half-hearted attitude. With her resolve reignited, she looked at Yu Chan-suk, ready to commit herself completely. Gathering all her courage, Han Sang looked directly into his eyes and pleaded, "Please teach me for real." He feigned surprise, asking back if he wasn't already teaching her, but she clarified that his previous advice wasn't enough. She emphasized that she didn't just want empty advice, she wanted direct, hands-on, practical guidance from him. At this point, she admitted that compared to him, she was laughably weak, which was precisely why she was so desperate to get stronger. Intrigued by her desperation, he simply asked for her reason. Filled with indignation, she declared her ultimate goal was to personally destroy Club Shaddai. An infographic explained that the 8 Greats were the most dangerous rifts in the world, and Club Shaddai was one of them, notorious for swallowing the Himalayas in a single breath. Hearing this, he remarked that her goal was a bit out of her reach, while correctly guessing her motive was revenge. She confirmed, stating that she wanted to avenge her family. To make a more convincing case, she said she wasn't asking for free help and handed him a business card. He was astonished to see a card from KY Group, a massive conglomerate with a market cap of 257 trillion won. Realizing she came from a prestigious family, he listened as she explained that she had given up on the succession race. After that, he quickly deduced that if she achieved great success as a hunter, she would likely be dragged right back into the family power struggle. Thus, he asked what she truly wanted from him. At this, she laid out her offer clearly: "Make me the strongest." In exchange, she would provide him with rare elixirs unavailable through ordinary channels, reassuring him that with the elixirs she provided, he would also reach the realm of power he desired. But in his heart, he merely scoffed, knowing full well she couldn't possibly comprehend the level he was on. A flashback played out, revealing his true identity. The seasoned hero who had reached the pinnacle of power long ago. He pondered that the only reason he was getting stronger now was to return the world to the way it was before the rifts appeared. Back in the present, he shook her hand, officially agreeing to the deal, though he stated he didn't need rare items. Instead of elixirs, he asked her for something simple, and the two decided to drive to the medical center. At the hospital, a doctor was carefully taking notes on the condition of the rescued survivors. Yu Chan-suk and Han Sang walked up, asking about the recovery timeline for the 7 patients. The doctor mentioned that because the victims were severely malnourished, it would take at least a week before they could talk, and he would inform them once they woke up. The two agreed to let the patients rest and prepare to leave. But Yu Chan-suk didn't hesitate, unexpectedly telling a surprised Han Sang that her training started right now. He led her to a deserted training ground, ready to kick off the session. But before starting, he had a question for his new student. He asked her if she thought she could dodge his spear if he swung it at full force. She admitted it would be extremely difficult, secretly wondering why he asked something so obvious when the gap in strength between them was so massive. He rejected that mindset, asserting that she could definitely dodge it if she pushed her senses to their absolute limit. Right then, he instructed her that she had to see with her eyes, hear with her ears, smell with her nose, and feel with her skin. After passing along the lesson, he asked if she had gotten it down. Right away, she attempted to draw her sword, but before she could fully process his words, he vanished. Panicking, she searched for him, focusing intently on listening for any sound. Wrong. He instantly appeared behind her, the blade of his spear resting right against her neck. He told her she was too slow, explaining that in combat, senses must precede thought. Keeping his spear aimed at her, he advised her to simply receive what her senses transmitted and act on it, as unrefined senses would only deceive her. After the theory, he declared, "Time to move on to practice." Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from the nearby medical center. The police officer guarding the hospital turned around to look at the cloud of dust rising from the training ground. Another police officer ran over, intending to scold his colleague for not calling him sooner. But he suddenly froze, stammering, "What? What is that?" The source of the noise was none other than the fierce training session, destroying everything in its wake between Yu Chan-suk and Han Sang-a. Han Sang-a kept attacking relentlessly without pause. He calmly blocked her strikes with the shaft of his spear, then gently pushed her arm aside to neutralize her sword. The force of the impact causing the surrounding ground to crack open. Despite the massive gap in power, she still held her sword tightly, ready to keep going. But he was already preparing to bring down a devastating spear strike. Her eyes widened in terror as she realized she couldn't dodge the incoming attack. Right at that moment, a police officer shouted loudly, calling Mr. Yu, causing him to stop his spear blade right in front of her face. The police officer hastily reported that one of the survivors had woken up and requested the two of them to follow him. She was breathing heavily, as if just waking up from a nightmare after the intense training session. He said, "Ah, is it time already?" and brought the practice session to an end, remarking that she had learned how to block strikes. She couldn't believe it, astonished that this was only the first session. Inside the hospital room, Yu Chan-suk asked the conscious survivor if he was feeling okay. Sitting by the bed, the person began recalling what he had been through. He remembered seeing a truck arrive at the detention site and people stepping out of it. Both Yu Chan-suk and Han Sang-a asked in surprise if those people were other hostages. But the survivor clarified that the newcomers were far too calm to be hostages. And what was even scarier was that the monsters weren't hostile toward them. In his memory, he recalled seeing a hooded figure commanding the monsters to load several hostages onto the truck. Yu Chan-suk realized this was why there were only 7 hostages left, though fortunately, one still managed to escape. The survivor corrected him, stating in a somber voice that it wasn't an escape, and he revealed the terrifying truth. They intentionally let us go. Han Sang-a was deeply shocked. Meanwhile, Yu Chan-suk wasn't surprised at all, muttering that his suspicions were indeed correct. He explained that a civilian managing to escape a place where even 2 skilled hunters struggled to break into was odd, unless someone let them go on purpose. "You guys should switch careers to hunters right now." She connected the dots and realized this rescue mission had been a trap from the very beginning. Furious at being tricked, He wondered who would go through so much trouble, then let out a cold smirk, enraged by the nerve of the person behind this dirty scheme. She secretly wondered what the source of his anger was. Was it because he was being looked down upon? Or was it righteous indignation because the enemy used human lives as bait? When asked for more details, the survivor mentioned seeing a cat and clarified that it was a cat keychain attached to the person's belt. This detail made Han Sang flinch, recognizing the Tsushima airport building. At the airport, which was now completely deserted, he asked her how she knew, and she sarcastically asked back if a smartphone was just for show. He teased her for being a rich young lady who didn't understand data charges, prompting her to snap back, asking if he had just crawled out of a cave. Seeing no one around, she suggested heading back to the shrine, but he stopped her and revealed he had found their target, a man standing on the shattered glass roof down below. Looking down, he noticed the man's face was covered in piercings and dryly wondered to himself if the guy had sewn his own face with a sewing machine. At this point, he remarked that despite his bizarre appearance, the pierced man was no pushover. The mysterious man looked up and greeted them in an arrogant voice. "Oh, hello there, you two." The man introduced himself as Kim Ji-hyun to Yu Chan-suk and Han Sang-ae, while simultaneously declaring that he was the one who brought them here alive. His statement left them both deeply bewildered. To prove that they were brought here alive, he revealed a severely beaten, unconscious man he had just captured. With a casual wave of his hand, he tossed the prisoner into the mysterious erosion zone. Sang-ah realized with horror that he was throwing a living person into the fissure. Amidst the victim's screams, she also realized that they couldn't escape until the core was destroyed. Right at that moment, she witnessed in absolute horror the man undergoing a gruesome transformation, his face twisting into a monstrous cyborg, becoming what Ji-hyun called an erosion member. Kim Ji-hyun sneered that if the host was too weak, the results were bound to be miserable. He was completely dissatisfied with his creation. Shortly after, he nonchalantly kicked the newly created monster with immense force, instantly shattering it to pieces. Yu Chan-suk and Han Sang-ah froze in place, stunned by the torture and sheer brutality. Still, Chan-suk calmly asked, "Are we going to be turned into those things too?" "What?" Ji-hyun explained that sacrificing ordinary people was never enough to achieve their goals. His true purpose was to use hostages to create genuinely powerful and satisfying erosion members. Sang-ah and Chan-suk realized the horrifying truth with dread. They hadn't kidnapped people for ransom. They wanted the hostages themselves as raw material. The plan was to use the captured fishermen to build a monster army. Kim Ji-hyun arrogantly stated that while he couldn't care less about them, the elders had insisted he explain their purpose. He proudly introduced his organization as the successors of Dangun, a group united by a single goal. Their goal was to maintain and solidify Korea's hegemony so that no one would dare challenge it. To demonstrate his power, he slammed his fist into the ground, sending surrounding cars flying into the air. He then let out a savage laugh, declaring that he would help build a truly powerful nation. Saying that, he launched a devastating kick toward a falling car. The kick sent the car hurtling forward, straight toward Chan-suk and Sang-ah. The protagonist frowned in sheer annoyance. A moment of silence settled over the ruined airport grounds. However, he swung his spear, slicing the car in half, and countered his opponent's argument, declaring that Korea was already a global power. Enraged, Ji-hyun screamed that it wasn't enough and charged in for a fierce attack, swearing to build a nation no one would ever look down on. The protagonist readied himself to dodge. Ji-hyun leaped into the air, unleashing a powerful kick while shouting out his ambition to create an invincible superpower. He recounted the peninsula's history of paying tribute, being forced to live in humiliation, and brought up the ultimate disgrace of having their sovereignty stolen. Meanwhile, Chan-suk calmly analyzed his opponent's taekwondo style and incredible speed. Fueled by historical hatred, Ji-hyun roared that they would reclaim everything that had been stolen from them. At that exact moment, Chan-suk leaped backward, narrowly dodging the incoming strike. As he landed safely, he thought to himself that his opponent's logic, though twisted, made a strange kind of sense in its own way. Meanwhile, Sang-ah watched from the sidelines, but the protagonist quickly cut straight to the chase, calling him out for having zero intention of actually saving the world. Ji-hyun cold-heartedly admitted. When the hero argued that human lives were at stake, Ji-hyun countered that it was Yoo Chan-suk who failed to see the bigger picture. The protagonist's interest was piqued when Ji-hyun revealed that his organization had found a way to control the erosion zones. This discovery shocked him, as it could change everything. He weighed the consequences. If they could control the erosion zones, hunters would no longer have to risk their lives. So, pretending to be interested in cooperating, he asked how much control they actually had, and even offered a hand over Sang-ah, sending her into a panic. However, Kim Ji-hyun grew suspicious and arrogantly asked why he should share that information. When Ji-hyun bragged about controlling enough of it, Chan-suk immediately pounced on his wording, pointing out that it meant they didn't have full control. He exposed him as a fraud who was all talk and no proof, no different from any other thug boasting about grand ideals. The sarcasm hit a nerve, and Ji-hyun roared in fury for him to shut up before rushing into attack. The protagonist dodged another earth-shattering kick. Exhaling softly, he thought to himself that he might have pushed the guy's buttons a bit too far. He revealed that his stalling tactic was purely to buy time for his mana to recover. At this point, he realized his current mana wasn't enough to cast Flame of Paradoxical Illusion, making the friction of war skill his best option for now. Ji-hyun charged forward, suddenly sensing that something was off. Just as he was about to strike, Han Sang-ah blocked him with a powerful blast of blue energy. He was slightly surprised, having assumed she would be frozen in fear. He sneered at the pretty girl, asking if she was feeling brave all of a sudden. Chan-suk warned her not to interfere, but she pointed out that she had seen his spare gloves were empty, proving he was completely out of mana. Realizing she had seen right through his plan, he couldn't help but admire her sharp senses. Holding an elixir bottle in her hand, she asked him how long he needed to recover. He replied that he needed 5 minutes. She immediately injected the mana-restoring elixir into herself. Once finished, she tossed the empty vial aside. Now wrapped in crackling yellow lightning, she confidently told him, "Leave it to your apprentice, master." Panicking, he asked how many vials she had refined, warning her of the risk of mana overload. But she insisted that this was an emergency. Seeing no other choice, he accepted her help, confirming he would wrap up the fight in 5 minutes. Driven by fierce determination, she vowed in her heart that she would not let him lose. A storm began to brew as she gathered her power. A massive bolt of lightning struck down from the sky. Ji-hyun gritted his teeth against the terrifying wave of energy, telling the pretty girl to go ahead and let loose. She directed the lightning straight at him. Even as he warned that he might accidentally kill her, Chan-suk kept his eyes glued to the direct hit. The full force of the lightning engulfed Kim Ji-hyun. Sang-ah waited nervously, wondering if her attack had worked, only to see him step out with a small trail of blood at the corner of his mouth, muttering in shock, "What?" Completely unharmed otherwise, Ji-hyun floated in mid-air and mocked her, saying her powerful strike felt like nothing more than a tickle. Immediately after, he threw a devastating kick, striking her instantly. The sheer force of the kick sent her flying backward, knocking her unconscious as blood spurted from her mouth. But before she hit the ground, a hand gently caught her. Ji-hyun shifted his focus back to his opponent. It was Yoo Chan-suk, holding the injured Sang-ah in his arms, as he calmly asked his enemy, "Ready to die?" Ji-hyun felt Chan-suk's mana skyrocket dramatically in shock, suspecting that he had been hiding his true strength all along. While tending to Sang-ah, Chan-suk asked why he looked so surprised. He revealed that his mana recovery mechanism was identical to Ji-hyun's ring, leaving the fighter utterly stunned. Chan-suk coldly remarked that only an idiot wouldn't have noticed, explaining that Ji-hyun had consumed more mana than he could handle, causing pure mana to leak into the surrounding air. With a confident smirk, the protagonist thanked him, revealing he had used that very leaked mana to restore his strength and his flame of paradoxical illusion. Ji-hyun screamed in a desperate frenzy, insisting there was no way anyone could absorb wasted mana. Chan-suk prepared to land the final blow, telling his dying opponent that he didn't need to know the details, since he was about to die anyway. The battle ended with Kim Ji-hyun gasping for air, his heart coming to a complete stop. Standing over him, Yu Chan-suk scoffed at his opponent's foolish arrogance for trying to stand up using pure mana alone, then coldly stated the terrifying truth. His paradox flame had completely incinerated all of his muscular strength. In his final conscious moment, Ji-hyun desperately called out to his mysterious captain to save him. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light burst across the roof above. Instinct kicking in, Yu Chan-suk spun around to face the new threat. He dodged just in time, barely avoiding an incoming arrow. As he dodged, the arrow slammed hard into the ground. Slightly annoyed, he looked up at the attacker and asked, "Now what is it this time?" The attacker responded in an icy tone, taking aim at Yu Chan-suk's wrist to force him to drop his spear. On the roof, the cloaked figure holding a bow praised his sharp instincts. Yu Chan-suk asked about the use of a traditional Korean bow and immediately realized this person was Ji-hyun's captain. Sensing a massive surge of energy from the captain, he inwardly admitted that this man was at least twice as strong as the world's 10th-ranked hunter, Lee Se-eun. The captain, whose strength he evaluated to be 3 to 4 times greater, praised his bravery and asked if he was afraid of death. This detail tells us something important. The author isn't introducing this captain character as a temporary obstacle. This is long-term villain aura. In response to those words, Yu Chan-suk confidently replied that if the captain truly wanted to kill him, he would have done so already. Deducing his opponent's true motive, he asked if he was interested in the capability of his special flame. As if reminded, the flame burning Ji-hyun grew increasingly intense, making him gasp for air and beg for his life. The captain gave strict order: extinguish the flame. He added that he wouldn't repeat himself a second time. Yu Chan-suk analyzed the situation, realizing the captain was using his own power to keep Ji-hyun, who was completely drained of mana, alive. He also realized the captain had intentionally spared him because if he had aimed for his head, he would already be dead. Complying with the request, he allowed the paradox flame to dissipate from Ji-hyun's body. Ji-hyun lay gasping for air, drool streaming down, his body completely shattered. At that moment, the cloaked captain rushed to his subordinate's side, catching him before he collapsed. He simply said briefly, "Well done." He then asked Yu Chan-suk if he realized what he had done to Ji-hyun, but he was too stunned by his opponent's speed to respond in time. Next, the captain revealed his tragic fate. He would spend the rest of his youth in a wheelchair, surviving only through a urine catheter that circulated blood using mana. Raising his bow, he stated that while he needed to capture him alive, the concept of alive could be flexible as long as he was still breathing. Staring back at him defiantly, Yu Chan-suk declared that he would rather die of a heart attack than become the captain's puppet. Realizing he couldn't win without fully understanding the flame, the captain decided to make a temporary retreat. But before leaving, he bragged that just like controlling the erosion zone, something once thought impossible, he would succeed once again. However, he threateningly vowed that one day, Yu Chan-suk would definitely fall into his hands. With the echoing promise of destiny, the captain and his subordinate vanished in a cloud of smoke. Left alone on the ruined airport grounds, Yu Chan-suk cursed under his breath. He grit his teeth, irritated at being entangled with such a dangerous and persistent enemy. As the dust settled, Han Sang cautiously approached and asked if they were targeting his special skill. He confirmed that they were, though even he didn't know why. She wondered why they didn't capture him right when he ran out of mana, leading him to speculate that they must already know about his background. He reminded her to think carefully about the terrorists' goals and their reckless actions. A spark of realization flashed in her eyes as he brought up the political consequences. Perhaps the Korean government wasn't actually opposed to what they were doing. He gravely confirmed her suspicions, implying that this group might even be receiving direct support from the government. This is precisely why Yu Chan-suk is so dangerous. He doesn't just know how to fight. He reads the whole chessboard. Panicking, she asked if they should still clear the fissure, but he coldly told her to just pretend she knew nothing. However, Han Sang bashfully admitted that she was terrible at lying, making him sigh and say he had already expected as much. Deciding to handle the immediate threat first, Yu Chan-suk told her to wait outside while he entered the fissure alone. She asked if he was sure he didn't need her to tag along. She even warned him that he had no idea what horrifying things the terrorists had unleashed inside. With cold determination, He said he would go find out for himself and told her to rest up and recover, then turned toward the entrance of the fissure. He leaped into the darkness, heading straight for the center of the Tsushima operation deep inside the rank 2 erosion fissure. Standing before the entrance, he felt a massive surge of energy from within. He pushed hard, throwing open the heavy wooden doors. He paused briefly to observe the interior, entirely different from any dungeon he had ever seen before. He found it ironic that a place housing nothing but weak, mushy undead was built so sturdily. The bone-chilling negative energy further confirmed his suspicions. The core of the fissure was right behind the next door, and he could feel the concentrated power waiting inside. Steeling his resolve, he pushed open the final door and stepped into the heart of the fissure. Inside the main chamber, he witnessed a bizarre sight. A massive black cauldron was bubbling violently, giving off a sickly green gas. He wondered if this strange cauldron was the core of the rank 2 fissure. But before he could investigate further, a pale, desperate hand reached out from behind him. He flinched at the unexpected sign of life. A bloody, panic-stricken man crawled forward, clinging tightly to his leg and begging for his life. Suddenly, a monstrous tentacle reached out from the cauldron and wrapped around the man. He screamed in agony, crying out that his leg was gone. The man was dragged backward toward the terrifying cauldron. Yu-chan Suk rushed forward, trying to grab his hand and pull him back. But it was already too late. The tentacle was too strong, ripping the man right out of his grasp. With one final plea for help, he was violently yanked back into the boiling cauldron. The surface of the green liquid rippled for a moment before settling into silence. A moment later, a monstrous hand gripped the edge of the cauldron. A terrifying undead creature had just been created, its face half-rotted, crawling out with a raspy roar. Seeing this, he was filled with sheer disgust as he realized the cauldron was being used to create undead by sacrificing living people. This sight stirred up painful memories from his past life as a hero. He recalled a burning village, forced to listen to the screams of innocent victims being sacrificed. The memories of those atrocities back then made him sick to his stomach. Filled with fury, he glared at the cauldron, muttering his deep hatred for the sick humans who dared to do such things. From the darkness, a calm, disembodied voice echoed out, noting that a new sacrifice had arrived. The voice also remarked that this sacrifice was quite unusual, unlike the previous ones. As a figure emerged, the voice recognized Yu-chan Suk's aura as a fierce yet familiar power. Surrounded by a brilliant turquoise aura, the true boss of the fissure revealed itself, noting that Yu-chan Suk's strength was the energy of a warrior. With his sword already glowing brightly, the ancient warrior ordered Yu-chan Suk to draw his weapon. Possessed by a vengeful spirit, he declared he would temper his blade with his opponent's blood. Yu-chan Suk felt a horrifying pressure radiating from the rank 2 fissure core. He realized with horror that not only had the cloaked captain subdued this monster, but he was now directly controlling it. The controlled warrior glared at him, ready to strike while his master funneled his full power against a single opponent. From there, he quickly deduced that even the captain hadn't reached this level yet, meaning there was an even stronger entity pulling the strings. He knew that against such a powerful enemy, any moment of carelessness, even a single second of hesitation, could result in death. As he dodged to the side, he cursed inwardly at the monster's terrifying speed. However, the monster seemed unimpressed by his speed, sneering at his long lifespan. He deduced that the way to deal with such a powerful enemy was simple. Before the monster could exploit his weakness, he had to finish it off with a lethal thrust. He channeled all his strength into one devastating stab. The monster's single glowing eye watched the incoming attack. Then, with blinding speed, he raised his sword to block it. I love this art style, the way the artist captures 2 weapons clashing in a flash of blinding light and raw power. But Yu-chan Suk was completely shocked by the result. Not only had the Fisher warrior blocked his full power attack, but something even more astonishing left him utterly stunned. The truly terrifying part was that he hadn't seen the blocking movement at all. The Fisher warrior calmly explained that the essence of a truly fast attack was making it invisible to the opponent, and he was about to learn that lesson firsthand. The warrior immediately counterattacked at impossible speed, slashing straight across his chest. Gritting his teeth through the pain, he couldn't believe his opponent could move even faster than he had anticipated. His opponent mocked him, saying he did well to make him miss his vital spots, then challenged him to block the next strike. A frantic exchange of blows broke out, pushing the protagonist completely onto the defensive. The relentless onslaught left him covered in blood, his body completely battered. He stumbled backward, desperately trying to regain his balance. The Fisher warrior stood over him, exuding an overwhelming, emotionless aura. Yu Chan-suk thrust his spear deep into the ground. At that exact moment, he activated his signature skill. Forced to use Paradox Flame, he complained that it was completely useless for attacking since his opponent wasn't a living creature. Overwhelmed in this dire situation, he wondered what to do while the Fisher warrior merely commented on the sequence of surprises. Still, he showed curiosity, wondering how much it would take to finally bring his opponent down. But right then, the Fisher warrior unleashed another lethal strike. The brutal attack tore right through his body, sending blood spraying everywhere. He felt in absolute horror as the blow ripped through every fiber of muscle in his body. Even so, he braced himself for the next hit. Just when the Fisher warrior thought he had finished him off, Yu Chan-suk forced himself back up and lunged forward. His spear was at the ready despite his severe injuries. He recalled the moment he nearly lost consciousness, but realized the strange warrior had failed to tear the muscles above his shoulders. Seizing the moment, he used Paradox Flame to rapidly heal his torn muscle fibers and moved behind his opponent before being noticed. With the warrior's back exposed, he believed he finally had a chance to win. But the opponent's single eye showed he had been waiting for this exact moment. Like I said, the warrior declared as he effortlessly blocked the ambush, still too slow. A decisive slash cut through the air. Yu Chan-suk's spear clattered to the floor. A single drop of blood hit the ground, followed by many more, proof of his defeat. The warrior stood over the fallen hero, his sword resting loosely on his shoulder. Yu Chan-suk gasped for air, completely defeated. Even so, he gritted his teeth and steeled his resolve. He leaped backward, putting distance between the two of them. Can't believe I missed, the warrior thought to himself. You're pretty lucky. Yu Chan-suk forced himself up, furious, accusing the warrior of pulling his punches on purpose and keeping him alive throughout the fight. He demanded to know why he was being toyed with, asking if it was out of pity. The warrior admitted that if it were his former self, he definitely would have killed him already. He then revealed his tragic state. He couldn't even remember a single name, having lost almost all memories from when he was alive. The gaps in his techniques were due to this memory loss. And after being defeated by a stranger, he had a humiliating chain put around him. Yu Chan-suk realized their circumstances were polar opposites and identified the chain as the very thing the terrorists had mentioned. The warrior gripped the chain tight, lamenting how much he had lost. He had lost both his name and the reason he had once held a sword. Now, nothing remained except a deep, sorrow-drenched resentment that fueled his blade. His power exploded, crackling wildly all around him. Panicking, Yu Chan-suk wondered what on earth he could even do now. Just then, the warrior asked if his current state, the embodiment of pure sorrow, really looked that pathetic, even as his power began to transform him. Yu Chan-suk watched in silence, noticing that the samurai's malice had grown even denser. While analyzing that although the warrior's power had increased, he had also lost a massive amount of technique and experience. A new strategy began to take shape in his mind. If this transformed warrior couldn't kill him in a single blow, he still had a chance to win. He knew that to defeat this powerful enemy weighed down by grief, he had to pour out every last drop of his remaining strength. The decisive battle between Yu Chan-suk and the amnesiac Fisher warrior unfolded right at the center of the collapsing fissure. The Fisher warrior watched closely, sensing a strange property in his opponent's power that he couldn't quite place. As black flames engulfed Yu Chan-suk, his wounds and energy were fully restored, setting the stage for the next phase of the fight. His opponent accurately deduced that he possessed a special ability, remarking that the black flames seemed to be burning something other than mana. Yu Chan-suk smirked, confirming the warrior's suspicions by revealing that his special flame had the power to burn even abstract concepts. However, Deep down, he thought that although this power seemed infinite and destructive, he wasn't proficient enough yet to use it that way. He reminded himself of the complexity of this ability, knowing that burning larger, more abstract concepts required massive amounts of mana and absolute control to avoid a dangerous backlash. He recalled his delicate control during his match against Kim Ji-hyun, where he had to be extremely careful not to accidentally burn away his own muscular strength. Yu Chan-suk then compared his powerful past self to a sharp greatsword, while his current weaker body was like a fruit knife. He admitted that if he were his former self, he wouldn't need to be this cautious. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he decided he could no longer afford to be picky and prepare to take a massive risk. With newfound resolve, he declared his intention to go all out by burning away the durability of the entire fissure itself. The fissure warrior was completely dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the statement or what it meant to burn a concept like durability. Unwilling to explain further, Yu Chan-suk simply waved off the warrior's confusion, deciding to show him the results firsthand. The warrior's eyes widened as he felt the shift in his opponent's energy. Realizing the battle had entered a brand new, utterly unpredictable stage. As the fissure warrior staggered from the first hit, Yu Chan-suk taunted him about the new rules of the fight. The warrior cried out in pain while he smirked and said, "Try to figure out why you got hit." Now that he had seized his opponent's weakness, Yu Chan-suk was confident the tide of battle had completely turned in his favor. Wanting to test his own limits, he decided this was the perfect opportunity to see how far his current power could go. The fissure warrior looked on with anxiety, bracing himself for what was coming next. Yu Chan-suk declared, "Let's move elsewhere." As his power began to break down the very space of the fissure, the entire room erupted into chaos. Their clash unfolded with extreme speed and violence, turning the two into swirling blurs of blue and black energy. Unbound by gravity, the two warriors engaged in a spectacular aerial duel amid the floating debris. The fight became a dead and brilliant dance between light and dark as they darted through the disintegrating space of the fissure. Blinding orange explosions marked the raw power unleashed every time their strikes collided. The fissure warrior raised his sword, preparing a finishing blow. However, Yu Chan-suk blocked it with his spear. Gritting his teeth tight, he put all his strength into the spear. But the fissure warrior overwhelmed him with sheer power and sliced the spear in half. In a split second, a clean blow landed flush, sending Yu Chan-suk falling in utter shock. The battlefield was now a dreamlike realm, with floating stone blocks beneath a hazy sky. A orb resembling a shattered moon hung, suspended in the sky of this broken dimension, adding to the desolate atmosphere. Yu Chan-suk's power continued to dissolve the world around them, as massive chunks of land crumbled and drifted away. Taking advantage of the chaotic environment, Yu Chan-suk kicked hard off a platform, shattering it to propel himself forward. The propulsion generated a massive shockwave, sending him soaring through the air at incredible speed. The fissure warrior was taken off guard as his opponent closed the distance in the blink of an eye. For the first time, genuine astonishment appeared in the warrior's eyes as he faced this unfamiliar tactic. Yu Chan-suk's eyes glowed intensely as he unleashed a new, devastating attack, summoning a storm of phantom blue blades, a technique completely foreign to his opponent. The imagery was stunning and kept readers on the edge of their seats, even if it leaned a bit more towards spectacle than practical strategy. The fissure warrior was swept up in the storm of blades, unable to defend against the sheer volume of attacks. The overwhelming power of the strike blasted the warrior across the shattering space. Landing precariously on a piece of debris, he looked down, completely baffled by this turn of events. He admitted to himself that even across countless battlefields in his past, he had never encountered such power. Visibly panicking, he demanded to know what kind of creature his opponent actually was. Confusion quickly turned into terror as he looked up and saw a massive cross-shaped energy structure emerging in the sky. The colossal energy attack crashed down, ready to annihilate everything in its path. Yu Chan-suk thrust his spear forward, locking down the strike and trapping his opponent. An inescapable cage of brilliant turquoise energy enveloped the fissure warrior. Trapped tight, the warrior hovered helplessly inside the complex energy prison, screaming in agony. But right at that moment, with an unyielding roar, he erupted with power in a desperate bid to break the cage. His energy swirled wildly, threatening to shatter the trap Yu Chan-suk had meticulously woven. While the warrior was focused on breaking the cage, Yu Chan-suk lunged forward, seizing the perfect moment for a finishing blow, and let out a battle cry as he channeled every last bit of his remaining power into one final attack. The Fisher warrior's eyes widened as he saw the incoming lethal strike, unable to react in time. In a climactic flash of light, their weapons collided one last time, sealing both of their fates. Yu Chan-suk accepted being impaled with a triumphant look on his face, having landed his own fatal blow as well. Similarly, the Fisher warrior was pierced through the chest, his body beginning to crack and dissolve. In their final moment, the two evenly matched warriors exchanged a tragic, deeply respectful smile. The eyes of the hero and the monster reflected one another, a silent acknowledgement of a battle pushed to its absolute limits. As the Fisher warrior was defeated, the core of the dimension, a bubbling cauldron of purple energy, began to collapse. The core then exploded in a massive flash of light, marking the total destruction of the Fisher. In a brief flashback, a young knight asked the seasoned commander Lee Hyun-suk a hypothetical question about facing an unbeatable enemy. He then clarified, asking how one should approach a duel with an evenly matched opponent. The question was posed to the hero on a desolate battlefield, a moment that clearly defined his philosophy. The hero, Lee Hyun-suk, seriously pondered the tough question of facing an opponent he absolutely could not defeat. The young knight persisted, genuinely curious about what would happen if someone with power equal to the legendary hero were to appear. With a cold, unwavering gaze, Lee Hyun-suk said the answer was obvious. He laid out his ruthless philosophy. In a true battle between two equals, one of them will not survive. Back in the present, Yu Chan-suk was severely injured, yet he still stood victorious over the defeated Fisher warrior. Words from his past self echoed in his mind as the Fisher warrior's body dissolved into particles of light, his very existence gradually vanishing. As the final remnants of the warrior faded away, he became the sole survivor. With a tired yet triumphant smile, he reaffirmed his core belief in his own strength, declaring that sure enough, he was the strongest. After the battle, Yu Chan-suk's spear remained planted upright in the ground of the collapsing Fisher. Standing in a victory pose, he surveyed the destruction he had wrought to defeat the powerful Fisher warrior. As the Fisher began to destabilize, a reward chest materialized before him, a familiar sight from his past life. He breathed a sigh of relief, seeing that Earth's reward system operated exactly like the one in that other world. The intricately patterned chest then opened, revealing the reward for his hard-fought victory. Inside was a golden-bladed spear, though he noticed its length looked unusually short for such a weapon. But as he gripped the hilt, he felt that there was more to this weapon than met the eye. With a surge of mana, the spear instantly extended to a terrifying length. A pretty cool feature, it had to be said. Realizing the length could be adjusted using mana, he judged this versatile new weapon to be quite useful. He also remembered that Fisher rewards were based on the number of participants. For a brief moment, he felt a slight pang of regret for not bringing Han Sang inside to claim her reward, even though he had handled the entire battle alone. This spoke volumes about his character. A passing thought crossed his mind as he wondered if her sword was still intact after their previous encounters. Now that the Fisher had closed, the once chaotic Tsushima airport stood quietly under a peaceful night sky. Nearby, Han Sang was resting, recovering from the nightmare. Her eyes were closed in deep sleep. Right at that moment, a sword along with its sheath lightly tapped her on the head, thrown by Yu Chan-suk, a rather unusual way to wake someone up. Turning around, she called his name. She said she had never seen a sword like this before, and he told her it was a good replacement blade. Impressed by the weapon's quality and pristine condition, Han Sang was immensely grateful. However, she worried that he might have taken it from inside the dangerous Fisher, but he simply brushed it off and asked if she had gotten enough rest. His face turned serious as he announced that he was about to go rest too. His body could no longer hold out, and he collapsed from sheer exhaustion, a sudden, dramatic conclusion to his victory. Witnessing him pass out, Han Sang was startled to realize that even her seemingly invincible master had his limits. News of Yu Chan-suk's solo clearing a rank 2 fissure spread like a tsunami through the hunter community, as the gap between rank 2 and rank 3 was considered insurmountable. Put simply, this achievement was supposed to be impossible. On the streets, people buzzed with excitement over the shocking news, finding it hard to believe a rookie hunter could pull off what even veteran duos struggled with. Yu Chan-suk became an overnight star, his face appearing on every billboard as the public craved to know more about this mysterious new hero. While recovering in the hospital, his phone was so bombarded with messages that he couldn't even find the important ones. His newfound fame quickly became a burden when he couldn't even step outside without being recognized. His relative peace was soon shattered by a knock at the door of his private room. A woman with braided purple hair introduced herself as Su Zhang from the Secretariat of Embargo Tower. Yu Chan-suk thanked her for covering his medical bills, and she explained that her company wasn't well known yet because their main focus was ICT. Cutting straight to the chase, he said he was curious about the real reason behind her visit. Knowing that such expensive medical treatment wasn't mere charity, he bluntly asked what Embargo Tower wanted from him. He clearly wasn't the type for small talk. Wanting to get right down to business, he stood ready to hear her offer. To ease the tension, she pushed a box of cake forward and asked simply, "Do you like cake?" A completely out of left field question. The topic of the meeting was revealed, a prototype shield generator designed to counter erosion monsters. And so, over strawberry cakes, the two began discussing the details of the mission. Yu Chan-suk confirmed he understood the job. He was being hired to transport the mana-powered shield generator. She emphasized the importance of the mission, stating that this device had the potential to change humanity's fate by offering protection to areas hunters couldn't reach. The gravity of the mission couldn't possibly be higher. He listened intently, recognizing the weight of her words and the scale of the operation. He correctly deduced that this was a large-scale request, and she confirmed they were also reaching out to multiple other hunters to collaborate. Upon hearing that the mighty Janabi Guild had also agreed to assist, he realized this mission was much bigger than he had initially thought. She then described the long, perilous route. The device would be transported by train from Vladivostok to the Netherlands, then by helicopter to the UK for testing. When he asked why they had to go all the way to the UK, she explained that the final destination was Britain because most of Europe and North Africa were under the influence of a powerful organization called Restaurantes. The UK remained the relatively safest place in the region, thanks to its island geography providing a buffer against the chaos. With Europe in a state of anarchy and hunter companies acting like warlords, this transport mission would be extremely dangerous, a literal hostile environment. Yu Chan-suk cut through the pleasantries, stating the obvious. There would be a lot of factions targeting that train. She asked if he had any experience traveling abroad, and he admitted this would be his first time going to Europe. She revealed that she would be joining the mission herself since Embargo Tower was responsible for collecting and analyzing all the data. While eating cake, he remarked that she seemed pretty confident he would join, but admitted that having a familiar face along would be nice. However, before agreeing, he set one condition. He wanted Han Sang to come along. He explained that he had made a promise to his trusted friend and apprentice, and he intended to keep it. A man of his word indeed. Su Zhang cheerfully agreed, saying any hunter trusted by him was a valuable asset, while he inwardly thought this request benefited him as well. With the deal struck, he officially accepted the mission, thinking to himself that this massive, high-profile international op was the perfect opportunity to expand his influence much faster than originally planned. Shortly after, a military helicopter arrived to pick him up for the mission briefing. Yu Chan-suk smirked at the chairman, saying he had to mobilize a helicopter just to pick up a civilian, remarking that being treated like a VIP alongside his solo clear of a rank 2 Fisher put him in a league of his own. However, Hunter Association Chairman Moon Jong reassured him that his feat had turned expectations into certainty and pledged the association's full support. Yu Chan-suk reflected that proving one's strength certainly made things run much smoother. Still, he silently wondered if the chairman knew about the terrorist organization, the descendants of Dan Gun, and how he would react if he found out about their existence. He pondered whether the powerful chairman actually wanted to fix the world's dire state or maintain the status quo that benefited him. Boarding the helicopter, he was surprised by the identity of the other passenger. Top-ranked hunter Lee Se-eun greeted him coldly, saying it had been a while. She remarked that rumors about him had spread far and wide, to which he dryly replied that at this point, it was harder to find someone who didn't know about him. He asked where they were heading and learned they were going to a military base. He knew the Korean military was also involved in this mission, underscoring its national importance. He immediately grasped the geopolitical implications. A successful shield generator would drastically reduce the world's reliance on hunters for national defense. In other words, the entire global balance of power was at stake. Suspicious of his country's motives, he asked her directly if she knew of an organization called the Descendants of Dangun. She answered for him, confirming she knew about this extremist terrorist group. She seemed surprised that he knew as well, prompting him to recount their encounter on Tsushima Island. She explained that the Descendants of Dangun, an all-Korean organization, specialized in sabotaging other hunters' fisher-clearing operations. Recalling his conversation with Kim Ji-hyun, Yoo Chan-suk admitted he could somewhat understand their radical ideology. He also understood the twisted logic behind their actions. Switching topics, she suddenly startled him by saying, "Gotcha!" and handing him a piece of candy. A weird and abrupt shift in tone. He looked at the pumpkin candy with a look of utter confusion as to why she was giving it to him. Lee Se-eun then asked him the same question Soo Jong had, whether he had any experience overseas. Baffled by the repeated question, he confirmed this was his first time traveling so far from home. Hearing this, she smiled meaningfully, mysteriously hinting that his current perspective was understandable since he lacked experience. As the helicopter flew toward the setting sun, she ominously predicted that this mission would make him realize a lot of things. Yoo Chan-suk's high-stakes international mission briefing began in a military conference room. Yoo Chan-suk and Lee Se-eun listened intently and coldly as the official meeting got underway. Major General and Han Seo introduced himself and prepared to detail the perilous operation. He explained that their primary responsibility was to protect an 80-mile-long train with 65 cars dedicated to cargo. He added that the remaining 15 cars were reserved for participating hunters and military personnel to ensure they had adequate rest. Yoo Chan-suk made a dry comment about the special treatment for Lee Se-eun, who got an entire train car to herself, befitting a world top 10 hunter. The general continued, revealing that Embargo Tower had granted the Janabi Guild exclusive rights to protect the crucial shield generator car. As the journey was long and expected to be grueling, he proposed that the Korean military share the burden of protecting the generator. But Lee Se-eun immediately and flatly rejected the offer, catching the general completely off guard. She asserted that since Janabi was in charge, there would naturally be plenty of powerful enemies targeting the generator with absolute intent. She declared that no one would be allowed near it except members of Janabi. Swept aside and utterly overruled, the Major General wiped the sweat from his brow. Straining awkwardly, he moved on to the next part of the meeting. However, she calmly encouraged him to continue, having made her point clear. The general presented the grueling route, emphasizing 7 high-risk erosion zones between Vladivostok and the United Kingdom. But the threat didn't end there, as he warned of Siberian bandits and revealed that out of the 8 European warlords they contacted, only 3 gave a serious response. Yoo Chan-suk immediately grasped the grim implication. The 5 non-responsive warlords had to be treated as hostiles. A soldier voiced the common concern, asking how they could possibly deal with erosion monsters, bandits, and warlords throughout the 2-week mission. Doubts spread across the room as other officials whispered that the mission's success seemed practically impossible. At that moment, a confident voice cut through the despair, telling everyone not to worry. It was Lee Se-eun. Looking around the room, she swore with cold conviction that she would ensure the train reached its destination safely, no matter what. On D-Day, the operation officially commenced at the snow-covered Vladivostok station in Russia. The announcer called for second-class passengers to quickly board the colossal train. Yoo Chan-suk walked along the long, snow-dusted platform toward his assigned car. Stretching his neck, he remarked that walking a full kilometer to the first-class car was absolute murder. However, he was suddenly stopped by Han Sang, who reminded him of the promise they had made. Now wearing new fur combat gear, she confirmed she would hand over the elixir he deserved once the mission was completed. When he asked where she had been, she casually mentioned she was riding in style in the first-class car, which was why he couldn't find her. Yu Chan-suk commented on the special treatment given to world-class hunters like Lee Se-eun, whom she couldn't find either. As the two looked over the train, Su Jong acknowledged its grandeur, and he greeted her as she approached. Su Jong welcomed him, asking if he had taken the time to tour the impressive train yet. Having just arrived, he remarked on the immense effort and resources Embargo Tower had clearly invested in the mission. He glanced over at the heavily guarded generator car, calling its defense system true ironclad security. However, he asked Su Jong, but doesn't it make it even more dangerous because it stands out so much? She clarified that while the car was eye-catching, its depleted uranium armor made it extremely safe. Yu Chan-suk felt reassured, believing that with Lee Se-eun on board, the mission would go smoothly unless something catastrophic happened. His confidence shattered instantly when a swarm of monstrous flying-eye creatures attacked the train. An injured hunter screamed for help, yelling for anyone available to hurry over to Car 57. Cursing under his breath, Yu Chan-suk immediately sprang into action to handle the threat. Less than 10 minutes after departure, the train came under a massive attack from a horde of erosion monsters. As he fought, he yelled in frustration that no matter how many he killed, there seemed to be no end to them. He bitterly wished Lee Se-eun were there to back him up, knowing her power could wipe out the swarm in an instant. The issue was that the Trans-Siberian Railway had been damaged and was being repaired on the fly as the train moved, requiring constant defense for the repair crew. And this critical defensive role had been assigned exclusively to Lee Se-eun, effectively tying her hands. Our protagonist internally cursed the commander's plan, which had sidelined their strongest warrior and kept her from using her full power. Irritated by the poor strategy, he slashed another winged monster in two. Facing a sky packed with enemies, he braced himself for a long and arduous battle. Right at that moment, the scene shifted to another conflict in Khabarovsk, Russia. The powerful warlord Nikolai Baranov stood victorious over the bloody carcass of a giant shark-like monster. Raising his head from his kill, he wondered about the figure approaching him. He recognized Haeun sitting by the fire and wondered why the guy was showing up again. Unexpectedly, the monster he thought dead lunged from behind in a final attack. Unfazed, Nikolai activated the machine gun mounted in his arm. As the bullets struck home, the monster exploded into pieces, its body shattering in a spray of blood. Chunks of monster flesh rained down onto the ground, dead for good. Nikolai turned to his visitor, smiling warmly as he called Haeun a nuisance for dropping by unannounced. Haeun greeted the warlord, casually saying, "Long time no see." He explained that he came to ask for a favor, but got to watch an entertaining fight the moment he arrived. He formally addressed the man as Nikolai Baranov, the Lord of Khabarovsk. Nikolai complained that he caught the beast for dinner, never expecting it to wake back up after being knocked out. However, Haeun told him to wipe off the blood while mocking both Russian cuisine and Korean style. Getting straight to the point, Nikolai asked about the job, making it clear that money was no issue. Haeun smiled, confident that the offer he brought would pique the warlord's interest. He revealed that a train for Vladivostok would be passing through their territory in a few days. Nikolai scoffed, taking it as a bad joke since the Trans-Siberian Railway had been destroyed long ago. But Haeun explained that certain awakened mana users could repair it rapidly, which was exactly how the tracks were being restored. Nikolai asked curiously how a train could run while under repair and what precious cargo it was carrying. Haeun deflected, saying the cargo wasn't important. What mattered was who was transporting it. Nikolai's eyes widened in shock as Haeun revealed the primary target, Janabi's candy big sis, Lee Se-eun. When Nikolai asked if he had a plan to deal with such a formidable opponent, Haeun simply smiled and replied, "Of course." A cruel smirk spread across Nikolai's face as he relished the thought of robbing a train defended by a world-famous hunter. However, Haeun clarified the objective. It wasn't plunder, but sabotage targeted at a specific train car, the one Janabi was tasked with protecting. Calling the warlord low-class trash, he emphasized that he didn't want the car blown up. Instead, He handed Nikolai a terminal device and instructed him to break into the car and connect it to the machinery inside. Nikolai excitedly asked if he could wreck the cargo after he was done, and Heian confirmed that would be even better. Thrilled at the prospect of a good fight, Nikolai roared that he would take the job. He vowed not only to destroy the cargo, but also to slaughter the remaining hunters right before Lee Se-eun's eyes. With a bloodthirsty roar, the Lord of Khabarovsk prepared to unleash hell upon the unsuspecting train. Aboard the speeding train, Yu Chan-suk single-handedly cut through the flock of flying monsters. Watching from afar, other mission personnel couldn't believe their eyes, astonished that a rookie was slaughtering nearly 100 monsters alone. It was an unbelievable display of strength. With a final boom, he slammed his spear down onto the roof of the train, resolving the immediate threat. People remarked that he looked even more like a monster than the beasts themselves. Looking over the pile of corpses, Yu Chan-suk thought to himself that the area was relatively clear for now. He glanced at the other exhausted hunters and figured they wouldn't be of any help in the early stages of the mission. He didn't seem particularly impressed. Realizing he couldn't rely on them, he solemnly concluded that he would have to carry the burden of battle alone from here on out. Meanwhile, Han Sang, ever the dedicated hunter, tried to rally her exhausted comrades, reminding them that the mission was far from over. Yu Chan-suk chuckled quietly at the sight, thinking that she truly was the only useful one among them. But his train of thought was abruptly cut short by a strange tremor. A catastrophic explosion tore through the landscape ahead, destroying the railway tracks in a storm of snow and shattered ice. In an instant, the path ahead was completely blocked. As he wondered if it was an avalanche, the control room signaled that an obstacle had been detected, but they would keep pressing forward anyway. Sensing true danger, Lee Se-eun's eyes glowed brightly as she urgently radioed the control room. Her voice sharp and authoritative, she issued a single vital order: stop the train. Standing atop the locomotive, she confirmed her suspicions, declaring that the enemy had arrived. Right then, a massive beam of red energy surged from the distance, aimed straight at her. Gripping her great sword firmly, she prepared to meet the incoming strike. With her sword, she deflected the energy beam straight up into the sky. The attacker, revealed to be a man in high-tech armor equipped with a jetpack, soared through the air and charged toward her. While Han Sang stood, shocked by the sudden appearance, Yu Chan-suk calmly told her to recall the briefing, reminding her that only one person near Khabarovsk had this kind of capability. He identified the new enemy as the notorious armed gang led by the warlord Nikolai Baranov. Just as Lee Se-eun realized they were ambushed, she was suddenly bombarded by a barrage of magical talismans. The talismans detonated in a flash of purple light, weaving a powerful binding curse around her body. Caught completely off guard by the potent magic, she was temporarily stunned. The purple energy of the curse grew increasingly intense, swirling around her and restricting her movements. Han Sang watched the scene in utter shock and disbelief as their strongest hunter was neutralized. Their greatest hope had been eliminated in the blink of an eye. Anxiously, she called out to her commander, asking if something was wrong. Struggling against the magical chains, Lee Se-eun gritted her teeth. She reluctantly admitted to her apprentice that she was completely sealed. Right after, she broadcasted an announcement to all the hunters on board. She informed them of the enemy attack and stated that Commander Lee Se-eun was unable to join the battle, triggering a wave of panic among the other hunters. The grim reality of the situation set in as they learned the enemy forces outnumbered them 5 to 10 times over. The odds were stacked overwhelmingly against them. Yet, she still tried to rally the panic hunters, declaring that retreat was not an option and that their duty was to defend the train. Even bound, she remained resilient, concluding her order with a resounding "hunt them down." Without hesitation, Yu Chan-suk told Han Sang to follow him as he leapt off the train to confront the enemy head-on. The remaining hunters looked on in a mixture of shock and terror, calling him a madman for daring to jump down alone to face an army of 500. It was an act of pure recklessness. Yet, inspired by the rookie's incredible bravery, the other hunters found their courage as well, unwilling to just stand by and watch the two fight alone. It seemed his bravery was infectious. Even while sealed, Lee Se-eun remained resolute, swearing to break the seal and return to the front lines as soon as possible. However, a man named Lee Hae-un appeared before her with a smug look, saying that escaping his seal wouldn't be so easy. Lee Se-eun glared at the newcomer, instantly recognizing his magic and asking if he was the one who cast the seal. He calmly introduced himself as a member of the descendants of Dangun and revealed that he and Lee Se-eun were actually distant relatives. He mockingly called her his 10th cousin, asking if meeting in a foreign land was a happy occasion. Ignoring his taunts, she attempted to break the seal with pure brute force, but her massive great sword shattered into pieces. For the first time, genuine shock showed on her face as she stared at the broken hilt in her hand. This was the first time we saw her composure crack. Lee Hae-un arrogantly boasted again that the seal wouldn't break that easily and advised her to surrender now that she was disarmed. But she merely smirked, asking why he was making such a big deal out of a broken sword. She twisted a ring on her finger, and it began to glow with a brilliant blue light. The confident look on Lee Hae-un's face immediately faltered as he realized what she was about to do. A brand new sword materialized in her hand, and she mocked him, asking if he recognized her trump card. A system window explained her rare item, the mirror ring, which had the ability to instantly replicate and replenish a registered weapon as soon as it was destroyed. When he called her foolish for relying on brute strength, she countered, asking who the real fool was. She then applied poison to the new sword, ready to try again. With a ruthless jab at his hit-and-miss pickup lines, she unleashed another powerful strike against the seal. Meanwhile, Yu Chan-suk and Han Sang stood ready to face the entire advancing army. Yu Chan-suk's gaze remained sharp and focused as Nikolai's forces drew near. Hovering above his troops, Nikolai Baranov laughed boisterously, mocking the two hunters for daring to think they could stand against his numbers. With a cruel smile, he declared himself the one who decides who lives, offering to spare their lives if they surrendered. Yu Chan-suk was puzzled by how Nikolai was flying without him sensing any mana. Han Sang explained that thanks to armor from the old Predator project, it was designed to allow the user to fight without needing mana. She further revealed that the armor was a prototype from the South Korean military, which had been abandoned because the materials were too difficult to obtain. However, he found it suspicious that the leader of a Russian gang possessed rare, discarded South Korean military tech, raising a crucial question. The reality of the situation hit Han Sang as she realized that hunting this time meant she had to kill human beings. Seeing her hesitate, he told her to turn back if she couldn't stomach fighting humans for the first time. Hearing this, she retorted that he had never fought humans before either. But she steeled her resolve, saying that since the enemy was out to kill them, it made no difference. With determined eyes, she concluded that these bandits were no different from the erosion monsters she had slain before. But as one of Nikolai's men charged at her with an axe, she hesitated again, saying that thinking it was easy was one thing, but doing it was another. Yet, with blinding speed, Yu Chan-suk decapitated the man. The headless corpse collapsed before her, blood spurting like a geyser. Yu Chan-suk then offered cold, practical advice. Do what needs to be done, but don't let guilt consume you. With a sarcastic smirk, he reassured her that any lingering remorse would fade after just a few days, or at most within a month. Amidst the chaos of battle, Yu Chan-suk listened to the deafening screams and clashing weapons. The snow-covered battlefield before him was a gruesome scene of spilled guts and rivers of blood. He could feel the chaotic, violent vortex of primitive human emotions swirling around him. Despite his extensive experience with war, he still found the gory spectacle sickening. Yet, he had to admit that a part of him felt strangely familiar with the slaughter. His focus narrowed as he prepared to turn the tide of battle. He noticed that while they had the edge in skill, they were overwhelmed by numbers and being pushed back by the enemy's momentum. He calmly deduced that there was only one clear path to victory. His strategy was simple. Ignore the foot soldiers and focus on eliminating the enemy commander, Nikolai Baranov. The warlord recognized his opponent, smirking as he identified him as the famous rookie from South Korea. Right before engaging, our protagonist dryly remarked that news sure traveled fast enough for even Russian thugs to know his face. As the clash began, He used his spear to block Nikolai's glowing red blade. Nikolai looked down on his opponent's strength, but inwardly, the protagonist admitted that Nikolai was extremely fast and powerful. His advanced military armor was also so durable that it took no damage at all. He realized this was a tough opponent, not easily defeated. But then he smiled, realizing this fight would have been quite difficult had he not gained new power on Tsushima Island. With that terrifying power, he blasted his opponent backward. Nikolai was caught completely off guard by the sudden force and cursed at his opponent. Infuriated, he activated the machine guns on his arms, firing a dense barrage of bullets and swearing to end it immediately. Dodging the bullets while charging forward, the protagonist thought to himself that although his opponent claimed he would finish him, he was actually holding back his firepower. Why? He quickly deduced his real motive. He wanted to stop the train without damaging the precious shield generator inside. Realizing the attack had been intentionally toned down, he concluded the enemy knew beforehand that Lee Se-eun would be there to absorb the hits. Suspicious circumstances began piling up in his mind. A Russian wearing South Korean military armor, alongside a SEAL master who showed up at the perfect time. He concluded that this wasn't just one or two fishy details. As his flame of paradox engulfed Nikolai's armor, the warlord cried out in panic, "What is this?" The protagonist revealed his trump card. He was burning away the abstract concept of durability from the armor itself. With his opponent's strongest defense broken, he lunged in once more, swearing to end the fight quickly. Nikolai could only watch in terror as his invulnerable armor disintegrated before his eyes. Enraged at the turn of events, he roared, calling Chon-suk a rat, and swung his sword, only to be dodged. Chon-suk met him head-on, unleashing a terrifying 16-hit combo of Blue Journey. The final blow, named Cannon, struck Nikolai direct. The strike landed precisely, leaving the warlord stunned inside his now fragile armor. Spotting a fatal crack in his armor, Nikolai realized he needed to retreat to buy time. In a desperate attempt to survive, he offered to help break the seal on Lee Se-eun if his opponent would stop. Chon-suk completely ignored the plea and pressed the attack. With an overwhelming final strike, he sliced both the armor and Nikolai's body in half. Afterward, he looked down at his defeated foe with cold indifference. Standing victorious over Nikolai's half-body, he declared that he didn't need his help. To prove it, Lee Se-eun began shattering the seal, binding her through her own sheer, immense power. The surrounding hunters were rendered speechless with awe at his power and bravery. But their amazement quickly turned into cheers as they realized they had won the battle. Later, Chon-suk confidently asserted that a hunter of Lee Se-eun's level was more than capable of breaking such a seal on her own. Deep within her mystical prison, her eyes began to glow with power, ready to burst forth. Sometime after the battle concluded, the train resumed its journey through the snow-covered wilderness. The aftermath of the battle was a grim scene, with the bodies of monsters and soldiers scattered everywhere. The South Korean hunters stood guard outside the train after eliminating the immediate threat. The freed Lee Se-eun congratulated Chon-suk on a job well done and handed him a piece of candy as a reward. Holding the candy, he confirmed his suspicion that the SEAL master was indeed a descendant of Dangun. She explained that the terrorists fled the moment she broke the seal, so they couldn't catch them. He accepted the report while the other hunters stared at him in utter bewilderment. Astonished, they asked what he was doing. He replied that he was about to eat the candy. Everyone panicked and shouted, asking why on earth he would eat that, even wondering if he had gone mad. The protagonist asked her what was wrong with everyone. She smiled and replied, "I guess you're the only one brave enough to actually eat it." She explained that everyone else collected her candies as trophies rather than eating them. However, his attention quickly shifted to something in the distance. He saw South Korean soldiers collecting advanced military equipment from Nikolai's corpse. A troubling thought crossed his mind. A Russian warlord using specialized South Korean military gear. He deduced that this could only happen if Nikolai had backing from a force powerful enough to bypass the South Korean government, or if the South Korean military itself was secretly aiding him. This realization brought a chilling question to his mind. Could he truly trust the military personnel on this mission? Right at that moment, the scene shifted to a bustling city. The SEAL master Lee Hae-eun stumbled forward, exhausted from the battle. He cursed his failure Admitting he had expended too much mana maintaining the seal on Lee Se-eun, he approached and greeted his superior, a mysterious captain wearing a cloak. He apologized for failing the mission, but the captain simply brushed it off, treating it as a minor setback on a long journey. The superior comforted him, telling him to forget the failure and focus on recovering. With a final word of encouragement, he told the man who had just failed not to lose his self-respect. However, once he was alone, the captain's calm facade shattered, revealing his fury and agony over the failure. He angrily stated that if he could have analyzed that flame of paradox, he would have killed Chansuk right then and there. As the elevator doors opened, a new location was revealed. He stepped into a dark laboratory filled with monitors and called out to Dr. Seo Junwoo. The plump doctor spun around in his chair, holding a slice of pizza, and leisurely asked what brought him to his lab. The captain asked about the progress of their secret project, and the doctor replied that it was doable but would take time. He also reminded the captain that it would require a massive budget. The captain brushed off the concern, simply ordering him to get it done quickly. The doctor said he would do his best, adding casually, "By the way, what a pity. If we had figured out the principles of the shield generator sooner, it would have been very useful." The captain replied ominously, "Don't worry. The journey across Siberia was still long, meaning they would have plenty more opportunities to strike." Meanwhile, on the train, Chansuk was now extremely wary of the allies he once thought he could trust. The heavy armored train continued its long journey across the desolate, snow-covered plains of Siberia. Inside the command center, a military officer delivered a grim report to Lee Se-eun. They had lost a third of their fighting force, with 5 dead and 10 wounded. Taking command, Lee Se-eun ordered emergency first aid for the injured and instructed the crew to arrange proper medical care for them upon arrival in Warsaw, Poland. When asked who controlled the territory ahead, the officer identified the local warlord as a man named Mazurka. Lee Se-eun immediately told him to contact the Hunter Guild collaborating with Mazurka and request their assistance to ensure a safe journey. However, the officer expressed doubt, asking if such a powerful warlord would cooperate easily. But she confidently asserted that they would have no choice, leveraging her future influence and that of the Janabi Guild to force their compliance. Meanwhile, in Poland, the scene shifted to the massive headquarters of the Esprit Hunter Guild. Inside, an assistant frantically rushed to inform his superior about a sudden request for cooperation from South Korea's prestigious Janabi Guild. Partner Hunter Robert Digny flew into a rage, contemptuously telling the assistant to tell Lee Se-eun to fuck off. His colleague panicked and tried to reason with him, reminding him that this request came from South Korea's legendary Candy Big Sis, a famous hunter who had cleared 5 rank, 1 fishers. Robert remained obstinately opposed, dismissing her as just another hunter and asking why they should risk their lives over a request from her. However, another hunter spoke up, showing deep respect and declaring that if needed, he was ready to jump through fire for her. Furious at such loyalty, Robert yelled that his colleague was an idiot for worshipping a hunter who only worked on contract. Unexpectedly, the whole room fell silent as a group of Esprit's top hunters appeared, standing united against his fury. Robert was stunned to see so many of his colleagues gathering to oppose him. One hunter even declared he would rather pay the fine and leave the guild than refuse Candy Big Sis's request. He could only glare in utter disbelief, unable to fathom their absolute loyalty to a woman he considered just a peer. He furiously yelled that no matter how famous she was no different from him. Another hunter calmly corrected his delusion, simply saying that Candy Big Sis was different. Everyone agreed, recounting how Lee Se-eun's foundation had saved each of them, either through life-saving surgery or by rescuing them from Fisher. A colleague warned him that if everyone left, the guild would be in serious trouble, advising him to apologize and accept the request. Backed into a corner, Robert could only curse her name under his breath, wondering if her influence really ran this deep. Back on the train, Lee Se-eun looked out the window and pondered the harsh reality of their mission, worrying whether the injured hunters would last another 5 days to reach Warsaw. She secretly hoped this perilous journey wouldn't run into any more unexpected incidents. Right then, as if fate were mocking her, an emergency alarm blared over the intercom, warning of approaching sea erosion monsters. Outside, the source of the alarm was revealed. A massive swarm of gelatinous slimes was rushing toward the train. The alarm continued to blare as all hunters were ordered to prepare for battle immediately. Inside, some of the less experienced hunters panicked, unable to believe they were being attacked by creatures that looked so weak. However, Lee Se-eun knew full well the true danger they faced. Her face turned serious as she gripped her great sword tight. Unfamiliar with this world's monsters, Yu Chan-suk calmly turned to her and asked, "What is a slime?" She explained, "They aren't ordinary monsters, but rank one erosion monsters from Fisher nicknamed the Refrigerator." This caught Yu Chan-suk off guard. He expressed confusion, asking how monsters from a fissure over 600 kilometers away could show up here. She grimly concluded that the erosion zone must have expanded, making a battle against these rank one creatures extremely difficult. As the group climbed onto the train roof, Yu Chan-suk anxiously asked just how dangerous slimes really were. She explained that their body temperature was like liquid nitrogen, capable of freezing and shattering any equipment upon contact. Right on cue, under her command, the archers took aim, preparing to test the monster's defenses. On her signal, the hunters fired a volley of mana-infused arrows toward the advancing swarm. The arrows flew true, striking directly into the slime's gelatinous bodies. But everyone watched in horror as the attack proved completely ineffective. Lee Se-eun revealed the terrifying truth. The slimes possessed an overwhelmingly powerful mana resistance. Yu Chan-suk quickly grasped the dire situation. If mana-based attacks didn't work, they had virtually no way to inflict damage on them. Panic began to spread as an archer screamed that their attack had failed and the slimes were about to catch up to the train. Other hunters could only watch in despair, believing their situation was hopeless. At this point, she desperately said that the mission was as good as failed. Yet, amidst the rising panic, Yu Chan-suk and his apprentice Han maintained absolute composure. He casually stepped up to a head archer and asked if he could try the bow. When the archer arrogantly lectured him on mana trajectories, he simply shrugged and said he would try it his way. Lee Se-eun looked at him with a mix of surprise and anticipation as he stepped up to the front line. He reasoned that if the issue was merely mana resistance, then he had the perfect solution, coating the arrow in his purple flames. "All we have to do is burn it," he declared, firing an arrow crackling with the destructive force of the paradox flame. The fiery arrow struck its target, aiming not at the slime's body, but directly at its mana resistance. A honeycomb-like energy barrier appeared on the slime's surface, and the paradox flame immediately began burning through it. The dark purple flames effortlessly incinerated the monster's formidable defense. The other hunters stood speechlessly staring in disbelief as the slime's impenetrable mana resistance was completely broken. Yu Chan-suk inwardly lamented that while he could coat the entire area in flames, he wasn't proficient enough yet to do so safely. Returning the bow to its owner, he calmly instructed the archers to resume firing as his flames weakened slightly. Lee Se-eun recalled her own fight against him, realizing with awe that his unique skill could erase even intangible concepts, making him a truly unpredictable force. With the slime's main defense broken, she knew it was her turn to act. With a powerful leap, she charged forward, swinging her massive greatsword into the now vulnerable monster horde. Her blade sliced through them effortlessly, drawing cheers from the other hunters as they realized they could finally fight back. She then shouted for a status report and learned only one slime remained, but it was dangerously closing in on the train. Her eyes widened in alarm as she saw the final, colossal threat hovering right overhead. The last slime leapt high into the air, preparing to crush the entire train car under its massive weight. Lee Se-eun saw no way out. The monster was too large to cut down, and they would be crushed before they could retrieve the equipment. While everyone else fell into despair, Yu Chan-suk calmly drew his sword, acknowledging that the monster's lethal power came from its gargantuan size. And he thought to himself that, logically, defeating such a monster was nearly impossible. However, as he raised his weapon, a smirk crossed his face, knowing the answer was actually remarkably simple. Charging toward the falling monster and swinging his weapon, He declared that power meant nothing when its very source was reduced to ashes. Lee Se-un felt awe at the overwhelming sight that turned the impossible into reality. Han Sang was equally mesmerized by the astounding display of strength, a feeling shared by everyone present. As the remaining gelatinous pieces of the slime rained down around them, she began to think that with Yu Chan-suk around, they truly stood a chance. Yu Chan-suk caught a piece of the solidified gel, which had turned into something resembling candy, and remarked that it tasted like cola. With a faint smile, he said he liked cola candy, prompting Lee Se-un to wonder silently if this man might be the one to save their miserable world. After fending off monsters across Siberia, the mission train finally made its way toward Poland. The team was briefed on the next step, stopping for 3 days in Warsaw to distribute relief aid and treat the wounded. Lee Se-un breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing that the local warlord, Mazurka, had promised to cooperate. She then asked about the status of the other warlords, wondering if they had agreed to cooperate with the transport mission. Unfortunately, the other warlords had not yet responded, but she instructed the team to keep trying to reach them. The giant armored train finally came to a halt at the central station in Warsaw, Poland, a city in the grip of war. Yu Chan-suk was stunned by the city's desolate state. Having heard that Poland was one of the relatively stable countries, he looked outside in shock at the absolute devastation and the piles of corpses stacked across the station. Noticing a complete lack of trees, he deduced that the citizens were so desperate that they were burning whatever they could find just to stay warm. He also observed that Lee Se-un and the other veteran hunters were entirely unfazed, making him wonder if this grim sight was normal in these lands. As he took in the catastrophic view, a local military officer approached and called his name. Surprised to hear him speak Korean, the man introduced himself as Warrant Officer Joseph Palinsky of Warlord Mazurka's force. Palinsky offered to lead him to his quarters, separating him from the main group. A luxury car offered a stark contrast to the ruined city as it drove the protagonist to his lodging. He was right in guessing that accommodations were assigned by rank, as he was taken to a separate location. Inside the car, Palinsky confirmed his status as a freelance hunter and immediately saw an opportunity. He promptly made a recruitment pitch, suggesting he stay and work long-term in Poland since he had no ties to South Korea. Palinsky tempted him with promises that he would enjoy far more power here than back in his homeland. Hearing this, Yu Chan-suk thought to himself that despite the corpses outside, the man was still talking about power that allowed one to freely supply limousines and champagne. Palinsky went on to explain that unlike in Korea, hunters in this lawless land were virtually unconstrained by any rules. The offer took a dark turn as the officer suggested that if he worked for them, they could provide him with people for the sole purpose of beating them to death. Disgusted by the revolting proposition, Yu Chan-suk barely held back the urge to punch him in the face. That evening, he arrived at his assigned quarters. He stepped into the room, which was far from the luxurious lodging one would expect, and scoffed at the pitiful state of the good accommodation provided, which was no better than a cheap hotel. After a quick inspection of the bathroom, he reluctantly accepted that at least it wasn't dirty. However, his disdain only grew upon discovering that the food provided was nothing more than instant ramen. Just as he was about to eat his meager dinner, he was interrupted by a knock at the door. It was Su Jong, standing outside with an anxious expression as she greeted him. With a flushed face, she shyly asked if he could do her a small favor. Moments later, the sound of running shower water echoed through the small apartment. Su Jong let out a sigh of relief as she enjoyed a hot shower in his private bathroom. While showering, she apologized, explaining that her shared bathroom was rusty, but Yu Chan-suk casually replied that it was no big deal between acquaintances. However, he mentioned that he had a question in return. Sitting on the sofa, he asked a deceptively simple question. Why was all the relief food they were transporting made in Korea? She listened attentively, her expression turning serious. She then revealed the grim truth. It all stemmed from the exploitative diplomatic policies of the Korean government, which she went on to explain in detail. Korea imports vast amounts of resources like minerals, fuel, and grain from other countries. After keeping the best parts for themselves, they sell the inferior remnants back to those very same nations. It was an arrangement that left Yu Chan-suk utterly baffled. The reason they had to accept it was simple. No nation dared anger the Korean government and risk losing the protection of their powerful hunters. In a world where basic survival depended on hunter protection, even the most absurd demands from Korea had to be met. The result of this vicious cycle of exploitation was that European nations were forced to buy back low-quality, near-expired food from Korea. His face hardened as he began to grasp the rotten reality of global politics. Cutting straight to the point, he asked specifically about the relief supplies they were transporting and bluntly questioned if they were carrying worthless junk like sprouted potatoes. As she stepped out of the bathroom, she prepared to reveal an even more disturbing truth. The relief supplies aboard the train were actually recycled powder mixture number 65. She clarified that this powder was literally dried and crushed food waste, with the number 65 merely indicating the percentage of recycled organic matter. Yoo Chan-suk was rendered speechless, digesting the fact that they were transporting actual garbage disguised as aid. Soo-jong admitted she knew Korea was fully capable of sending real food, wondering aloud why they would send such a thing instead. But Yoo Chan-suk offered a harsh reality check. If they sent supplies with actual value, they would never reach the hands of those who truly needed them. He then posed a rhetorical question. In a land ruled by corrupt warlords, whose mouths would valuable food actually end up in? He explained that any edible food would simply be hoarded by warlords or sold off to buy weapons, fueling further conflict. Because this was a world where the strong could do whatever they pleased, and good intentions were easily exploited. Finally understanding Lee Se-eun's warning, Yoo Chan-suk came to a chilling conclusion. This world was even more corrupt and hopeless than the one he had fought in for 20 years. He found it absurdly ironic that while the world was collapsing, organizations like the descendants of Dangun were intentionally making things worse. This harsh dose of reality only reinforced his resolve, and he knew exactly what he had to do. He approached Soo-jong with a newfound, overwhelming intensity that startled her. In a cold voice, he told her he had one more question. He asked for the location of the nearest uncooperative warlord, to which she replied, Hamburg, Germany. Without a moment's hesitation, he set off for Hamburg to handle the matter personally. German warlord Daniel Lewis was alerted by his soldiers that something serious was happening to their forces. A soldier reported that a Korean hunter named Yoo Chan-suk was single-handedly tearing through their forces, demanding to know why they refused to cooperate. Yoo Chan-suk paused his attack when a warlord threatened to file an official complaint with the Korean Hunter Association over the assault. Ignoring the threat, our protagonist effortlessly subdued one of the warlord's soldiers. Outraged by the blatant disrespect, the German warlord screamed, asking if he had a death wish. Hearing this, Yoo Chan-suk coldly explained that if you're going to kill someone, you have to do it properly. And then he offered one final, chilling piece of advice forged from a lifetime of war. Ruthlessness is the only way to survive. 3 hours earlier, our protagonist, Yoo Chan-suk, asked for the location of the nearest uncooperative warlord. The setting was the royal castle in Warsaw, currently serving as a temporary headquarters for the mission. He strode into the castle, ready to speak with the mission commander, Lee Se-eun. Drowning in paperwork, she raised her head to look at Yoo Chan-suk as he approached, telling him she was busy. Having no time for pleasantries, she impatiently told him to summarize his report quickly. So, he cut straight to the chase, revealing that the terrorist group Descendants of Dangun was trying to take control of the erosion rifts. Stunned, she demanded to know why he hadn't shared this crucial information from the Tsushima mission sooner. Hearing that, he simply stared back at her with an unimpressed look, subtly signaling his deep lack of trust in their current allies. Catching his silent message, she sighed and admitted that he had made up his mind. However, he bluntly stated that he couldn't get along with their current partners, calling them weird, to which she replied that she was glad he had made a wise decision. Right at that moment, a subordinate announced that their teammate Han Sang had arrived. Lee Se-eun confirmed that he and Han Sang were the ones who had carried out the Tsushima mission together. As Han Sang walked in, she remarked that she probably shared the same grim assessment of the current situation as he did. Sure enough, Han Sang admitted that the reality in Warsaw was so appalling that she could hardly believe her own eyes. She even sarcastically asked if Korea was completely blind to the catastrophic state of other nations. Hearing that, Lee Se-eun replied, That couldn't possibly be the case, could it, Miss Jumian Group? Han Sang confessed that if she weren't a hunter, she would still be living in ignorance, expressing her helplessness at being unable to offer any real aid. But Lee Se-eun coldly cut her off, saying that while the situation in Warsaw was unfortunate, it wasn't their responsibility, and told her to focus on their own difficult mission since they had no outside support. Cutting through the heavy atmosphere, Yoo Chan-suk declared that he had a plan to break the stalemate, confirming he would personally negotiate with the German warlord, but on his own terms. With a grim expression, he voiced his true thoughts. He just wanted to use brute force to overpower the warlords, which left Lee Se-eun worried about his methods. However, he admitted, much to his annoyance, that public image and diplomacy were holding back a full-scale assault. Hating the tedious formalities, he declared that, as a freelance hunter, he would take matters into his own hands and handle the negotiations himself. Hearing this, Lee Se-eun reluctantly conceded that even though it was an extreme approach, they had no other choice if they wanted to move the mission forward. When she asked if he was fine going alone, he promised to finish the job before the distribution of relief supplies in Poland concluded, telling them to get ready to move out. Concerned, Han Sang-a offered to go with him, but he declined, telling her she should focus on her training instead. Wasting no more time, he requested a helicopter, estimating that the flight to Germany would take about an hour. With a confident smirk, he bade them farewell and promised to meet them again in Germany. The scene shifted, revealing that Warlord Kaiser had severely underestimated Yoo Chan-suk, believing his mana reserves were dangerously low. His forces assumed there was a fundamental limit to how much mana any single person could channel at once. Relying on their strength and numbers, they thought they could easily overwhelm a solo hunter from Korea. Given their overwhelming numbers and combined firepower, that assumption seemed entirely logical. However, their plan instantly collapsed when Yoo Chan-suk effortlessly obliterated their forces with a single, overwhelming strike. Their plan would have worked if he were just an ordinary hunter. Now, standing amidst the ruined remains of the army, Yoo Chan-suk presented Warlord Daniel Lewis with a choice: talk or fight to the death. The German warlord was in a total state of shock, unable to comprehend how Yoo Chan-suk was still standing when his mana should have been completely drained. Daniel then screamed in fury at his remaining soldiers, asking why they weren't attacking an opponent who seemed completely exhausted. Following his orders, the panicked soldiers opened fire, but Daniel shrieked in terror as his target vanished into a blur of motion. In a split second, Yoo Chan-suk materialized right behind the warlord, choking him before he could even react. Holding the stunned warlord hostage, he coldly told him once again to make a choice. Sweating bullets, Daniel desperately threatened him, asking how he planned to handle the political fallout of this attack. Yoo Chan-suk merely glared at him with pure disdain, repeating the word fallout. His cold, contemptuous gaze said it all, like I give a damn. Defeated and terrified, the warlord agreed to talk, leading them into a makeshift negotiation tent. Inside, Yoo Chan-suk cautiously took a sip of the drink he was offered. However, he grimaced in disgust and demanded to know what it was, since it tasted nothing like the cola he was promised. Daniel explained that it was just a similarly colored beverage, the easiest thing to come by in this desolate wasteland, and tiredly admitted that it had been years since he last had real cola. Yoo Chan-suk remarked that the situation in Germany was even worse than in Poland, taking note of the complete lack of basic amenities like electricity. Daniel then explained that their military base was a relic from the early days of the rifts, now aged and falling apart due to dwindling state support. He bitterly described it as a humiliating realization of his country's total helplessness. Cutting through the somber mood, Yoo Chan-suk got straight to the point, asking why the warlord refused to cooperate with the train's operations. Hearing this, Daniel angrily declared that Germany needed shield generators far more than Britain did because of the massive erosion zone known as restaurantes. Yoo Chan-suk recalled hearing about it, one of the 8 great rifts located in Italy, whose influence had spread across Europe and North Africa. The Lord insisted that Britain's problems were nothing compared to the threat of the restaurantes surging out of Italy, a threat they were desperately trying to contain. Yoo Chan-suk countered with cold logic, explaining that the generator was a piece of experimental equipment that had to be tested in a stable location. while warning that a lack of cooperation would only delay them further in getting one. Daniel sneered, declaring that this wasn't a negotiation, but rather Yu Chan-suk making unilateral demands. Hearing that, our protagonist replied, "My patience is wearing thin. If you realize that, then shut your mouth and cooperate." Daniel argued back, asking why he was acting so arrogant when he had no other choices left. Yu Chan-suk ominously reminded the Lord that he had already seen that violent alternative. To emphasize his point, he crushed the glass in his hand, stating that it wasn't an option he would recommend choosing. However, Yu Chan-suk made it clear that his role was merely to act as a bridge for him to speak with Lee Se-eun. Completely intimidated, Daniel asked what cooperating actually entailed. When the Lord asked if the candy lady had sent him, he admitted he was acting alone out of sheer frustration with the delays. Daniel sighed, realizing that Lee Se-eun, known for her usual caution, would never take such a reckless gamble, and finally agreed to contact her. But when Daniel told him to leave, Yu Chan-suk flatly refused, declaring that he would stay right here, and explained that he didn't trust the Lord to keep his word, leaving Daniel stammering in rage. As a down payment, he placed a brightly colored piece of candy into his hand. He revealed it was cola-flavored candy he got from a slime, prompting Daniel to bitterly remark on how lavishly South Koreans live. Staring intently, Yu Chan-suk listened as the Lord lamented that in this war-torn land, they didn't even know what tomorrow would bring. The scene shifts to the royal castle in Warsaw, where Lee Se-eun asked Yu Chan-suk about his future plans. She clarified her question. After finishing this request, did he have any thoughts on what to do next? He pondered for a moment, admitting that witnessing the grim reality of the world had changed his perspective. Poking his head out of the tent to look at the now cooperative Lord, he thought to himself that Daniel would be thanking him soon enough. With renewed resolve, he declared his new goal was to smash all the rifts and save the world so that one day everyone could drink real cola again. The scene cuts back to a square in Warsaw, where a massive crowd of starving refugees had gathered to receive rations. A mechanized soldier called for the next person in the long, desperate line. What passed for relief was nothing more than a bowl of watery soup, practically clear broth, hardly enough to be called a meal. A refugee stared intently with burning resentment at the meager portion he received. He finally exploded in anger, demanding to know how they were supposed to survive on such paltry soup, only to be immediately barked at by an armed soldier to get back in line. Right at that moment, the soldiers received orders. Authorization granted to suppress civilians. Lethal force permitted. The enraged man denounced the South Korean military, claiming they were no different from the government thugs they had tried to flee from in the first place. However, his defiance was met only with the cold barrel of a gun as a soldier aimed directly at him. The soldier fired, and the crowd screamed in terror, believing the man had just been executed over a simple complaint. However, one soldier clarified that they had only used non-lethal salt rounds. Another soldier threatened the man lying on the ground, warning that any further disturbance would yield the same result. Realizing the soldiers weren't authorized to use lethal force, however, the starving crowd began to grow bolder. Before long, the refugees charged the supply trucks, overwhelming the guards and forcing them to call for backup. Back in the present, the mission's administrative team was sinking into chaos as they struggled to manage the relief effort. An official reported a growing number of injuries and counterfeit ration tickets, emphasizing that they were critically shorthanded. Amidst the chaos, Lee Se-eun received an urgent message that a communication had arrived from Lord Kaiser's territory. Over the phone, a relieved smile spread across her face as she congratulated Yu Chan-suk on his successful negotiation. The official report confirmed the German Lord, Daniel Lewis, had agreed to cooperate with their mission. The scene transitions to the ruined cityscape of Hamburg, the territory of Lord Kaiser. There, Daniel Lewis greeted Lee Se-eun, commenting on the strange guy she had sent to force his cooperation. Once the agreement was finalized, she formally thanked the Lord for complying. Meanwhile, Yu Chan-suk kept a vigilant eye on the city from a high vantage point. He continued his patrol, silently scanning the ruined structures. Suddenly, Han Sang floated up to his position, startling him and asking what he was doing. He explained that he was scouting the surroundings, and she informed him that Lee Se-eun was looking for him. Just as he agreed to head down, his hyper-attuned senses picked up something unusual. His eyes caught a strange flicker of light from a distant clock tower. The burst of light flared up abruptly, startling Han Sang-a, who hadn't expected it either. Instantly sensing a threat, he leaped off the roof in pursuit, leaving a surprised Han Sang-a behind. He darted through an abandoned building, rushing toward the observer's position. Reaching the clock tower, he confirmed without a doubt that someone had been watching him from that exact spot. Deducing that his target had used mana to conceal themselves and escape upon being detected. Focusing his senses, he began tracking the faint residue of mana left behind. A subtle trail of mana swirled on the floor, guiding him forward. To his surprise, he realized the trail of mana led straight up to the ceiling. Wary of a trap, he immediately snapped his head up and readied his spear for an attack from above. At that exact moment, a blade sliced down through the ceiling, but he was already prepared, blocking the ambush cold. Yu Chan-suk commented on the attacker's bizarre tactic of tearing through space just to ambush him. The mysterious attacker, Co Joam, also expressed surprise that his opponent had tracked down his hiding spots so quickly. He was a member of the terrorist group Descendants of Dangun. He formally introduced himself and stated his intention to put a stop to Yu Chan-suk. Yu Chan-suk dryly remarked on his opponent's eccentric attire, a traditional hanbok paired with what looked like a sword cane. Joam calmly corrected him. He revealed his weapon was a calamus sword, then unleashed a flurry of slashes. The strikes tore up the surroundings, but Yu Chan-suk managed to dodge them all. However, he gritted his teeth, barely managing to block the relentless assault. The two traded a barrage of blows, with our protagonist being pushed onto the defensive. He dodged another powerful sword strike. Right then, he repositioned and struck back with strange, unpredictable movements. Yet, to his frustration, he realized that even though his attacks should have landed, his opponent was somehow dodging every single one. Co Joam smugly taunted him, telling him to try a little harder. But as the fight continued, Yu Chan-suk said, "Don't you dare," and braced himself for the next strike. However, his opponent's sharp eyes caught the purple glow of mana around his feet. As he lunged straight ahead, Joam's body flashed brightly, seemingly splitting into multiple clones. Yu Chan-suk's spear passed harmlessly through one of the figures, confirming it was nothing more than an illusion. The real Co Joam materialized right behind him, arrogantly boasting that his opponent would never be able to touch him. Right at that instant, his eyes narrowed in intense focus, as he realized an attack was imminent. Nevertheless, he still managed to dodge the incoming flurry of slashes. Dropping into a defensive stance, he calmly stated that he had already figured out two things about his opponent's technique, and smirked, revealing his first deduction. His opponent was utilizing illusory clones. He went on to explain that the enemy's speed and power increased every time those clones merged back together. Having solved the first part of the puzzle, he prepared to reveal the second, and far more crucial, piece. However, his opponent remained overly confident, believing Yu Chan-suk was powerless to do anything about it. But Yu Chan-suk knew with absolute certainty that the man was dead wrong. The clash between Yu Chan-suk and the terrorist Co Joam raged on in the streets of Hamburg. The protagonist analyzed his opponent's technique, taking note of the sudden surge in speed whenever the illusions merged back into one. Confident in his phase-through abilities, Co Joam arrogantly promised to end the fight with his very next attack. But Yu Chan-suk merely smirked, realizing the terrorist's phase-through technique had likely never been broken before, and that his luck had just run out. Of all the people to run into, you had to cross paths with me, he thought to himself, remembering a similar enemy from his past life. In a brief flashback to his time as a hero, he recalled his battles against monsters possessing the exact same phase-through ability. Those creatures, known as phantoms, had caused untold trouble for his party back then. His companion, a knight, had roared out in pure frustration that their attacks passed right through the monster's body, and he could only watch in despair as another phantom swooped down. However, Yu Chan-suk corrected his teammate, explaining that the phantoms weren't invisible, but were actually using mana to shift their bodies into another dimension. Frustrated, the knight asked how they were supposed to deal with an ability like that. He explained that skills of this type only activated at the exact moment of being attacked, perfectly matching the speed of the incoming strike. Therefore, to overcome it, one had to prepare to match that timing precisely. The key, he realized, was simply adjusting one's own attack speed to bypass their defensive window. Back in the present, Yu Chan-suk applied this knowledge, adjusting his strike to slash straight into Seo Joam. The terrorist was caught completely off guard when the strike connected. The moment he landed, he could only stare in sheer disbelief, wondering how his opponent could pinpoint his location so accurately to land that blow. "What on earth are you, Yu Chan-suk?" the defeated terrorist thought to himself as the spear appeared behind his back. With a final, decisive movement, our protagonist prepared to end the match. Seo Joam desperately braced himself to dodge. However, our guy paused as a horrific explosion thundered out, shaking the entire area. Even he turned around, surprised by the sheer scale of the blast. Right at that moment, Lee Se-eun calmly remarked, "Looks like I'm still the lucky one." But his victory was cut short by an emergency call from Han Sang-ae, telling him to stop and return immediately. She delivered shocking news. A sarin gas bomb had been dropped on the outskirts of Hamburg. Sarin gas, a deadly toxin capable of paralyzing the nervous system with even the tiniest amount. As a banned weapon, dropping it would instantly turn the affected area into a living hell. Yu Chan-suk processed the grim news with complete composure. "Got it." Without hesitation, he declared, "I'm on my way back," and broke into a mad dash back toward the train. As he leaped across the rooftops, he questioned the terrorist strategy, wondering why they hadn't launched a direct attack on the city. Over the phone, she reported the military's grim projection. The toxic gas would cover Hamburg in just 15 minutes. With the relief supplies at risk, the train was set to make an emergency departure in 5 minutes. She added a crucial detail. Lee Se-eun was currently holding off an enemy. In a moment of clarity, the protagonist realized the terrorists' true objective. The entire sarin gas attack was merely a decoy to separate their strongest asset, Lee Se-eun, from the train. When he asked who Lee Se-eun was fighting, she said the opponent was the mysterious archer that they had previously encountered on Tsushima Island. Yu Chan-suk frowned, well aware of the massive threat the captain posed. The battle between Lee Se-eun and the archer was a chaotic mess. Even so, Lee Se-eun held her ground against the relentless onslaught with an unfaltering smile. She slammed her greatsword down, shattering the surrounding ground into pieces. The captain counterattacked, drawing back his bow as it crackled with energy. He fired a devastating arrow that exploded on impact. Even Lee Se-eun was astonished by the sheer power behind the attack. Even so, she braced herself to counter, gathering power to withstand the incoming barrage. Meanwhile, on the train, the staff announced that the relief supplies were fully loaded. In the nick of time, the final members hurried aboard to evacuate. An official confirmed all personnel were on board and issued the final order for departure. Aboard the moving train, the hunters watched the distant battle with anxiety, commenting that even a powerhouse like Lee Se-eun was being pushed back. Suddenly, a voice spoke up. "Don't tell me she's losing." They turned around in surprise. It was Yu Chan-suk, casually announcing that he barely made it in time before immediately scolding the spectating hunters. "Lee Se-eun isn't putting her life on the line just for you guys to sit back and spectate." The hunters fell silent at his sharp rebuke. He warned them that with Lee Se-eun separated from the mission, an attack was inevitable and they needed to prepare. The hunters silently followed him up to the roof of the train. Someone called out orders, instructing all remaining personnel to fall back to the shield generator car. Back in the ruined city, Lee Se-eun stood ready amidst the rubble. She evaluated her opponent, acknowledging his formidable skill and wondering if he might be the leader of the terrorist group. Even the captain praised the rank 10 hunter, impressed that she had blocked all of his attacks. At this point, she said with confidence, "Sorry for ruining your plans." But the captain revealed her confidence was misplaced, responding in a cold voice, "Don't worry about it." He made it clear that his plan was never to defeat her, but simply to isolate her from the train. With her held in place, a force of masked terrorists was lying in wait, making their victory a done deal. The mission train sped down the tracks, now exposed and extremely vulnerable. The locomotive continued hurtling forward, completely unaware of the ambush waiting ahead. From a nearby building, Another member of the descendants of Dangun, Seo Yanju, smiled as she confirmed the train was right on schedule. Aboard the mission train, a hunter reported spotting a suspicious group on the bridge ahead. The terrorists led by Seo Yanju and Lee Haeun came into view, ready to make their move. Instantly, a hunter ordered everyone on a high alert, shouting for all hunters to gear up for battle. Right after, Yu Chan-suk also barked out orders for everyone to prepare for combat. At that exact moment, Seo Yanju and Lee Haeun led the charge themselves, leaping off the bridge to attack the moving train. The terrorists touched down and immediately engaged the train's security forces in fierce close-quarters combat. Amidst the chaos, Seo Yanju calmly introduced herself to her primary target, Yu Chan-suk. Slightly surprised by her directness, he asked if she knew who he was. She confirmed it, saying orders from higher-ups were to capture him alive. However, she added that she wasn't the type to take prisoners, especially when the elders weren't around to stop her. With a sinister smirk, she threatened that if she accidentally killed him during the fight, she'd just say, "Oops, my bad." Nevertheless, he calmly noted that her unique weapon was a traditional Korean zither. As she prepared to strike, he analyzed her incoming attack. She unleashed a horrific acoustic shockwave from her instrument, aiming straight for Yu Chan-suk and the surrounding hunters. Quickly deducing her ability, Yu Chan-suk dismissed the sound wave attack as a total nuisance. Nearby, her partner, Lee Haeun, prepared his part of the offense, wielding a sword and a set of brass bells. Yu Chan-suk recognized his gear as brass bells mounted on an iron staff, instantly catching on to his role in the coordinated assault. Right at that moment, Lee Haeun performed a ritualistic dance, generating a massive buff that amplified their attack power. Now, both of them were set to unleash a devastating joint strike. Yet, Yu Chan-suk casually observed the combined attack, having already seen right through their strategy. He realized that Lee Haeun's dance wasn't just a mere ritual. Sure enough, he correctly identified it as a powerful buff skill that empowered the initial sound wave. The terrifying force of the strike left Han saying, "Eh," and another hunter completely stunned. She remarked that the shockwave was so intense it could be heard from miles away, worrying that Yu Chan-suk might be in serious danger. But our protagonist was completely unfazed, merely plugging his ears, and rudely dismissing her musical performance as absolute garbage. Seo Yanju sneered at his defiance, boasting that sound couldn't be blocked and telling him he should just squirm until he died. Considering her challenge, he thought to himself. She said, "If that's the case, I guess I can't block it." With a confident smirk, he simply asked, "How about this then?" He unleashed the paradox flame, not to create fire, but to burn away the very concept of sound. Caught off guard by the abrupt silence, Seo Yanju desperately tried to shout orders for the next attack. In absolute horror, both she and Lee Haeun realized they had been completely struck mute. Yu Chan-suk confirmed his strategy had succeeded, stating it worked just as expected. He mocked the two now helpless terrorists, remarking that they lacked experience fighting on a silent battlefield. Infuriated, she lunged at him, claiming his ability was nothing more than a pathetic gimmick. Still confident in their 2-on-1 advantage, she formulated a surprise attack plan, ready to sacrifice one person to secure the victory. But her confidence shattered when she saw the expression of sheer agony on Lee Haeun's face. The terrifying truth hit her as she realized she was the one who had been ambushed, as Yu Chan-suk appeared directly behind her back. In an instant, he landed a fatal blow and slashed her down. A flashback unfolded, where Lee Haeun recalled their original plan to capture Yu Chan-suk alive. Their plan was so desperate that they had even accepted that one of them might have to die. But their scheme had completely collapsed before the target's overwhelming strength. Back in the present, she screamed at her partner to stop as he sealed our guy away with sealing magic. Severely injured, she could only watch in terror, wondering why. Lee Haeun desperately funneled energy into it, trying to reinforce the seal. But she furiously reminded him that she told him not to use the seal before they had subdued him. However, he argued back that he had no other choice, believing he had successfully sealed Yu Chan-suk away, and revealed his barrier was designed to contain even top-tier hunters like Lee Se-eun and Yu Chan-suk. But from within the supposedly unbreakable barrier, a terrifying, dark silhouette with glowing eyes emerged right behind him. Panicking, Lee Hae-un realized there was no escape and screamed at her partner to take the shield generator and run. But right at that moment, Yu Chan-suk stabbed him from behind, shattering the seal to pieces. He coughed up blood. Lee Hae-un was in total shock, unable to comprehend how anyone could break his barrier. Yu Chan-suk now stood over them, mockingly asking who gave them permission to leave. Acknowledging that the protagonist's strength far exceeded his imagination, Lee Hae-un decided that survival was more important than the shield generator. He screamed at his partner, "Run, Seo Yeonju." Yu Chan-suk calmly dared her to give a shot. He then issued the same cold challenge to the wounded terrorist. Cornered, Lee Hae-un gritted his teeth and agreed to abandon the shield generator. With an imposing glare, Yu Chan-suk delivered a final warning: try running. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the aftermath of another battle at Hamburg Central Station. Lee Se-eun was injured, yet she stood firm after a fierce battle against the man known only as the captain. Her opponent suddenly decided to end the fight, casually saying, "Let's call it a day here." Surprised by his sudden retreat, she could only ask, "What?" The captain praised her, saying her very existence was proof of the Korean race's superiority. She sneered, asking if he actually believed in that pseudo-historical nonsense. This theory was an extremist belief centered around a primordial Korean empire that supposedly ruled Eurasia roughly 60,000 years ago. It was the ideological foundation that the descendants of Dangun terrorist group used to recruit followers. However, in a shocking confession, the captain flatly denied believing in the theory himself and called it pure insanity, leaving Lee Se-eun bewildered as to why he was championing. The man revealed his cynical philosophy. It didn't matter whether he believed it or not, as long as his followers did. An image of Yu Chan-suk fighting flashed by, representing the power that faith could unleash. He explained that their faith would drive them to join his grand dream, because faith required no proof. His chilling monologue concluded with the words, "You just need to believe," before he vanished. Lee Se-eun stood alone amidst the ruins, her opponent having spatial teleported away. She glanced around the devastated battlefield, processing the strange and inconclusive end to the fight. Leaning heavily on her greatsword, she forced herself to stay upright after the brutal battle. Finally left alone, she let out a weary sigh. Reflecting on how the squinty-eyed bastard escaped, he remarked on the extreme cruelty of the terrorists, realizing that the guy had sliced off his own flesh just to flee. As he was considering giving chase, an emergency radio call from Mission Control cut him off. He learned that they had lost contact with Commander Lee Se-eun, and in her absence, a new order was being issued. He was stunned when he was suddenly granted temporary command over the entire relief train mission. Right at that moment, a group of terrorists charged at him from behind, shouting, "Die, you bastard!" However, he dodged the attack effortlessly, and with a counterstrike, he kicked the guy flying. As the remaining enemy rushed forward, he brought him down with a devastating kick, brutalizing him before he could even lay a hand on him. Then, with a swift slash of his sword, he cut down the last man. After defeating them, he stepped into his new role, immediately taking charge and issuing his first order: depart right away, leaving the missing commander behind. He acknowledged that despite facing pushback from Lee Se-eun's guild, he still made the tough call not to hold the train for her. And even though he knew this decision might strain their relationship later, he stuck to his choice without regret. He justified the decision, asserting that the mission to transport the relief supplies was more important than any single individual. Deep down, however, he held faith in her strength, trusting she would return safely. But his thoughts were cut short by a panicked assistant. The assistant gasped for air while Yu Chan-suk calmly asked what was going on. He smirked, confirming that he already knew she'd be fine, right as the assistant announced that Commander Lee Se-eun had returned. And right on cue, Lee Se-eun, severely injured yet alive, made a dramatic comeback, proving his point that she wouldn't die so easily. While recovering in the medical bay, she confirmed she wasn't mad, saying he did the right thing with the temporary command she had entrusted to him. He then asked about her cold expression, curious why she wasn't more emotional about the whole situation. Hearing that, she admitted she was distracted, constantly replaying the battle against that powerful archer in her mind. and confessed that even she couldn't see a clear path to victory against such a formidable new enemy. She then humbly admitted that if the captain hadn't pulled his punches, she wouldn't even be able to walk. However, Yu Chan-suk pragmatically noted that sudden epiphanies were a myth, and that they had to fight to earn their strength. With a resolute look, she agreed with his assessment of their current weaknesses. Changing the subject, she asked about the mission status, and he confirmed that the distribution of relief supplies was proceeding smoothly. He smirked, clarifying that it was going smoothly in his own way, hinting at his usual unconventional methods. He then laid out the next step. Once the supplies for Great Britain were loaded, she would transport the shield generator. Catching the implication, she asked if this meant he intended to stay behind in Great Britain. He confirmed his plan, stating he was certain the descendants of Dangun would attack again, and revealed his strategy was to stay in Great Britain to train, before facing new challenges on his way back to South Korea. He then shocked her by declaring his intention to conquer Brat's Tier 1 rift, the fridge. She was dumbfounded by his nonchalant decision, recalling how insanely difficult even her own first Tier 1 rift had been. However, he clarified that he would be taking Han Sang-a along, prompting Lee Se-eun to angrily call them both insane. Refusing to be left behind, the injured commander declared she would also stay to support them and explain Bratsk, a place whose rift was considered one of the weaker Tier 1 threats. She then said, "But even so, a Tier 1 is still a Tier 1, and reminded him of his grand declaration to smash every rift and save the world. She then challenged him to hold on to that belief after experiencing the true terror of a Tier 1 rift. With a confident smirk, he accepted her challenge, adding that he had a favor to ask of her. Meanwhile, at a spacious private mansion in Great Britain, Han Sang-a asked if it was really all right for them to train here, so far removed from their mission objective. The protagonist brushed off her worries, saying that since they were a rapid response team, location didn't matter, and explained that as long as they honored their contract by checking in hourly, higher-ups wouldn't interfere. She then handed over a bucket of elixirs she had prepared for him, noting that they were becoming scarce. He chuckled in satisfaction at the amount she managed to secure for his training. To her surprise, he chugged all the elixirs down at once, remarking that it tasted less bitter that way. Fully energized now, he declared it was time for her training to begin. Yet his unconventional training tool was nothing more than dozens of egg cartons, leaving her completely bewildered. In his left hand, he held a regular egg that contained no mana for comparison. To illustrate, he held an egg in his right hand and channeled a stream of mana into it. She watched intently as he manipulated the mana inside the delicate shell. After cracking both eggs, he revealed the result. The egg injected with mana had its yolk and white perfectly blended together inside the unbroken shell. She instantly caught on, realizing this was a difficult exercise designed to hone fine mana control. He couldn't help teasing her for her rare moment of quick understanding and assigned her mastering this technique as homework to improve her poor mana control. Eager to begin, he was surprised when she started turning away, having assumed the training would start immediately. At this point, he clarified that the egg exercise was merely homework for her free time, before asking what she thought their actual training would be. He then cryptically told her to recall the lesson from their very first training session, as he stated that real training always begins with actual combat. Lee Se-eun appeared, ready for a spar. Han Sang-a realized in shock that their training was a 2-on-1 battle against the world's rank 10 hunter. The scene then shifted to a dark, hidden laboratory where someone was eerily humming. The defeated terrorist Kim Ji-hyun was strapped securely to an operating table. He was the source of that humming. The scientist, Dr. CO, greeted the man who had now regained consciousness from his perspective. Groggily, Ji-hyun asked where he was, and the doctor explained he had been transferred from the hospital to this private laboratory. Still bound and gagged, he demanded to know why he was brought here. Dr. CO casually joked that he brought the near-dead guy here simply to save him from the boredom of staring at a hospital ceiling. Despite his helpless state, the prisoner still glared with pure murder in his eyes, wishing death upon his captor. But the doctor shocked him by stating he couldn't even breathe without a mana respirator, so he shouldn't overexert himself, adding, "Besides, I'm not the one you should be angry at." The doctor then revealed his true purpose. He had succeeded in a new experiment and had a proposition for him. With a sinister smile, Dr. Co leaned down and offered the helpless young terrorist a chance at revenge. 1 month after their last encounter with the terrorists, Han Sang-a's grueling mana control training continued. Despite her best efforts, she dropped yet another egg, a crucial part of Yu Chan-suk's training program. Frustrated, she admitted that she had yet to master the fine control required to cook an egg using her power. But Yu Chan-suk cut her off, announcing that her 5-minute break was over and it was time to resume. Though exhausted, she steeled her resolve and agreed to push forward with the grueling session. A perfectly fried egg sat on a plate, serving as silent proof of the tough training she was undergoing. Afterwards, the team proceeded with their 2-on-1 sparring session against Lee Se-eun, with 2 goals in mind: to become stronger and to improve their teamwork. Yu Chan-suk and Han Sang launched a synchronized assault, targeting the world's rank 10 hunter. The first goal of this grueling training was simple: for both of them to become stronger. Yu Chan-suk observed closely, guiding his disciple through the intense sparring match. As Han Sang-a and Lee Se-eun clashed in a rapid exchange of blows, the disciples' newly acquired skills were put to the test. Pushed back by Lee Se-eun's overwhelming force, Han Sang cried out that she hadn't even managed to land a single hit on her. Lee Se-eun relentlessly pressed the attack, giving her disciples no room to breathe. Then Yu Chan-suk joined in, his attack perfectly timed to create an opening. Lee Se-eun was stunned when Yu Chan-suk successfully disarmed her, sending her greatsword flying, and immediately ordered Han Sang-a to capitalize on the advantage and land a hit. This revealed the second goal, improving the teamwork between the two of them. Lee Se-eun's eyes widened as she awaited Han Sang-a's next move, and Han Sang-a unleashed a powerful burst of electricity, displaying her improved power and control. Lee Se-eun impressively admitted that she hadn't expected to be disarmed, acknowledging her disciple's progress. She praised Han Sang-a, noting that she had improved significantly over the past month of training. However, she playfully added that she still needed to teach her how to hold onto her weapon properly. Suddenly, the training was cut short by an emergency call on Lee Se-eun's comms. The caller reported a sudden attack by the descendants of Dangun, pointing out a strange black smoke surrounding the shield generator. Responding to the urgent call for backup, Yu Chan-suk and Lee Se-eun exchanged grim, resolute looks. Without a word, the team rushed to the scene of the attack. In the car, Yu Chan-suk complained about Han Sang-a's reckless driving, to which she retorted that she was the only one with a driver's license. As she was thrown around in the back seat, a nauseous Lee Se-eun begged her to drive more carefully. Suddenly, Yu Chan-suk's eyes widened in alarm as a figure appeared right in front of them. A monstrous, purple-skinned creature slammed hard onto the windshield, bringing the vehicle to a screeching halt. The impact shattered the glass and sent the car swerving wildly. While Han Sang panicked, thinking she had just run someone over, Yu Chan-suk calmly told her that wasn't the case. He clarified that their attacker was definitely not human, as its grotesque form crawled off the hood. The monster then stood up, ominously declaring, "Found you." As the monster's face came into clear view, Yu Chan-suk recognized him as the defeated terrorist, Kim Ji-hyun. In a dark image, the grotesque Kim Ji-hyun whispered the name of his target, Yu Chan-suk. Now fully exposed, the horrifyingly mutated Kim Ji-hyun mocked Yu Chan-suk about the sacrifices he had to make for this power. Enraged, the mutated Kim Ji-hyun lunged forward with blinding speed. His devastating attack tore right through a nearby building after Yu Chan-suk dodged just in time. Kim Ji-hyun was stunned that his opponent had managed to dodge the strike. He acknowledged Yu Chan-suk's resilience, muttering that he knew it wouldn't be that easy. Sure enough, Yu Chan-suk stepped out of the dust cloud completely unscathed, ready to face his vengeful foe. Perplexed, he wondered how Kim Ji-hyun was even able to move, let alone fight, after he had previously burned away all of his muscle strength. He quickly shifted his plan, deciding to handle Kim Ji-hyun himself, while sending Han Sang-a to the harbor and Lee Se-eun to the terrorist headquarters. Lee Se-eun casually remarked that the monster seemed to have a personal vendetta against him. With a deadly serious look, she told him to make sure he finished the job. Since their car was wrecked, she told a panicking Han Sang that they had to get out and run. As the two women fled, Kim Ji-hyun mockingly remarked that it was hilarious to see the great Lee Se-eun running away. However, he swore to hunt them all down and tear them apart for what they did to him. But his vengeful glare locked firmly onto Yoo Chan-suk, declaring that he would be the first to die. Unfazed, Yoo Chan-suk smirked at the threat, comparing his opponent's power level to the weak Incheon Batman monster. This drove Kim Ji-hyun into a frenzy, remembering how he had sworn revenge every single day since Yoo Chan-suk crippled him, and screamed that his sole purpose now was to inflict the exact same agony on the man who destroyed him, with a final declaration that he would rip him to shreds. He charged at Yoo Chan-suk for the first time. Yoo Chan-suk evaluated his opponent calmly, secretly admitting to himself that this time might actually be a little dangerous. Meanwhile, Han Sang-ah arrived at the harbor only to find it eerily silent, with bodies scattered all over the place. Surveying the bloody scene, she wondered if the hunters stationed here had been completely wiped out. Unbeknownst to her, a group of figures watched from the rooftop as she cautiously moved among the shipping containers. Suddenly, her eyes widened as she sensed impending danger. Figures plunged down from the sky, cracking the ground upon impact. A masked bandit emerged, surprised to see a survivor amid the slaughter. Before long, more bandits surrounded their target, recognizing her as the wealthy heiress of the KY group. The ringleader smirked, announcing his plan to demand a massive ransom. Completely unfazed, Sang-ah casually wondered if these three bandits had really wiped out the entire harbor on their own, before criticizing their overly wordy speech. She playfully informed her prospective kidnappers that their way of addressing her sounded way too forced. She even blatantly suggested that KY Group heiress or even KY Group kid would work just fine, leaving the bandits dumbfounded. Her bold reaction made one of the bandits burst out laughing. The guy mocked her, calling her a village idiot instead of a snobbish rich girl, and said he had originally planned to demand a ransom. But looking at her state, he doubted they'd get full price. They lunged at her, promising to take their time playing with their captured prey. Han Sang-ah steeled her resolve, calculating that she had to take down three bandits, each possessing twice her mana. Taking a deep breath, she focused her mind for the tough fight ahead and recalled her master's crucial lesson. In real combat, it isn't about having more or less mana, but having the composure to read its flow that truly matters. Recalling her master's training, she kept her cool as the bandits charged at her. With the odds heavily stacked against her, she resolved to hold out until he arrived. In a flashback, Dr. Seo Jun-woo explained an experiment to Kim Ji-hyun, promising to inject new power into his body and amplify his physical strength 76 times over. The doctor added that this new power would also grant him a substantial amount of mana, freeing him from his reliance on the respirator. However, he issued a grim warning. This tremendous power came with severe side effects. He detailed the agonizing toll: shattered bones, twisted organs, and eyes burning as if on fire. Despite the horrific consequences, the doctor cold-bloodedly dismissed it as a cheap price to pay for a new body, leaving Kim Ji-hyun cowering in terror. He then mocked the panicked youth, smugly asking if he was scared, and reminded him that this pain was nothing compared to a future spent living as a cripple, forcing him to bow his head in submission. He then provided the ultimate motivation, the chance to inflict an even worse fate upon Yoo Chan-suk. And simply mentioning that name was enough to ignite his desire for vengeance. Back in the present, the monstrously mutated Kim Ji-hyun roared that he was sick and tired of staring at a hospital ceiling. Consumed by hatred, he declared there was only one thing he needed to see, with one final roar demanding vengeance. He lunged at Yoo Chan-suk, determined to see his pathetic corpse. Yoo Chan-suk, however, merely looked on with pure boredom, completely unimpressed. With an ease that was almost humiliating, he blocked the monster's frantic flurry of punches. As his opponent's heavy blows rained down, Chan-suk casually parried and countered with total indifference. He nonchalantly used the shaft of his spear to deflect and counter the wild frenzy of attacks. The mutated Kim Ji-hyun could only stare in shock, unable to comprehend how his enhanced strength was so easily neutralized. With a powerful strike using the shaft of his spear, Chansuk launched him flying through the air. Tossed skyward, the man wondered in disbelief how he had been overwhelmed so effortlessly. As he plummeted back toward the ground, he darkly swore to finish Chansuk off the instant he touched down. But before he could land, he looked up in confusion, wondering what his opponent was up to. Down below, Chansuk calmly planted his spear into the rubble, preparing his next move. The tip of the spear began to glow, gathering a brilliant and powerful surge of energy. Kim Ji-hyun watched in horror, realizing with dread that Chansuk's spear could alter its length at will. In the blink of an eye, Chansuk thrust upward with the extended spear, catching his falling opponent completely off guard. As the man grabbed hold of the shaft, Chansuk mockingly praised his new strength. Then, with a powerful sweep, he remarked that his punches were certainly a lot harder than before. He then taunted his enemy, asking if his durability matched his destructive power. Terrified, the man could only gasp, "What?" Chansuk then unleashed his ultimate technique: twin spears, twin trajectories, infinite loop, to put an end to the match. The force of the strike was so overwhelming that it completely pulverized the surrounding landscape. Amidst the vast expanse of rubble, Kim Ji-hyun lay broken and utterly defeated. Coughing up blood, the defeated man fell into despair, wondering why even this terrifying strength was not enough to defeat Chansuk. Near unconsciousness and completely shattered, he weakly begged Chansuk to kill him. Standing over his enemy, Chansuk calmly remarked that this entire situation felt very strange. He analyzed that mana was flowing through the guy's body like blood, a crude and impure method that left him bewildered. He then discovered something chilling. The blood flowing through his veins wasn't even human blood. He reflected on the past, recalling the thousands of years his old world had spent researching this very power, and sneered at humanity's current understanding of mana, comparing them to primitives who had just discovered fire. The protagonist deduced that the descendants of Dangun were like primitives trying to cut meat with a dull blade, crudely utilizing a technology they couldn't possibly comprehend. And this power was a landmine deliberately planted by a far more advanced entity. Realizing this was not human work, he wondered if his opponent's power stemmed from a mana-based contract. He understood that a powerful entity had materialized its mana, which the guy's body then accepted, sealing a dangerous bargain. Chansuk told his defeated enemy that he had stupidly signed a blank check, asking if he even understood the deal he had signed. Suddenly, the gem embedded in the guy's forehead began to crack as unstable power overwhelmed his body. From a safe distance, Chansuk observed a massive explosion erupting right where his opponent had been lying. He calmly braved the shockwave. Surveying the aftermath, he remarked that it wasn't just an explosion, but complete obliteration, leaving behind no trace whatsoever. And he recognized the technique. It was a contract with a familiar type of entity from his old world, devils. The entity his enemy had contracted with had to be insanely powerful. Slightly annoyed, he recalled wiping out all the devils in his old world and hoped they weren't starting to pop up on Earth now. Deciding he had more pressing concerns, he temporarily set aside the mystery of the devil contract. Meanwhile, Han Sang-ah was gasping for air, amazed that she had won simply by repelling their attacks. She looked over at the defeated bandits, stunned that she had taken them all down single-handed. A proud smile spread across her face as she realized she really had won, just as her master had predicted. But her celebratory moment was cut short when she spotted a surviving bandit attempting to flee. Right then, she yelled, "Stop right there!" as her lightning blade materialized. With a powerful downward slash, she unleashed a bolt of lightning and obliterated the fleeing target. The last bandit was dispatched quickly and cleanly by her hand. Vast in her achievement, Han Sang-ah inspected her handiwork, proud of her improved control and wondering if she had really finished things up that cleanly. Suddenly, Yu Chansuk appeared, offering a brief critique. Her fighting was clean, but she overthought things. Annoyed by his immediate criticism, she asked how long he had been watching, to which he bluntly replied, "Just now." Having dealt with the minor threats, he turned his attention to the real reason they were there. The gathered group looked up at the massive, glowing shield generator, the ultimate objective of their mission. Han explained that this generator was the pinnacle of mana technology, a device that had condensed a massive amount of energy. After finding Lee Se-eun among the rubble, Riley asked if this was where everyone had agreed to meet up. Lee Se-eun stood tall over the defeated bandits, casually confirming that everyone was all right. SA remarked that she hadn't held back against the bandits, but Lee Se-eun firmly replied that one shouldn't hold back against a crazy mob. Once things settled down, the protagonist thought to himself about how tricky it would be to explain Kim Ji-hyun's complex devil contract. He realized that telling the truth about his past life wasn't hard, but it would inevitably lead to questions he couldn't answer. He imagined his teammates pressing him, and they would undoubtedly ask the obvious question right away. How do you know about that? Knowing they would never believe the truth about his past life, he decided to fabricate a more plausible story. To craft a convincing lie, he planned to use a few absurd details he had overheard from monks in that other world. And so he began weaving his fake tale. He told a concerned Lee Se-eun that while engaging Kim Jun, he was enveloped in smoke and heard a mysterious voice. He dramatically recounted a fictional prophet's warning about an impending destruction brought by an entity existing beyond the night. Deep down, he admitted he was just stringing together random nonsense to convince everyone that some powerful and suspicious force was pulling the strings. Unbelievably, Han Sang-ah bought the story completely, reasoning that in a world with dimensional rifts, such monstrous entities could easily exist. Sweating profusely, Chulk thought to himself that he had just made up this whole elaborate lie on the spot. Fortunately, the fabricated tale seemed to work, even fooling Lee Se-eun, who was usually sharp as a tack. She remained silent, her unreadable expression suggesting she was pondering his wild story deep. She then shifted the topic to a more practical matter, mentioning that the hunter transfer market was about to open and explaining that it wasn't just a place where hunters switched agencies, but a much grander event. She said it was a major gathering where representatives and high-profile figures from every hunter company convened to exchange vital information. She realized this was the perfect opportunity to share Kano's story regarding the new mysterious threat. He understood that if a high-ranking hunter like her spoke up at the transfer market, other hunters wouldn't be able to ignore it. However, Lee Se-eun warned him that Yun Sung-yun of the Taebi Guild would definitely show up to confront him. Chan Seok arrogantly basked in his newfound fame, jokingly asking if Se-yun would have to beg just to meet him. Han Sang-ah teased back that the guy was already married, and to a woman at that. The protagonist hurriedly clarified that he was only talking about the transfer market. Shrugging off everyone's concern, Konio calmly stated that dealing with the Taebi Guild was his own problem. The scene shifts to a flashback inside the palatial headquarters of the Taebi Hunter Guild. Inside a dark throne room, a shadowy figure ordered his subordinate, Yun Sung-hyun, to report. The terrifying representative of the Taebi Guild, Sung Si-hun, was introduced as he called out his subordinate's name. A severely injured Yun Sung-hyun knelt before his master, apologizing for failing to recruit Yu Chan-suk. Sung Si-hun's eyes flashed with malice as he coldly repeated the apology. Then, with a brutal display of psychokinetic power, he slammed Si-hun's face and suspended him in midair. He angrily declared that he didn't inflict punishment just to hear apologies. Yun Sung-hyun struggled to squeeze out his words, explaining he was apologizing because Yu Chan-suk was far more famous than they had anticipated. Sung Si-hun flew into a rage, asking what people would think of him if he couldn't even manage a simple recruitment. Declaring his hatred for weak excuses, he rained down another round of ruthless punishment upon his subordinate. Panicking, Yun Sung-hyun finally blurted out the truth. Yu Chan-suk flatly stated that he had no intention of joining Taebi. Sung Si-hun cold-heartedly brushed it off, asking if Chan Seok's intentions even mattered, and declared that failure would not get a second chance. The flashback concluded with his final resolute command. They must drag Chan Seok into Taebi during the transfer market. Back in the present, Chan-suk sensed trouble and asked about the strange men outside, right as Han Sang-ah confirmed they had arrived. Sure enough, a wretched-looking Yun Sung-yun appeared to confront them, accompanied by identical twin henchmen. The representatives from Taebi sat opposite Chan Ok and his team for intense negotiations. Yun Sung-hyun didn't beat around the bush, demanding that Konyo fulfill his promise to join them as soon as the transfer market opened. Chan-suk calmly announced that the terms had changed, pointing out that their aggressive approach showed they had never intended to negotiate fairly. He proceeded to analyze their company, stating that Taebaek was different from other guilds that were merely loose alliances. He incisively observed that having a single, absolute representative was both Taebaek's greatest strength and its fatal weakness. Yun Sung-hyun gritted his teeth as Chan-suk accurately pointed out that Song Si-hun was the absolute master of their guild. However, he added insult to injury by highlighting that their master was completely inactive as a hunter. The Taebaek goons flinched when the protagonist bluntly asked whether an inactive hunter could even still be called a hunter. He delivered a verbal finishing blow, dismissing their revered leader as nothing more than a wealthy, unemployed bum. Yun Sung-hyun suppressed his rage, warning him to keep his mouth shut if he didn't want to die without anyone ever knowing. Chan-suk merely smirked, thinking to himself that their blind loyalty proved Song Si-hun was at least good at keeping his subordinates in line. Having thoroughly provoked them and made up his mind, he calmly rejected their offer. Enraged, the man roared that Chan-suk had no right to choose. Completely losing his cool, he flipped the heavy table straight toward him. Chan-suk watched the incoming table with a bored expression, totally unfazed by the aggressive show of force. With just a simple punch, Yun Sung-hyun shattered the table before it could even touch the protagonist. He lunged through the cloud of debris, throwing a furious punch toward his target. The sheer power of the punch tore through the air, accompanied by a terrifying shockwave. Yet, Konyo dodged with such speed and ease that he left behind nothing but an afterimage. The powerful blow missed completely, obliterating the wall behind him instead. The protagonist leisurely commented that the opponent's punch was strong enough to count as a wrecking ball. Seeing that his opponent was relying on brute force, he planned to respond in kind. But suddenly, he flinched as he felt a massive, invisible force weighing down on him. He struggled against the invisible pressure, realizing something was forcefully restricting his movements. While attempting to move, he correctly identified this as a mana-based attack. But in a split second, he was shocked to discover that Yun Sung-hyun's two subordinates had moved behind his back. Even so, he had already known beforehand that these identical twins were not the main fighters, and he correctly deduced that the pair's specialty was manipulating mana to support the primary fighter. While he was immobilized, Yun Sung-hyun charged forward and pinned him to the ground with a heavy punch. The battle against the Taebaek guild raged on as Yun Sung-hyun capitalized on his advantage, pressing down on the grounded Yu Chan-suk. Chan-suk narrowly dodged a lethal strike, realizing his opponent was aiming straight for his temple with murderous intent. Yun Sung-hyun issued a final ultimatum: join the Taebaek guild or be crushed on the spot. But Chan-suk was entirely unfazed, even mockingly feigning fear before turning the tables. He unleashed Paradox Flame, enveloping the Taebaek goons in a surging torrent of purple energy. One of them shrieked in panic as his own mana was violently drained by that strange power. The remaining Taebaek enforcers watched in horror, as their mana manipulation completely failed and their strength was drained away. Chan-suk coldly asked if they honestly thought this was the first time he had been threatened with death. His eyes flared brightly as he declared that he was sick and tired of empty threats like these. As one of them trembled in fear, he calmly explained that his Paradox Flame would not go out. On the contrary, it would burn until they died, consuming even the strength from the very muscles they used to breathe. Trapped by the flames, a panicked Yun Sung-hyun finally realized he was facing real, imminent death. In a last-ditch effort, he screamed out, asking if he actually dared to kill a hunter from the mighty Taebaek guild. Chan-suk scoffed, reminding his opponent of Taebaek's own motto, survival of the fittest. He then offered his own ruthless interpretation of that doctrine. Survival of the fittest simply means the weak are killed by the strong. Lee Se-eun and Han Sang-ah could only watch in stunned silence as the confrontation came to a bloody end. When Lee Se-eun pointed out that he had just killed a Taebaek hunter, he nonchalantly replied that he couldn't just stand still and be killed. He brushed off her concerns about retaliation, saying that he and the Taebaek guild were never going to get along anyway. But she warned him to be careful with Tai Beek's representative, a powerful telekinetic user named Song Si-hun. She described Song Si-hun as a walking disaster, capable of hurling the city's iconic skyscrapers using telekinesis. Chan-suk bluntly asked if the man was even stronger than her. Lee Se-eun revealed that even a hunter as strong as Song Si-hun had a weakness: range. His destructive telekinetic power only worked within a 20-meter radius. Chan-suk remarked that that was hardly a weakness at all, since Song Si-hun only needed to block all incoming attacks within his domain of control. Thinking about the future, he realized he needed to rapidly build up his reputation before the hunter transfer market opened. With data collection from the British Shield generator nearly complete, he knew time was of the essence. Wanting to make a huge splash, he abruptly asked if it was possible to clear the Rank 1 erosion rift in Russia, famously known as the Freezer. Lee Se-eun thoughtfully explained that from Rank 1 upward, rifts not only contained powerful monsters, but also tricky gimmick mechanisms. However, she gave a rather vague 40% success rate and explained that these gimmicks were special rules or puzzles that had to be solved to clear the rift. They could involve pressing buttons in a specific sequence or following a unique rule to destroy the rift's core. These unique mechanics were characteristic of high-rank rifts, requiring far more than mere brute force. Chan-suk realized that Tsushima Rift lacked gimmicks only because the descendants of Dan Gun had tampered with it. Lee Se-eun pointed out that deciphering gimmicks required experience, something both Chan-suk and Han Sang-ah currently lacked. He was startled to learn that the reward for clearing the Freezer amounted to a staggering 38 billion won. Realizing the scale of the challenge, she said they would need to hire a full support team to even attempt it. She prepared to call in favors from subordinates and a hunter company in Japan to assemble the force. The protagonist agreed, admitting they needed a large team just to pave a path through the swarm of slimes guarding the rift. After deducting expenses for the support team, Lee Se-eun calculated that Chan-suk and Sang-ah would each receive roughly 1.5 billion won. When Sang-ah asked what would happen if they failed, Lee Se-eun bluntly stated that they would have to pay back the hired team once they eventually succeeded, painting a grim reality of failure, a lifetime of debt from which only Han Sang-ah's family background could save her. However, she also dangled the carrot of success, promising that if they won, the money would roll in automatically. Chan-suk realized this was an all-in gamble. Riley lamented whether life really needed to be this complicated. In the end, the lure of 1.5 billion won was too great, and he decided to accept the mission. A week later, a woman named Ja Soo-jong from Embargo Tower presented them with the contract and mission details. She explained a crucial rule. The Freezer Rift only permitted 2 people to enter, meaning Chan-suk and Sang-ah would be entirely on their own inside. As the helicopter took off, she wished them good luck on their perilous mission. En route to the site, Chan-suk asked how Lee Se-eun was able to hire a team when he and S.A. could potentially die, leaving no one to pay them. Lee Se-eun merely smiled mysteriously, confidently asserting that she had her ways. She revealed her secret weapon, 2 life-saving glass candies. These were rare items borrowed from the Hunter Association that would forcibly teleport them out of the rift if they were on the brink of death. However, the catch was that once used, they would be permanently banned from entering that erosion rift ever again. While Sang-ah remarked that failure would be a massive disaster, Lee Se-eun added that this challenge was made even tougher because the media was watching due to the association's involvement. The protagonist admitted that if they failed, not only would he fall into astronomical debt, but the reputation and prestige he had built over the years would vanish in a thin air. As they approached their destination, Lee Se-eun announced that they were entering the erosion zone. She instructed Han Sang-ah and Chan-suk to turn on their earpiece comms. An operator from a support team confirmed a stable connection with both hunters. The mission team leader introduced herself as belonging to the Seagull operator team, which would serve as the eyes and ears for the entire operation. She confirmed they had entered the erosion zone and reiterated the ultimate objective: eliminate the Rank 1 rift in Bratsk. The operator reported 778 slime entities in the area, stating that the support team would draw their attention to clear a path, and gave a final confirmation that only Yu Chan-suk and Han Sang-ah were permitted to enter the rift. Chansuk reflected on the decision not to bring Lee Se-eun along. He knew that if she came, his achievements would be overshadowed. After all, if the world's rank 10 hunter tagged along, it would look like he was just being carried. But by clearing a rank 1 rift alongside only his student, Han Sang-ah, he could truly establish his own legend. Sensing his ambition, Lee Se-eun admitted she was worried and asked if he was sure he would be all right. Konio admitted this was a massive gamble, but he was ready to take the path with the highest reward. With forged determination, he declared, "The stage is set. Now all that's left is for us to put on a good show." At that moment, facing what seemed like a hopeless battle, his objective became clear and singular. Yu Chan-suk and Han Sang-ah moved quickly across the frozen cityscape toward the rift entrance. Suddenly, the main character alerted the support team about the approaching horde of monsters. The professionally trained support team quickly drew the slime horde's attention, clearing a path for the main duo. However, no matter how good they were, the team still reported casualties, forcing them to regroup and call for reinforcements. A sniper took aim, preparing to pull a massive swarm of 25 slimes away from the entrance. Han Sang-ah was impressed by the support team's incredible efficiency as they cleared the way. Chansuk merely reminded her that hiring top talent comes with a heavy price tag. When the path was finally clear, the operator confirmed they had arrived and were standing right before the mouth of the fierce Tier 1 Korean rift. The pressure mounted as the operator gave them exactly 30 seconds to head inside, leaving Sang-ah no time to mentally prepare. With a final wish of good luck, the support team watched as Chansuk and Sang-ah plunged headfirst into the unknown space. The two hunters went into a free fall through the distorted space of the corrosive rift. They landed in a giant ice chamber that looked like a frozen palace. Chansuk scanned his surroundings, wondering if they had stumbled into some kind of royal palace. But his observations were cut short when he suddenly realized Sang-ah was nowhere to be seen. An invisible voice echoed, welcoming him to the ballroom while presenting a riddle. One shall act, the other shall observe, and they can only succeed when together. Confused by the sudden separation and cryptic message, he wondered what kind of gimmick this was. Unexpectedly, a familiar voice rang out in his head as Han Sang-ah warned him via telepathy not to move an inch. Unable to see her, he called out loud, asking if they had been split into 2 different spaces. But she urgently informed him that an invisible blade was resting right against his neck, catching him off guard. He realized he was completely blind to the dangers surrounding him. Catching sight of her ethereal silhouette on the other side of the room, he asked his new eyes to describe the situation. She reported a terrifying scene. A blade pressed against his neck, chains wrapped around him, and all sorts of weapons hovering in midair. The main character thought to himself that this entire ballroom was nothing short of a massive, invisible death trap. She spotted a newly opened gate, which he confirmed was the only thing he could see. To make matters worse, a stream of slimes began pouring out from the gate. At the same time, Sang-ah panicked as she discovered her own problem. She was completely invisible, passing right through everything like a ghost. The rift's cruel gimmick was gradually revealed. He was the body but couldn't see the dangers, while she was the eyes but couldn't interact with physical matter. Accepting the challenge, he acknowledged that she was his eyes now, and that this test demanded flawless synergy. He noted that these slimes were slower than the ones outside, and quickly devised a plan. Focusing on the tiled floor, he came up with a strategy based on a grid coordinate system. He then asked SA to be his navigator, using grid coordinates to call out enemy positions and traps, a task she readily accepted. The plan was put into action, and she called out the first threat, a blade at coordinate 02. Konio prepared to strike. With a swift movement, he shattered the invisible trap, confirming it was a fixed obstacle. However, a flying shard accidentally triggered another chain, sending SA into a panic. She screamed a warning, but she was a split second too late. An arrow pierced right through his flank. As SA apologized, he brushed it off, though internally he broke into a cold sweat, realizing his warrior instincts were utterly useless here. He couldn't sense any danger at all. Even though he couldn't sense the attack coming, the pain was extremely real. He knew full well that a single mistake would mean death. So when SA started to explain the next trap, he cut her off, demanding just the coordinates to save precious time. Their coordination grew sharper and sharper as she continuously called out coordinates for the slime attacks and traps. Seeing the perfect opportunity, she shouted that all the slimes were clumping together in one spot. Turning his head, he let out a smirk, preparing to unleash a powerful, decisive blow. He executed a devastating spinning slash, wiping out the entire slime horde in a single, perfectly timed strike. After clearing the first wave, S.A. couldn't help but flash a confident, triumphant smile. But the joy was short-lived as he was shocked to discover that he had suddenly turned invisible, passing right through a trap. At the same time, S.A. gasped as she realized she had returned to physical form. Chansuk quickly deduced that their roles had swapped and the death traps had reset into a new layout, now acting as the eyes. He asked his pupil if she felt confident taking on the action role. Filled with newfound confidence and sparks of electricity crackling around her, Han Sang-ah told her master, "Just leave it to me, master." Right on cue, a fresh wave of slimes splashed down onto the floor, ready for the second trial. After a fierce battle, Han Sang-ah stood victorious, panting heavily as she single-handedly cleared the second wave. As the two rejoined, Chansuk thought to himself that while this rift was tough, it still hadn't quite reached the Tier 1 difficulty he had anticipated. Just as the words left his mind, the giant gate leading to the next room rumbled open. The entire palace began to shake, and a bone-chilling cold swept through the air. His face turned grim as he asked S.A. if she could feel that overwhelming pressure. Trembling, she confirmed she felt a massive amount of mana and a bone-deep chill emanating from behind the gate. The main character stared intently into the newly revealed throne room. Sensing the real boss inside, his eyes blazed with power, as he declared that the true core of the corrosive rift was waiting for them. Ahead of them stood a grand staircase, leading up to a massive throne made entirely of ice. And seated upon it was the majestic and terrifying Ice Queen, the true core of the rift. Once again, he found himself separated from Sang-ah, wondering if he would have to face the boss all by himself. Out of nowhere, a mysterious temperature gauge materialized before his eyes, its needle already touching the red zone. Just as he was wondering about it, the temperature started dropping at extreme speed. The needle hit rock bottom, indicating ultra-low temperatures. Chansuk let out a gasp of horror as ice rapidly encased his legs, leaving him completely immobilized. With her prey trapped, the Ice Queen unleashed a deadly rain of ice arrows. Facing the onslaught, he could only click his tongue in annoyance at the sudden turn of events. Now frozen in place, he realized the real battle had just begun, and the Ice Queen wasn't giving him a single second to think. Frozen on the spot, Yu Chan-suk realized the true trial was just beginning when the Ice Queen refused to give him even a second to think. Facing the Ice Queen, he decided to play it safe, still lacking a solid grasp on how this rift's mechanics work. Meanwhile, the Ice Queen smiled with supreme confidence, fully aware her freezing trap had already been sprung. With the mission operator's voice crackling over his earpiece, Yu Chan-suk tried his best to gauge the situation. He checked in with his apprentice, Han Sang-ah, asking how things were holding up on her side. On the other side of the divided battlefield, Han Sang-ah uncovered the root cause of the problem, a giant, chained slime monster. She reported that the massive slime was continuously splitting, spawning an entire swarm of smaller duplicates. Hearing that, he realized he couldn't raise his plummeting body temperature on his own. He desperately needed her help to stay alive. He explained that his core temp was dropping out of control due to the Ice Queen's ability. He could feel the frost seeping through his veins as the Queen's power took hold. Calculating with cold precision that if they couldn't turn things around within 5 minutes, he'd freeze to death. In pure desperation, he barked at her to find a way to save him, no matter what it took. While she scrambled for a solution, he deployed his blue trajectory skill to dodge the Ice Queen's incoming barrage, buying time while using his spear to shatter the razor-sharp ice shards. But as frost started caking over his skin, his reflexes slowed down to a dangerous crawl. Right then, he felt a faint bump in his body heat and immediately demanded to know what Han Sang had just done. She explained that she had wiped out the smaller slimes constantly spawning from the main boss, and it clicked. Yu Chan-suk finally cracked the rift's core mechanism. Han Sang had to handle the slime ads, while he focused on keeping the boss busy, making him think for a split second that clearing this rift would actually be pretty straightforward. That brief optimism evaporated when the temp gauge flashed a brand new issue, swinging wildly from freezing cold to scorching heat. As Han Sang kept shredding the slimes, his body temp spiked straight into the red zone, throwing Yu Chan-suk into an extreme overheat. Engulfed by sudden, intense heat, he was in real danger of getting cooked from the inside out. As a confused Han Sang hesitated, her master snapped at her to carefully watch her slime-killing speed. He yelled that his heat was rising without limit and that he'd die if this kept up, finally realizing the truly sadistic nature behind this mechanic. They had to balance their slime kill rate perfectly to keep his body temperature stable. Han Sang was forced to tweak her combat rhythm, since letting the slimes multiply unchecked posed a lethal threat to her as well. Han Sang was forced to tweak her combat rhythm, since letting the slimes multiply unchecked posed a lethal threat to her as well. He lunged toward the Ice Queen's throne, only to slip hard on the slick ice floor. The Queen seized the opening to strike, but thanks to his elevated body heat, he managed to dodge it with ease. She instantly erected a formidable hexagonal barrier, revealing her exceptionally high magic resistance. Yu Chan-suk swore under his breath in frustration, realizing her high magic resistance made a head-on attack virtually impossible. Then he noticed the temp gauge glowing a faint green, hinting that this rift had even deeper layers of complexity. Right on cue, Han Sang reported a strange anomaly. The giant slime's split rate had suddenly slowed down. Yu Chan-suk instantly put 2 and 2 together, deducing that his physical distance from the Ice Queen directly affected the slime's spawn speed. To test his theory, he deliberately took a few steps back from the throne. Han Sang confirmed his suspicion right away, reporting that the split rate had ramped back up. Yu Chan-suk realized he was trapped in a nightmare dilemma. Get too close, and he'd freeze to death. Stay too far, and Han Sang would get completely overrun. The Ice Queen gloated with arrogant satisfaction, knowing full well her trap left the hunters with 0 good options. The protagonist concluded that no matter which route they took, he was bound to freeze to death in the end. He briefly considered unleashing the Paradox Flame, but quickly backed off, knowing it was far too dangerous for Han Sang. He clenched his fists tight, realizing an uncontrolled burst of that fire would swallow his apprentice whole before she could even scream. Instead, he called out to his exhausted pupil as a new, desperate plan took shape in his mind. Accepting that this was going to be a long, brutal grind, he told her to just focus on holding out as long as she possibly could, throwing both hunters into an agonizing war of attrition against the rift's relentless mechanics. Outside the rift, snow blanketed the city, marking the silent passage of time. Meanwhile, back at Mission Control, the Seagull Ops team kept a tense eye on the situation. A staff member reported to the team lead that the 2 hunters had been inside the rift for 3 whole days now. Staring blankly at the screen, her face showed all the strain of a 3-day ordeal as she began to quietly question if they could actually survive this extended torture. After days of continuous combat, the Ice Queen showed no signs of slowing down her barrage of ice magic. Yu Chan-suk, battered, bruised, and utterly spent, barely held off the endless hail of attacks, groaning in frustration that blasting her with the Paradox Flame for 60 straight hours hadn't done a single thing to pierce her magic resistance. As ice began creeping back over his skin, he shouted desperately for Han Sang to pick up the attack pace. Pushed far beyond her physical limits, she could only gasp in agony as she forced herself to keep fighting. After 3 relentless days of battle, a completely drained Han Sang admitted to herself that she couldn't hold on much longer. Looking down at the ice crawling over his own body, he checked in on his pupil's condition. Gritting her teeth, she did her best to confirm she was still breathing, at least for now. Seeing the frost snake up her arms, a wave of dread washed over him as he realized the student had hit her absolute limit. Severely wounded and freezing over, Yu Chan-suk braced himself to confront the Ice Queen in his weakened state. He looked down at the spiderwebbing cracks in the ice beneath his feet, a grim reflection of his own breaking body. The Ice Queen delivered a crushing blow, slamming him hard into the frozen floor. The impact shattered the ground beneath him, sending razor-sharp ice shards flying everywhere. Disarmed and beaten down, he dragged himself back to his feet inside the freshly carved crater. The Ice Queen smirked, thoroughly enjoying her victory over the struggling hunter. Goaded by her condescending look, Yu Chan-suk growled at the queen to wipe that smug smirk off her face, every fiber of his being wanting to tear her apart right then and there. Drawing on 2 decades of survival across lethal battlefields, he scoffed at the Rift's gimmick as the battle-hardened veteran openly mocked the setup, asking if this cheap trap was really supposed to be enough to take him down. He then issued one final, desperate order to Han Sang, a shocking command to burn through whatever energy she had left to completely exterminate the slimes. Panicking, she questioned the order, reminding him that the slimes were the only thing keeping his body temperature regulated. With eyes burning with crimson resolve, he told her that if they kept playing it safe like this, they were both dead anyway. He laid out a cold choice between a slow death and a fast one, and a look of grim determination washed over her face. Trusting her master's vision, Han Sang had decided to go out with a bang, channeling every last drop of her remaining mana. Massive arcs of electricity burst from her body as she prepared her ultimate technique. She launched herself high into the air, putting everything she had into one final decisive strike. Declaring that a quick death beat a slow agony any day, she let her full power rip. The lightning-infused strike detonated like a blinding star, slamming directly into the giant slime, overloading it until it exploded in a spectacular flash. With its primary heat source abruptly destroyed, the temp gauge overloaded and shattered into pieces. The aftermath of that strike engulfed him in a massive, uncontrollable shockwave of thermal energy, leaving his fate hanging in the balance. Consumed by the terrifying heat wave unleashed from the Ice Queen's desperate last stand, Yu Chan-suk knew that a single moment of weakness would burn his soul to ash. But he sneered at the thought, reminding himself that he was the one who burned things to the ground, not the other way around. He prepared to flip the script by calling upon his signature ability, the Paradox Flame. Planting his feet firm, the protagonist funneled his power, dark purple aura swirling wildly around him as he set up his counterattack. The Ice Queen flinched back in shock, realizing this sudden retaliatory strike packed enough raw heat to end her then and there. With the tables turned, he confidently declared that Han Sang-a's risky gamble had paid off after all. An exhausted Han Sang let out a breath of relief as her master told her she did great, adding that he'd take care of the rest. Now that the Ice Queen's magic resistance was burned away to nothing, he knew he could finally land blows that mattered. With her defenses stripped bare, he declared that this fight was down to a pure one-on-one duel. Their eyes locked in the air, both understanding the brutal reality of this battle of attrition. Whoever ran out of gas first was dead. The cavern exploded with destructive force as the two powerhouses collided in a clash for survival. Yu Chan-suk felt a bone-chilling cold with every relentless strike from his opponent. Yet he stayed razor-focused, fully aware that taking a single direct hit meant instant death. Refusing to go down without a fight, the Ice Queen unleashed a devastating strike of her own. He narrowly dodged a lethal shower of ice spears, every single one carrying deadly intent. The two combatants clashed mid-air in a breathtaking display, their raw power colliding head-on. With a heavy kick, he sent the Ice Queen flying backward through the air. Leaping right after her, he knew he couldn't afford to leave even the smallest opening in his assault. The Ice Queen struck back, her crystalline form glowing intensely as she unleashed a furious counterassault. After days of nonstop fighting, he had been pushed to his absolute limit, his battered body screaming in protest. Still, he mustered every last drop of strength, driving himself through the air to land the decisive blow. Miles away at headquarters, Lee Se-eun sat waiting for any word from the Rift. She sat still on the sofa, calmly waiting for the outcome. When her assistant knocked on the door, she gave a cold invitation to enter. Her subordinate anxiously reported that there had been zero contact for 2 weeks, but Lee Se-eun coolly replied that it just meant they were still alive. She reminded her assistant that this was a rank 1 rift. Even she had taken 5 whole days on her first run, so 2 weeks was completely reasonable. With unwavering faith in Yu Chan-suk, she asked, "What exactly are you worrying about?" The seagull operator admitted her concern was really about Lee Se-eun's own standing and reputation, which were both on the line here. She reminded her boss that everyone involved in this operation had staked their careers on her name, and if it blew up, that stain would follow her forever. Lee Se-eun paused for a moment, acknowledging the massive pressure hanging over this mission. Even so, she reassured her assistant, saying she appreciated the concern, but everything was fine. With unshakable confidence, she added, "If you trust me, then trust them too." She told herself that since nobody else could step foot inside that rift, the one absolute truth was that Yu Chan-suk was still alive and fighting inside. She followed that logic, confident in her pupil's strength, figuring 2 weeks of silence simply meant Yu Chan-suk was fighting his own way, a style that truly shined in long, drawn-out battles. She understood that for a man like him, a long fight wasn't a sign of weakness, but a core part of his strategy. In fact, she knew the longer the fight dragged on, the higher his odds of victory skyrocketed. Back in the rift, the Ice Queen's body finally started to fracture and crumble under the relentless onslaught. But as he lunged with his spear, she countered, sending his weapon flying out of his hands mid-air. Undeterred, he blocked her follow-up strike with his bare hands. He was impressed that his weapon had managed to hold up through days of brutal combat without breaking, realizing that while a weapon's performance mattered in battle, the skill of the wielder was what mattered far more. He casually caught the spinning spear as it returned to his grip, then unleashed the final, lethal blow. As the spearhead drove home, the rift core exploded in a blinding light, signaling the successful clear of the freezer. Back at headquarters, Lee Se-eun kept up her anxious watch from her office. Suddenly, the comms unit crackled to life with a weak but victorious voice. "I made it." She grabbed the comms unit in a flash, eagerly checking if it was really Yu Chan-suk on the line. Amidst the ruined remains of the cleared rift, a thoroughly exhausted Yu Chan-suk and Han Sang called for an extraction chopper. He bluntly told the support team he was way too beat to walk back on his own. A week later, his unprecedented achievement captured global attention. At a press conference, he dropped a bold statement that sent shockwaves through the hunter community once again, leaving reporters buzzing in total disbelief as they pressed him on whether he was actually being serious. One reporter whispered that there was no way that claim was realistic, the room buzzing with the shocking news. This unaffiliated hunter was declaring he would personally clear every single rank 1 erosion rift. Yu Chan-suk addressed the crowd, stating that while other hunters had put in plenty of effort, the world would only truly change when these threats were wiped out by hand, declaring that clearing the freezer proved that with his experience and proper support, the impossible was well within reach. Believing in his apprentice, Han Sang-a, he trusted that clearing every rift wasn't some pipe dream, swearing with iron resolve to save the world once more. Leaving the press conference, he let out a sigh, annoyed at wasting time with reporters. When a man approached wanting to talk, he brushed him off, assuming it was just another journalist. However, the man introduced himself as an agent from the KY Group, requesting the presence of both him and Lady Han Sang-a. The terms KY Group and Lady caught them both completely off guard, and Han Sang anxiously mumbled under her breath, "Grandpa." The agent confirmed her fear, stating that Chairman Han Sang-cho wanted an immediate audience with them. Yu Chan-suk and Han Sang were summoned to a flashy nightclub, a rather bizarre and uncomfortable spot for a high-stakes meeting. Dressed in sharp suits, the pair was escorted through the nightclub's cold, imposing hallways. Yu Chan-suk showed his annoyance, asking why on earth they were dragged to a joint filled with so many weird rooms. Out of nowhere, a hand gripped a walking cane tightly as a voice boomed, "Welcome," setting the stage for a tense encounter. The pair met an old man surrounded by hostesses, who coolly asked if their trip over had been pleasant. Han Soo-hee, the chairman's granddaughter, glanced at Yu Chan-suk, struck by his good looks and wondering why there weren't any handsome guys like him in her own family. Her older brother, Han, immediately snapped at her, reminding her to mind her manners in front of the chairman. Hearing familiar terms like Ani and Appa, Han Sang started putting the pieces together, quickly realizing the man sitting dead center was the head of the family. Sure enough, the powerful figure officially introduced himself as Han Sang-cho, chairman of the Kumyong Group. He put on a show of hospitality, inviting them to sit down and unwind with his family. However, Yu Chan-suk saw right through the lavish setup and the sea of women, recognizing it as a crude attempt at intimidation from the very start. Unfazed, he clapped back with a sharp jab, mocking the chairman's luxurious taste and sarcastically suggesting he line up those women naked instead. But the chairman brushed it off, coolly explaining that since youth wasn't something he could own, he chose to collect it instead. Cutting straight to the chase, he asked if Yu Chan-suk was actually serious about his claim to clear every rank 1 rift. When he replied, "Would I dare lie in a place like that, given the context?" The chairman scoffed, saying skeptically that 80% of what people say at press conferences is pure BS. Yu Chan-suk fired back that the issue wasn't the press conference itself, but the attitude of the man throwing it. The chairman locked eyes with him, remarking that the young hunter was a hell of a lot ruder than he had anticipated. But he stood his ground, asserting he didn't feel like he was in a position where he needed to bow down first, boldly declaring that even facing the chairman of Kumyong Group, he was fully prepared to throw hands. Chairman Han Sang-cho dropped a veiled threat, warning that challenging him meant there'd be no future left for him in Korea. Yu Chan-suk smirked, seeing right through the power trip and recognizing it as the desperate move of a man with way too much to lose, saying, "Still, isn't this a bit much to pull on a rookie hunter? Besides, I still haven't heard why you call me here in the first place, Chairman." Seeing his intimidation tactic fail, the chairman cold-shouldered the women out of the room and got down to his real motivation. Hiring hunters through the association often clashed with his corporate interests, a dynamic Yu Chan-suk picked up on right away before asking if the chairman wanted to establish an in-house hunter team instead. The chairman confirmed his plan to build an internal security management unit. Annoyed by his grandchildren's reactions, he formally asked Yu Chan-suk and Han Sang to lead this new security team. Yu Chan-suk sneered, unable to believe this old man was asking him to eat the public promise he had made just a few hours prior. Before he could say another word, Han Sang anxiously cut into the negotiation to speak directly to her grandfather. Flashing back to her family's tragic deaths, she asked with a choked voice if this new plan meant abandoning their revenge against Club Shaddai. Her grandfather, however, casually told her not to let herself be consumed by vengeance, dismissing her entire purpose in life as nothing more than youthful rashness. She whispered that ever since she first picked up a sword, she had made a solemn vow to herself. Tears welled in her eyes, yet her voice remained rock steady as she declared she would sever anything standing in the way of her revenge, even her own family. As an enraged relative shouted her name, Han Sang-a's unyielding stance made her position clearer than it had ever been. Sensing an opportunity, Yu Chan-suk officially rejected the chairman's offer, taking a firm stand alongside Han Sang-a. But with a single snap of his fingers, the chairman sprung his trap, coolly declaring that he had never considered refusal an option in the first place. Suddenly, Yu Chan-suk caught on with surprise that 2 bodyguards had already taken positions right behind his back. The chairman launched into a cold monologue, asking if the young hunter knew how he had reached this pinnacle of power, before revealing his ruthless philosophy. If someone wasn't on his side, he crushed them. Yu Chan-suk sneered, asking if the chairman's grand plan really relied on just a couple of burly bodyguards. Still, he was taken aback for a split second, shocked that the chairman could actually sense his technique. The chairman then revealed that this entire room was a mana-regulated vault, and that he had just cut off the supply, making it seem as though Yu Chan-suk had lost all his power before laying out a brutal ultimatum: either submit to his control or leave this place as a corpse. Much to the chairman's utter astonishment, Yu Chan-suk simply cracked a smile, entirely unfazed by the threat. The chairman calmly noted that his patience had its limits, and in that exact moment he realized his own body was rapidly freezing over. Sub-zero air crackled violently around him alongside a chilling wave of killing intent, as Yu Chan-suk revealed he, too, had come fully prepared for this confrontation. In a flashback, Lee Se-eun was seen curiously examining the rewards Yu Chan-suk had pulled from the freezer rift. Among the loot was a long coat with high magic resistance, and a small box holding a strange ring. This reward was revealed to be a powerful artifact known as the Ring of Domination. It possessed the power to freeze enemies solid if they couldn't withstand its overwhelming aura. More importantly, its freezing ability required 0 mana, completely neutralizing the chairman's mana drain trap. Back in the present, Chairman Han Sang-cho was left completely speechless, realizing his perfect trap had been shattered effortlessly. Yu Chan-suk scoffed, both annoyed and amused by why every rich snob was so predictably arrogant. He slammed his foot onto the table, asserting dominance over the helpless old man, leaning in close to declare that mundane concepts like power, money, or manners meant absolutely nothing to him. Terrified and utterly overwhelmed, the chairman broke into a cold sweat, stammering out a question about what he wanted. With eyes full of predatory intent, Yu Chan-suk icy coldly echoed the question right back at him. What do I want? Moments later, having emerged victorious, he and his partner sped away from the Kumyong Group headquarters in their car. While Han Sang remarked that he was making some powerful enemies, Yu Chan-suk remained confident that he was far too strong to be pushed around by them. Just then, she was shocked to receive a text message from her grandfather, prompting him to instantly ask if the old man had cut off her supply of elixir. She told him the text said something else entirely, and Yu Chan-suk sneered as she read out the chairman's message. Come pick up your medicine. At this point, he admitted that the old man had an insanely sharp nose for the scent of money. When asked by her granddaughter why he would sponsor such a rude guy, the chairman simply posed a question about what truly mattered to a businessman. The answer, he revealed, was ambition, a trait he saw in boundless supply, declaring that out of everyone he had ever met, that crazy, unpredictable Yu Chan-suk possessed the greatest ambition of all. The scene shifted to a noisy grand hall packed shoulder to shoulder with prospective hunters. Right on cue, a booming voice echoed out, asking if everyone had gathered for the tryouts. Yu Chan-suk and Han Sang stepped into the hall, now suited up in full combat gear and ready for the next phase. With their new funding secured, he coolly announced that it was time to kick off tryouts for the new members of their squad. Yu Chan-suk stood before a massive crowd of hopeful hunters, ready to launch the recruitment trials for his new team. Standing beside Han Sang-a, he casually asked the crowd of candidates who wanted to step up and challenge him first. The scene flashed back a few hours, revealing the press conference that had led to this packed house. At the press conference, he had made a bold, unwavering declaration to save the world, no matter what it took. He had extended an open invitation to any capable hunters who shared his goal, announcing he would select his team through a public tryout, adding that their ultimate objective was to destroy the notorious club Shaddai Rift. He wrapped up his ambitious claim by swearing to knock down the remaining most dangerous rifts in the world, known as the 8 Great Rifts, one by one. Back in the present, a battle-hardened, scar-faced hunter stepped forward, admitting he had heard that loud speech. He commended the speech, his confident stride making it clear he wasn't just another nameless face in the crowd as he confronted them directly, confirming he was here to answer the call to clear Rank 1 rifts. Stating his intent to join, the veteran hunter bragged about his 5 years of combat experience, grinding through grueling Rank 2 rifts. But Yu Chan-suk cut him off mid-sentence, bluntly stating that this experienced hunter wasn't up to code. The veteran hunter froze in disbelief, unable to wrap his head around such a swift and humiliating rejection. The veteran hunter froze in disbelief, unable to wrap his head around such a swift and humiliating rejection. Yet Yu Chan-suk stayed entirely unbothered by the outburst, his icy composure forming a stark contrast to his opponent's raging fury. Without another word, the enraged hunter charged forward, determined to prove his worth through brute force. A split second later, the fight was already over. The protagonist stood tall over his swiftly defeated challenger, telling him this wasn't child's play and that he was going to have to chew out the chairman the next time they met. Having handled the first applicant, he calmly ordered the stunned crowd to keep them coming, one by one, officially kicking off the grueling open tryouts. A long stretch of 8 hours slipped by, during which Yu Chan-suk relentlessly dismantled an endless stream of challengers. With a single hit, he sent one contender flying into the arena wall, forcing an immediate total surrender. After weeding out 214 applicants, he cold-shouldered the latest loser out the door and called for the next one, his stamina seemingly bottomless. On the inside, though, he was growing increasingly annoyed, complaining that despite such a massive turnout, he hadn't found a single useful candidate, noting to himself that he hadn't even needed to break out high-tier techniques, since most of these opponents were so weak that the ring of domination was more than enough to crush them. Letting out a disappointed sigh, he began to think that expecting to find a worthy teammate this fast was probably way too optimistic. Just as he was about to lose all hope, a fresh presence caught his eye. A stylish sniper carrying a massive rifle introduced himself as Jong Hun, expressing an eager desire to join the squad. Intrigued by the newcomer's confidence, he simply said, "Step right up." Flashing a confident grin, Jong Hun dropped into his stance and declared the battle officially started. Catching Yu Chan-suk off guard, his opponent used mana-infused boots to launch himself high into the air. From his position in mid-air, he fired a heavy mana round straight down below. The golden round cut through the air, ripping straight toward the seemingly stationary protagonist. To counter it, he unleashed his signature technique, the Paradox Flame. Staying laser-focused, he prepped his counter-strike against the incoming barrage. He then deployed a unique application of his power, spawning 3 fireballs to burn off the bullet's rotational force, a bizarre technique that allowed him to effortlessly deflect the high-speed, high-impact round. Jong Hun was dumbfounded as his attack was neutralized in such an unconventional way. Wasting no time, Yu Chan-suk closed the gap, leaping straight toward the mid-air sniper, delivering a devastating kick that slammed his opponent hard into the floor, triggering a massive explosion. Landing gracefully, he looked up with an amused grin, wondering what trick the sniper was going to pull next. Seeing Jong Hun hovering freely on his mana boots, he admitted to himself he had never run into a hunter who could fly and shoot at the same time, correctly deducing that Jong Hun was using mana to keep himself airborne, which the arrogant sniper confirmed while bragging he had a few more tricks up his sleeve. Refusing to throw in the towel, Jong Hun challenged him to take this dogfight to the next level, kicking off a high-speed aerial engagement where Yu Chan-suk expertly darted through the sky while using his spear to slap away an endless stream of bullets. Jong Hun kept up a relentless assault, trying to overwhelm his opponent with sheer firepower. After 30 intense minutes, however, the toll of the prolonged mid-air battle showed clearly on the gasping hunter's face. Though completely spent, Jong Hun chuckled, admitting he had hoped to score at least one lucky hit, but failed across the board. Yu Chan-suk still saw real potential in the sniper, suggesting he hadn't shown all his cards just yet. But Jong Hun modestly brushed it off, saying he didn't possess the kind of high-level skill his opponent was implying. Inspecting the weapon, Yu Chan-suk noted that the rifle wasn't built for close-range rapid fire, which only drew a knowing smirk from Jong Hun. Intrigued, he drove his spear into the ground, deciding to give his opponent one final shot. Standing still as a statue, he dared him to put every ounce of his power into one proper shot, admitting internally that his curiosity had been fully piqued by the sniper's unique skill set. Hyped by the opportunity, Jong Hun eagerly took the bet, playfully warning that even a grazing hit was going to sting like crazy. Yu Chan-suk scoffed, agreeing it would be a real shame to wrap up this entertaining fight without seeing Jong Hun's true firepower. Jong Hun nodded in agreement, gearing up to let loose everything he had, dropping one last sinister warning as he pooled his energy for the final strike. Taking aim, he explained that this ultimate shot needed a bit of charge time. The rifle glowed with immense power as he promised that if this hit landed, it was going to hurt like hell. Jang Oh-han warned Yu Chan-suk that while this technique took time to charge, a clean hit would hurt like absolute hell. Yu Chan-suk stood his ground, coolly remarking that a shot like that only hurt the target, not the guy pulling the trigger. A blinding spark burst from the tip of the barrel, signaling that the ultimate attack was ready to launch. With a deafening roar, a massive pillar of golden energy erupted from the rifle, lighting up the entire arena. Yu Chan-suk looked up as the giant beam rained down from above, threatening to incinerate everything in its path. He tightened his grip on his spear, eyes locked onto the incoming barrage. A jagged, serrated blade ripped through the air, leaving a blurry tracer streak in its wake. The force of the impact rattled all the way up his arm, feeling as though his hands were about to be torn right off. It was a single strike blade, engineered for one purpose only: lethal kills. Guided by mana, it kept spinning toward Yu Chan-suk, whistling menacingly through the air as he dodged through a literal storm of blades raining down from every angle. Above, Jang Oh-han couldn't believe his attacks were being deflected with such ease. The blades kept coming, but Yu Chan-suk's reflexes were operating on a completely different plane. Moving faster than sound, he batted away every projectile before it could even graze his skin. He knew that if he didn't knock them far enough away, they'd loop back and bore deep into his flesh. And right then, he realized sniper rounds were hidden inside the shower of blades. Jang Oh-han maintained the pressure, firing his rifle while controlling the blades at the same time. Yu Chan-suk realized he might have actually found someone worth his time. He leapt sky-high into the air, deciding to end the game on his own terms. Beams of energy cut across the arena as the two hunters collided, his gaze cold and calculating. The warm-up was officially over. He landed heavily, carving out a massive crater that shook the entire stadium. A thick cloud of dust rose, veiling everything in sight as Jang Oh-han stood in the haze, sweat dripping as he scanned for his opponent. The arena floor remained hidden behind the wall of gray, until Yu Chan-suk suddenly burst out of the smoke like an apex predator. Jang Oh-han's eyes went wide in shock. He had been backed completely into a corner. Yu Chan-suk told him it was time to wrap this fight up. A blinding flash signaled the final impact, and Jang Oh-han collapsed to the floor, coughing and gasping for air. Yu Chan-suk wiped his mouth, admitting that this one was actually a tiny bit tough. The sniper conceded defeat, calling Yu Chan-suk a monster, just like the rumors said. He just stood there, slightly puzzled by the sudden shift in attitude. Jang Oh-han caught his look and asked what the big deal was. Yu Chan-suk questioned why he had stopped mid-fight, pointing out that Jang Oh-han still had plenty of mana left to keep shooting. One of his single-strike blades was still vibrating in the dirt nearby, and Jang Oh-han could only stare, realizing he had been read like an open book. He lowered his head, realizing just how massive the gap between them really was. Yu Chan-suk offered some advice. Don't wait for an opening. Create one. A faint chuckle escaped the sniper's mouth as the tension finally broke. He broke into full laughter, completely sold on Yu Chan-suk's insane standards, asking if he could speak casually from here on out, to which Yu Chan-suk had no objections. He extended his hand, ready to officially hop on board, as Jang Oh-han brought up a high-rank rift he wanted to conquer with a crew like this. They shook hands firmly, sealing their partnership among the ruins of the tryout arena. For Yu Chan-suk, success wasn't just a possibility. It was the only acceptable outcome. Once the dust settled in the arena, Yu Chan-suk realized he had finally found someone truly useful. He decided Jang Oh-han was exactly the kind of firepower the team had been missing. With him as the spear and Han Sang-a as the sword, the squad was strong, but strictly limited to close-quarters combat. But a high-tier sniper like Jang Oh-han could provide cover from miles away. He was the missing puzzle piece. Before locking everything down, Jang Oh-han said there was something his new boss needed to know up front. He was a mercenary to his core, bragging that he'd take any job as long as the price was right. People even called him Jang the Trash due to his total lack of ethics, a nickname Yu Chan-suk found pretty easy to remember. He flat out admitted that if a better offer came along, he wouldn't hesitate to ditch the team in a heartbeat. As the mana blade kept vibrating heavily, Yu Chan-suk wondered why this guy was being so brutally honest about his own lack of loyalty. Jang Oh-han just wanted to make sure Yu Chan-suk wouldn't act surprised or change his tune when it actually went down. With a precise move, the protagonist reached out and snatched the flying serrated blade right out of the air. Mana still sparked dangerously as it scraped against his gauntlet. He locked eyes with the sniper, gaze icy and calculating, asking if he was really as heartless as he claimed to be. Jang Oh-han broke into a cold sweat, sensing the vibe in the arena shifting into something far more predatory. Yu Chan-suk began walking over, casually mentioning a stray litter of kittens living in the association's parking lot. He instructed his new recruit to go over, slaughter every last one of them, and bring back their heads as proof of his resolve, leaving Jang Oh-han frozen in place, face pale with horror as he realized what kind of monster he had just signed up to work for. Yuchan-suk glared at him with dead eyes, asking if this trashy mercenary had suddenly stumbled upon a conscience. Zhang Ohan stayed silent, sweat dripping down his cheek under the intense pressure radiating from his opponent. But a second later, he tried to play it cool, saying a simple task like that shouldn't be blown out of proportion. Chanseok said nothing more, simply telling him to wait right there before turning his back to walk away. He called Zhang Ohan's name to begin picking apart his psychological state. He noted that people who actually did anything for money wouldn't react with that kind of flustered hesitation, leaving Ohan bewildered as to why Chanseok had suddenly changed his tone. Chanseok pointed out the dead giveaway. If he was really driven purely by greed, the first thing he would have asked was the exact payout. He asserted that Ohan wasn't the type to throw everything away for cash, but was simply backed into a desperate corner. Even knowing the man had his own struggles, Chanseok made it clear he couldn't care less about the backstory. Everyone hurting for cash had a tragic story, but that was no excuse for weakness. Flashbacks of people who had lost their humanity over money flashed through Chanseok's mind. He warned Ohan to never again casually throw around the claim that he'd do anything for money. Chanseok clenched his fist, radiating a terrifying sense of resolve. Out of nowhere, he announced that Ohan had passed the test and was officially hired. He ordered the rookie to report to Association Training Room 207 at 9 a.m. sharp tomorrow, leaving Ohan stunned by how fast things were moving, unable to believe he had to start the very next day. Chanseok pushed the door open to leave, throwing in a final jab that with his current skill level, Ohan didn't stand a chance. Ohan stood there watching Chanseok's retreating back, a faint smile breaking on his face as he quietly looked forward to working together. Chanseok and Han Senga exited the training area, taking a leisurely walk down the building's corridor. Senga remarked that the sniper still seemed to be lacking quite a few fundamental skills. Chanseok closed his eyes and thought, fully confident he could bring Ohan up to speed in no time. He teased Senga, asking if she was secretly terrified of getting surpassed by the rookie. Senga's stomach growled loudly from hunger, and she demanded Chanseok take her to eat at the cafe inside the building. Right on cue, a man in a sharp suit approached them, calling Hunter Yu Chanseok by name. He introduced himself as the manager of the Cabin Cafe's main flagship branch and invited him to meet the owner. Senga's eyes lit up in shock at the words main flagship branch, while Chanseok remained completely clueless. She explained to Chanseok that it was a legendary hotspot frequented nonstop by top-tier hunters. Senga swallowed hard, sharing that the owner cooked everything herself and that the food was so insane her company had spent 4 straight years trying to recruit her. The man smiled in confirmation, reiterating that the owner specifically wanted a private meeting with Yu Chanseok. Both of them looked puzzled, wondering why such a powerful figure would go out of her way to seek them out. A steaming bowl of piping hot, bright red yukajang was served to the table, looking wildly appetite-inducing. Chanseok didn't hesitate, scooping up a massive spoonful of soup to dig right in. After taking a bite, he froze, blown away by a flavor that exceeded his wild imagination. Both Chanseok and Senga devoured the food like starved beasts, endlessly praising the insanely delicious dish. A woman gently wiped her hands with a towel, watching her guests' satisfied expressions. She was none other than Sa Sungi, the owner of Cabin Cafe, asking if the meal suited their tastes. Chanseok joked that the soup was so good it felt like it had opium mixed in, while Senga flushed red-cheeked with pure satisfaction. Wrapping up the meal, Chanseok quickly flipped the switch back to business, asking why she had invited them over. Sa Sungi handed a folder over to Chanseok, asking him to take a look through it. Chanseok and Han Senga leaned in, carefully scanning the details inside. It contained file data on an ongoing erosion rift located in Jilin Province, China. Sungi's expression darkened with grief as she brought up the disaster. This was Zhonggok, a rank 1 erosion rift infamous for its terrifying destructive potential. She revealed that Cabin Cafe often sponsored talented hunters in hopes that someone would clear Zhonggok. But the reason this file was still sitting here was that not a single hunter had succeeded. Most hunters, once they snagged fame and fortune, no longer wanted to put their lives on the line. Chanseok questioned why she was so obsessively persistent about this specific rift. Sungi painfully recounted how her husband had been slaughtered by monsters during an attack, the terrifying memories of those beasts still haunting her every thought. The pain had multiplied when she suffered a miscarriage from the extreme stress during the evacuation, leaving her driven to avenge her family. Chanseok stated that those reasons were more than enough for him to take the job. Sungi let out a sad smile, telling him to take his time and think it over carefully before locking in a decision. Chanseok clasped his hands together formally and declared his acceptance, asserting with absolute certainty that he would be the one to clear out the Jonggok rift. Sungi broke down in tears of emotion, while Chanseok noted he just needed a little bit of prep time. He wanted to dedicate some time to train Jong Oh-hun, the rookie who had just joined the team. He knew she was anxious because so many past hunters had gone back on their word, as those hypocrites usually tried to stall for time or ghosted her completely after pocketing the sponsorship money, leaving Sungi bowing her head in silence, fully understanding what Chanseok meant. Chanseok slammed his hands onto the table, wanting to make one final point clear to her. His end goal wasn't just Jonggok, but wiping every single erosion rift off the face of the earth, as Sungi looked at him with eyes full of hope mixed with heartache. Instead of asking for blind trust, Chanseok promised to prove everything through real results. Right on cue, a notification popped up showing that Soi's livestream had officially gone live. Soi popped up on the screen, sporting his usual sleazy, obnoxious attitude. He started baiting the audience's attention by bringing up the guy who had been taking the world by storm lately. As a former hunter, he asserted that a rookie with less than a year under his belt clearing a rank 1 rift was total BS, sarcastically adding that if it were that easy, he would have cleared it ages ago. He kept attacking the guy's save the world ideal as totally fake. Viewers began filling the chat with curious questions about who Soi was actually shade blogging. Soi smirked, saying at this point, it could only be one person. He pointed straight into the camera lens, blasting Yu Chanseok as a nation-level fraud. The livestream audience exploded into a frenzy over these shocking claims. Public opinion began flipping on a dime, with many starting to harbor deep doubts about Chanseok's record-breaking streak.